FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Vince, Seth Payne, and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that right now. It's Friday, baby. Holy smokes.
You don't have power, and you're as enthusiastic as you could possibly be. You're fueled on Astros sweeping the Marlins.
Yeah.
And Jake Bloss coming in and looking a little dicey, but then getting it all together.
Yeah.
My excitement over Jake Bloss has not diminished at all. I thought that he looked a lot like a rookie that was fighting his way through some things. He got help and support from his defense, most notably John Singleton.
Yeah,
who
buddy.
Made yet another really good athletic play to get out of the third inning, I believe.
Ooh, you're going to have to take me through that one here in a little bit.
You're unable to watch this stuff because of your internet situation.
Correct.
So there was Jake Bloss last night was, as he said it himself, he was getting a little too cute at times, and like Cesar Salazar was struggling to rein in balls that were breaking into the dirt, almost breaking various Marlins ankles and what have you.
Yeah.
And it got a little dicey, and he let up a solo home run immediately in the first inning, and had a lot of traffic those first few innings, but he really fought through it, and I think there's still a lot to be excited about with this kid.
Yeah, it sounds like
especially in this situation where you need.
Sounds like I listened to a little bit of the post-game audio from him last night when I was checking my emails this morning in a place that actually had cell phone service and allowed me to use my data. I got so excited last night, by the way. I finally got settled into the couch. We stayed with my sister-in-law last night, who got power back here recently, so got out of the garage and into a living room couch situation, and I lean back, and I'm making sure my alarms are set. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to try this whole internet thing. And damn it if I didn't have internet for about 15 minutes. Hence the, show prep that was in the dock this morning when you opened it up and you were like, oh, Bijani actually did something today. That's why. Because I had about 15 minutes to work last night, so that was kind of a cool feeling.
Oh, yeah, don't you? There's no reason for you to feel guilty about anything. I would encourage everybody who doesn't have power, if they're working with people who do have power, to just give them accusing glances all day long. Just, like, hey, Jenkins, did you manage to get that report in last night? What, with your internet and all? And then just glare at them.
Yeah.
Just do that all day. Milk this for all it's worth.
Screw your TPS reports.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll have that by next week. I'll have that to you next week.
This was really good. Like, this was a shot in the arm for the Astros, which is weird to say about a series against the Marlins. But look, we know from days of yore that the Astros haven't always they've opponents, and now they're coming off where they've had several sweeps over the last few series. They've won 7 out of their last 8 series. Mm-hmm. You dropped it to the Twins, but hey, I'm feeling as good as you can about this team right now, ahead of the trade deadline, ahead of the All-Star game, with getting the absolute most out of a lot of guys that some of whom you'd never really even heard of or considered before this year, and certainly not before like the draft last year when Bloss was before the draft last year, Bloss was just some kid at Georgetown working on his master's in finance and wondering where he'd end up in 2024.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is not what anybody would have expected, but it's so far so good. And I do like at this point in the year, you're not going to have to overly worry about heavy usage out of him or anything, or how he's going to fare after pitching however many innings, that you can coax him along, hopefully. And as long as the bullpen keeps up their end of the bargain. You know, when you get to the postseason and we start looking at piggyback starts and all that stuff, I think Bloss could could potentially be a really valuable asset there.
Yeah, it's going to be a kind of an interesting follow because, I mean, he is going to need to get you deeper into ball games and in less trouble early in these games. I mean, it was, you mentioned the solo home run. And look, the Astros offense, even as currently constructed last night, which did not still showed again that it is very capable of digging themselves out of, small but still very early holes. And they just found ways to get the job done last night, it looks like. I mean, this is a team that, Seth, for this point in the season, let's see, what was last night? That was their 93rd game of the season. Wow. 93rd game of the season. And this is a team that when they're out hit, when they don't, kind of peak offensively, they're going to lose more times than not. They got out hit 11-5 last night. They didn't hit a home run. There wasn't really much to do in regards to, big clutch hits, so to speak, with runners in scoring position. It just didn't happen all that often last night, and they still found a way to get it done. And the one thing I always go back and point to, you talk about, playing up to competition and down to the lesser competition. Well, last night, the Marlins suck, and they showed you that they sucked. In back-to-back innings, they were throwing the ball around, and the Astros capitalized on their mistakes. And that's what this team has done many more times than not during this stretch.
Well, that's where, with Altuve and Bregman both, we talked early in the season about your MVP candidates aren't playing like MVP candidates. Bregman to an extreme degree. Yeah. And, your previous MVP candidates. And Altuve and Bregman both came up big with runners on. The errors, and you talk about, looking like a more professional baseball team. One of the things that happened this year early in the season was that the Astros were typically a pretty damn good fielding baseball team. They were in the bottom third of the league in terms of errors committed, and they've gotten themselves right in that regard. Mm-hmm. Last night, the Marlins have one error and one perhaps mishandled play by their third baseman. Sanchez, the right fielder, dropped an easy fly out. And which was nice to see because early in the game, Sean, Sanchez, the right fielder, he was at the plate against Bloss, and I couldn't tell. I think he's just naturally a smiley guy, but it almost looked like he was scoffing at Bloss. I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Did he have...
He was kind of joking with Altuve about something because he was like, it looked like he was trying to mess with the rookie's head.
Oh, really?
And it was even more frustrating because it looked like it might have been working. So I was really happy to see Sanchez drop a really, really easy catch in right field later in the game.
Do you, you've seen the movie Field of Dreams, I would presume,
yes,
right?
Yes.
So you remember that part of the movie where, Moonlight Graham, gets to the field and, he's like this wide-eyed, young kid, and he steps into the batter's box, and he's really excited. This is his, quote-unquote first at-bat. And he looks at the pitcher and winks, and then the pitcher proceeds to throw a ball, like, up and around his eyeballs.
Yeah.
Knocks the kid down, and he goes, "Hey, kid, don't wink." He gets, I think, from his manager or whatever. That's kind of the same thing that I envisioned happening last night. It's like, okay, this guy Salazar or Sanchez you're talking about is trying to get inside the head of Jake Bloss, but it would be nice if Bloss showed some stones, in those situations and maybe just buzzed one up and around his chin, kind of brushed him off a little bit.
I don't know if he had the control at that point to do it. He was, man. Sean, I was nervous for those poor Marlins, who I already feel bad for. I haven't checked the standings yet to see if they're 28 back or 29 back at this point.
It's 29.
The Astros, by the way, they're 29 back now. So the Astros, by the way, they remain 2 back because the Mariners are annoying.
Oh, you're talking about within their division or whatever. I know
within their division,
I know they're 29 under.
They're 29 under 500?
Yeah.
Okay. I think they're also 29. I think they're 29 back of the Phillies. I'm not sure.
I wouldn't doubt it. I'm pulling it up right now for you.
But there was like Cesar Salazar, who I've been, I think he's done everything he can and everything you'd expect a guy to do or like you could ask for. But at the same time, I don't necessarily trust him all that much at home plate. Either it just keeping balls from passing or like catching a ball when there's a runner coming home. Mm-hmm. He hasn't been all that awesome at that stuff. And he had some work to do last night. There were some passed balls early on that were just it had all the capacity. It could have one of these really bad situations where you've got a rookie out there and it's just wild pitch after ball in the dirt, just moving guys around the bases. But he reined it in. And he said that. He said as much that he just needed to stop trying to be so cute with it. But I was a little bit nervous after that. He initially let up that first solo home run because immediately one of my Twitter people kind of called me out for being confident in Bloss. So I was that much more invested in it that I had my Twitter reputation to try to stand up to, and Bloss followed through for me.
You got to be confident in these guys. Like, what the hell is negativity and cynicism going to get you these days? Yeah. It's kind of funny because we got this a few times on the text board yesterday, and if you'd like to text in, hit us up 713-572-4610. But just the Astros are, I think, with last night's win, something like 43-25 since their start that found them 12 games under 500, whatever it is. I mean, they're a season high 5 games over 500 now. So whatever that math is, you do it. Since the 7-19 start, they're 42-25. 42-25. That is one of the best marks in all of Major League Baseball since that point in time. And now you look up and you say, you know what? 2/3 of the season, really, the Astros have been one of the better ball clubs. But for whatever reason, those first 20 out of these 93 now just stands out like a big, giant ass. And it's because of everything that we dealt with through those first 26 really plus games. My gosh, the Jose Abreu stuff, the countless injuries, Justin Verlander, Kyle Tucker, all of that stuff, right? And it's just the injuries that have really marred and created a level of skepticism and cynicism, and we've fallen victim, I think, to the national pundits that, and really fans too, that are like, see, these Astros, they're done. The dynasty run is over, yada, yada, yada. I mean, we were literally talking about 3 weeks ago, trading Alex Bregman, like with all seriousness, trading Kyle Tucker, trading Framber Valdez. Just go ahead and restart this whole thing. And now here you are, doing what you're supposed to do against a really crappy ball club, and you're 1 win away from your 50th on the season, on the eve, at least from an hours standpoint, 12 hours and change away from a pivotal series beginning with the Texas Rangers.
Yep.
So looking forward to that. We'll talk a little bit more about the Stros here coming up and let you hear from Seth's guy, Jake Bloss, and get you some Astros updates. There's a lot of them to actually give you, and many of them from Joe Espada yesterday after the game from an organizational standpoint, and maybe some help that could be on the way. So we'll do that. Johnny in for Sean Pendergast today. Pendy's going to be back from his badass vacation next week. Keep it here. It's Sports Radio 610.
West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood. You know that's my place to
17 straight for Josh. The Astros win it 6-3. They have won 16 out of 20. They are 5 games over for the first time all year. Plummer, that's a nice sweep to start this homestand. 9 straight home wins for the Astros.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we did. We took care of business. We played well. I thought that we got some big hits and big moments. We got, pretty good pitching on in the front end and the back end. And this is, we did exactly what we intended to do.
And now the Astros are a season-high 5 games above 500. That, of course, your Astro manager, Joe Espada, on the heels of Todd Callis, Jeff Blum, badass, on the call last night. Once again, Space City Home Network. You heard it there. Callis summed it up perfectly in the final call, Seth. 9th straight home win. You'd mentioned this earlier as well. They've won now 7 of their last 8 series, 16 of their last 20 ball games. They're fantastic. I was looking at a tweet this morning from Mark Berman, formerly of Fox 26 here in Houston, obviously, the former sports director over there. Said from the Astros, 42-25 since April 27th. That is the best winning percentage in the American League West, second best in the entire American League during that. 24-11 now since June 1st. That winning percentage of .686 is the best mark in Major League Baseball. That is why this is an intriguing story that the Astros are still currently in the midst of writing themselves. This is fantastic.
Yeah, this is really good, and I don't think we even mentioned that. By the way, Jordan wasn't out there last night, so you did that versus a bad baseball team. Marlins, very, very bad. 29 games back from the Phillies in their division right now. So you take all of that with a grain of salt, but they've been doing it with pretty good consistency over these I keep saying over these last couple weeks, and now it's extended on into many, many weeks. And yet, I kind of like being in a position like this because it's not like you have to search or grasp for reasons to be really nervous about this baseball team. If we go back to 2022 and you're doing everything right the first half of the season, you've got a very, very comfy lead, all of that. And at that point, you're just kind of wringing your hands over the center field position. I remember our listeners getting upset with us about various little minor details or problems or tweaks with the team that you always get people that are, come on guys, just enjoy the ride. And meanwhile the Astros were playing like 500 baseball over the back half of that or no, not last year, but 2022. Like we were in a position where things were really isn't a baseball team always things that you have to worry about. Now there are clear and present dangers, and there's any different number of ways things could go wrong, but there are also theoretically reserves coming back. I think the only ones we feel really good about are Kyle Tucker at some point, Luis Garcia at some point, Jordan, if you even want to include him in that same class. I'm being really careful about because I was the guy the day after Kyle Tucker got hit in the leg. I said he'd be playing that. I thought he was going to play that very same day. Be no big deal.
Well, you remember in that instance, after he pounded the baseball off of his shin, he tried to give it a go. Like they were like, hey, you good? And he's like, yeah, I'm good. And he starts to walk back up to the batter's box and he's like, yeah, this sucks. No.
It's always, Jake Myers did that same thing too. Remember, he was in the outfield when he got injured.
Yeah,
in the playoffs. He almost tried to do the throwing motion, and he was going to try to be a hero and stay out there. And then it was like 18 months before he was back and fully healthy.
Yeah, it's like he made the conscious decision, and it was the right one. It's like, I can't really rookie of the year this thing and float the balls from the outfield if, in fact, they're hit to me and I need to get it in quickly.
Yeah.
So the best decision made there by Jake Myers, even though it took a couple of almost 3 years before he regained that little flash of who we thought he was going to be.
Yeah. So, good. I haven't listened to the Espada audio yet. You had something?
Yeah. So he kind of alluded to it there in the clip that we played to start the segment about guys doing hits in big time situations. He kind of expanded on it here with this clip, talking about hitting with people on base and pitching good while people were on base.
Yeah, putting people away, making pitches when we need to. And on the other side of that, on the flip side, we did a really good job hitting with people on base. Sack flies, getting guys over, getting 2-out hits. Those were things that in the beginning of the season we were on the opposite side of things, but now we have turned the corner and now we executing on the pitching side. We're getting big hits when we need to, and we playing good baseball at the right time.
That's what I thought was cool, man, because with Jordan out of the lineup, it was good to see Singleton and Myers and Salazar, Loperfido, all last night, Seth, responsible for the run production for the Astros. He mentioned the sack flies. Singleton and Loperfido had a couple of them. They just found a way, and they capitalized on the Marlins' mistakes.
Yeah, the part to be a dark cloud over it or what have you is if this was against a really good team, I don't know if Bloss and Dubin and even frankly Abreu let up a couple hits. I don't know if that performance would have won you a game versus a really good team. But that's where you have to capitalize on these opportunities versus bad teams. You get into the playoffs and you can get away with just having 4 starters. I guess Dubin's the guy that I'm most still intrigued by. And kind of like in a Jake Bloss way, I'm trying to be as patient as possible with every given moment. But like still something more there with Dubin, even though it doesn't always show up in the results. There's a scrappiness element there that you just look at him and you're like, oh yeah, this guy looks like my favorite lawn care dude that I want to maybe help him out with his community college tuition a little bit or something because he's just a good kid. That's what Sean Dubin reminds me of. I feel like I need to adopt him in some way.
Doobie's got that Duck Dynasty thing kind of going for him.
Yeah.
He's 28. He throws really, really hard. And tends to be just all out wild. Could be wild in the zone. Could be wild outside of the zone. I think you mentioned this to me before when we were talking about this dude. It's that little bit of something with him that you look at him and it's like, do we really know where this is going? Because he could absolutely shut you down, sit you down back in the dugout, make you look and feel foolish. But at the same time, he could serve up a big, giant meatball.
So when we're watching this game last night, and for those of you who haven't been on, Sean still doesn't have power. If you're listening right now and you're without power, Sean has solidarity with you right now. So he wasn't able to watch the game. But Brandy and I are watching, and it seemed like, man, Bloss might just be trying to be a little bit he's trying to be a little too professional and precise, and it looks like he's nibbling and isn't doing a good enough job for these. Remember, the Marlins haven't seen Bloss watch of 3 2/3 innings earlier in the season.
Yeah.
And they were just going to sit. They were running up his pitch count, and they weren't going to swing at anything sketchy. Bloss basically said the same thing afterwards.
I was just nibbling too much. Get 0-2, 1-2, and then, cut her in the dirt instead of just below zone. So just not nibbling. Not trying to get too cute with it, just going right after guys even when it's 0-2, 1-2.
The other thing, too, was I always get nervous when rookie pitchers are up there shaking off multiple calls by the catcher.
Yeah.
And it's not like this is Martin Maldonado out there or anything. It's Cesar Salazar. So it's not – these guys are a little bit more compatriots or on the same level. But that makes me nervous. I don't like watching. I just want my rookie pitcher to go out and do what the catcher tells him to do. I give him a little bit of a break because it was Cesar Salazar. This is Bloss on the communication between him and Salazar.
Yeah, I trust him. And we go over a scouting report before every game, so we don't need to say too much during the game. But he was a wall back there for sure because there was a couple pitches that were pretty short, and he was getting to him. I was impressed.
It was, he had to rely on his athleticism for some of that. It wasn't a comfortable feeling those first couple innings, man. It felt like, oh boy, this really, some of these passed balls, and oh boy, this could get ugly, but they pulled it out.
But Salazar's routinely, kind of like Martin Maldonado was, and his ability to, handle the staff. And so that gives me the confidence, even with, a guy like Jake Bloss, who, very young guy and now up to 14 professional games under his belt, 2 in the majors, that he's got a familiarity with Salazar. Salazar's been in the system for a little bit, and I would imagine, Bloss has a better relationship than we're giving it credit for. And I just think there was something with Salazar when you saw him in spring training that you get this aura of kind of professionalism with him and confidence that he's gonna take care of things behind the dish, and that's kind of what I felt like you've gotten from him and what he's shown you at the plate. I know it's a small sample size, but the guy's hitting 318. And he always seems to be another one of those guys set to come up with a timely hit, if you will. And for that reason, I've really enjoyed this catching situation this season for the Astros between this trio of Diaz, Caratini, and Salazar. I'm almost going to be a little bit sad when Caratini comes back because it means we're not going to get a chance to see Salazar. Yeah. I think you alluded to this earlier, the fact that the Astros only had 5 hits in this game. I guess that's another good sign, though, is that they hit with runners earlier in the season where they're doing a hell of a job loading up the bases and then doing nothing at all. And it's nice to be able to hear Blum, when Altuve comes up and cites that he's been, I think, hitting over 400 with runners in scoring position as of late. And he's 350. Bregman is over 400 in his career, and both those guys came up big with runners on base last night. Altuve got help from, I think they ended up ruling it an error, but that's it's now the rubber hits the road with a much better team in the Rangers, even though they're not all that great this year. And then after the All-Star break, the huge series versus the Mariners. No doubt, it is a huge series. And just to update you on where things lie in the standings, the Mariners, they destroyed the Halos last night. I think it was 11-0 at last peak when my internet was working. Stros remain 2 games behind the M's and 2.5 games behind the Red Sox because, well, those jerks won as well last night. You put something in the show prep that kind of annoyed me. I'm going to tell you this. What's that?
We're talking about the current state of the organization.
Glad.
Yeah. Forrest Whitley tossed another scoreless inning last night for Sugarland, and my immediate thought was there is zero. As much as people have written off Lance McCullers, and I understand that, I still hold a soft place in my heart for Lance, and I know how much he could add.
Guess who's freaking pitching, Seth? Guess who's throwing baseballs of consequence right now, Seth?
We've seen this story before, man. You just gotta dress Whitley up in a nice dress and parade him around the ball and hope you find a suitor. There are a couple things that have happened lately that make me nervous about Dana Brown not having been here for the duration, even though I really like a lot of the stuff Dana Brown has done. One is that I worry that he's going to think, Forrest Whitley's just had some bad luck, right? He wasn't here during the COVID year when Brent Strom just kind of threw it out there that, I don't know why Forrest Whitley didn't show up in shape. Forrest Whitley came back out of shape after having nothing but time on his hands to work out during the COVID break. And all the injury after injury after injury. I'm 100% done with Forrest Whitley. Maybe I'll be wrong. I'd be happy to be wrong about it. But we've just been through this so many times.
I understand why you're done, but you're being done with Forrest Whitley has much more to do with him literally being in the Lance McCullers boat, by him always being hurt, not pitching. And then, look, when the Astros brought him up for that cup of coffee earlier this season, what was it, mid-April, right? That was after he'd only thrown 2 or 3 games in the minors this season. And he came up and he was ass for the inning of work or a third of inning of work, whatever he'd gotten. But this is why I put it in there. What he's done since he came back from the IL, 1.29 ERA over 7 innings. He's allowed just 4 hits, 1 earned run. just 7. He's not given up the home run ball. Just one home run ball in his last 9 appearances since he'd given up 3 his first 2 this season.
But like, none of that shocks me, you know? He also has the capacity to have a double-digit ERA in AAA ball, you know? He does, also, and he's just injury after injury. It's not just, but this is the thing. It's not just the injuries. It's like the weird stuff, too. When it's, okay, his Adderall or whatever it was suspension early on. Then there's him not showing up in shape during the COVID season. And then just all the other injuries that go along with all of that. And he's done nothing. Okay, great. He's got a 0.0 ERA in 2/3 of an inning's work in the major leagues. That's awesome. Good. There's some team out there that's going to think that they're like, boy, look at this kid. If it really works out for him, this is the time. This is the time we can capitalize it. And just go ahead and let that team take on that pile of headaches. Yeah, maybe, but so long as a guy's throwing 99 miles per hour, even after multiple injuries sustained, he's going to get an opportunity. And I just assume the Astros give him that opportunity. And they need to call his ass back up when things are good, because things were not good when they originally called him up. And that's why it wasn't impressive. God. Right now, he's impressive. He's doing what he's supposed to do, expected to do at Sugar Land. So I want to see him do it with the ball club now. You know, the hard part with him is it's crazy forever. Yeah. 26 years old. You know, I have to remind myself that. All right, he's 26. I don't know. The very same things that kept Blanco from becoming what he was until he was age 29 or 30. Okay. Yes. All right. If I could try to forget that and say, all right, he's 26 years old. There's still potential upside for this young man. Keep the mentality. You and I had this conversation earlier this week, right, about a Houston Texan. I can't remember exactly who, but it's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe a change of scheme, is going to do this guy some good. Was it Derek Barnett we were discussing, who is 28 years old? And maybe he just discovers, like, his badassery with D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans. It was the Jason Babin comparison that you'd made, remember? Who Babin was ass here, and then he goes to, Philadelphia, and I think there was a stop before he got into Philadelphia. Was it Indianapolis or Tennessee that he had a double-digit sack season? Like, it can happen later in stages, later in a career for guys. Maybe Forrest is one of those from a baseball sense. I'm holding out hope, Seth. Holding out hope. Our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Yeah, those guys. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Coming up next in headlines. I told you we have some organizational updates from the Astros. We'll get to that and some NFL news next at Sports Radio 610. Hey, this time of year.
One can.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, time now for our headlines segment. I'm Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast here. Well, happy Friday. We'll begin with the Astros, obviously completing the sweep of the Marlins last night. They won 6-3, but some good little updates in terms of what's going on within your dudes in the organization. We'll start with Luis Garcia. He's scheduled to throw a bullpen yesterday, but only played catch. And the date of his next rehab start unclear, Seth. I don't know if this gives you pause, gives you concern.
It pauses me.
Joe Espada said yesterday that, quote, he's been hurt for 2 years, and we want to make sure every step we take is at the right pace, end quote. We know how this ball club has handled injury situations and, well, how it's been reciprocated by the injured players. I don't really know what to think of this. Really nothing. It's just kind of a TBD for me.
Yeah, with Luis Garcia, I mean, boy. I mean, this organization is not always going to let you know exactly when something horrific, like something as minor as a Tommy John surgery is on
always
the way.
As in never.
I think with Luis Garcia, I'm the opposite of how I am with Lance McCullers or Forrest Whitley with Luis Garcia. Everything about him is always just so drama-free and just kind of straightforward, easy as she goes, that I feel like this is probably just the normal what you might do with any pitcher when you're just trying to be as careful as possible, especially with the All-Star breakout. There's no urgency to get Luis Garcia back immediately.
No.
So, I think they're just taking it slow and just taking it slow and being as careful as possible with his imminent return.
Yeah, I think so too. It's like, damn, we already had to shut Lance down for a little bit. We don't want to have the same situation arise with Luis Garcia. And speaking of Lance, Joe Espada talked on McCullers Jr. yesterday, said, quote, he's just not feeling well after his bullpens and his throwing programs. He's going to be no throw for a few days until we sit back down and reevaluate how we're going to move forward. Well, it's Friday, so we'll see if this weekend is one of those days in which they reevaluate McCullers. In terms of Caratini, who I mentioned last segment, I believe, he's going to head to West Palm Beach. I think he did yesterday, maybe last night, and is going to continue building up his rehab. Kyle Tucker played catch on the field at Minute Maid Park yesterday. First time he's done any quote-unquote on-field baseball activities since crushing his shin with a ball back on June 3rd. So good news for Tuck, who we all presume will be back at the end of the All-Star break.
Yep. And you can get everybody can start riling up. We'll have to do this later in the show is to figure out who we've got personal vendettas against in this Rangers series. You can watch for the appropriate amount of sports hatred.
All of them. Adolis Garcia will take the cake, I would imagine. But yes, that's a good idea. Next up on headlines, curious to get your thoughts on this individual who passed away yesterday. Ole Miss actually announced this that I saw. Monty Wizard, who spent more than 50 years coaching in the NFL and collegiate ranks, the architect of the famous Tampa 2 defense, passed away yesterday at the age of 84. His son Lane, obviously the head coach at Ole Miss, and I did not know this, Seth, but Monty Kiffin was apparently working alongside his son Lane at Ole Miss as a defensive analyst.
Yeah.
All the way up through last season, did the whole season with him. That was interesting.
Yeah, he's been kind of just a lot of these guys. Remember, this was like it was with Vic Fangio when you found out that he'd been working with the Eagles the year they went to the Super Bowl. But as an analyst or in this. They can watch film, they can give their input. A lot of times with the older guys, the retired coaches, what they're doing is basically, they call it red teaming, where you look at Vic Fangio would look at the Eagles' offensive game plan and basically say, okay, this is how I would attack it. This is what I would, if I were your opponent, this is what I would do. And guys like Monty Kiffin are so great in that regard, as well as being the father to a Lane Kiffin who looks like I honestly, I'm not trying to make light of this or anything. They're much different people. Like Lane Kiffin was not the same dude as his father.
Yeah.
And Lane's got a certain personality about him, and it was probably good to have his father around as the wise elder guy to maybe sometimes tamp things down a little bit.
Yeah.
I honestly, when I came into the league as a young rookie, I didn't know much about. I was just a dumb rookie. I didn't know anything about Monty Kiffin or anything. But Lane Kiffin, quality control guy on the Jaguars staff.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to know Lane Kiffin a little bit and would talk to him about things. And I think Lane was working with the defense at that time. And he ended up being an offensive guy, but he was learning everything he could about football. But those Monty Kiffin defenses, 13 years he was with the Bucs from 1996 to 2008. I mean, they kind of introduced a brand new way of thinking about football in the NFL in a lot of ways. And it was one of those beautiful things that I think people made the mistake sometimes of thinking it was a simple defense, which it was in some regards, but it was that it was so well coached and because the talent was exactly right for that defense. And there are a lot of similarities to those old Monty Kiffin defenses to what DeMeco wants to do. He wants to have pass rushers up front so you can play zone behind. And then, everything's more complicated these days. But at the end of the day, what it really comes down to is you can get away with being simple if you coach the hell out of it.
Yeah.
And you've got guys that are super, super intelligent. Guys like, dang it. Barber, thank you. Rondé Barber or John Lynch on the back end. And likewise with the Texans, I think that's what they look at is, all right, can Jalen Petrie be like a John Lynch type of guy who's super, super smart? Can Kalen Bullock be a guy, and Kalen Bullock would likely be more in the John Lynch role, who can be super, super smart and to be a hunter. And these days you got to do it legally without putting your head into it and everything, but then also have the horses up front to get it done. That's a lot of Monty Kiffin stuff. And DeMeco Ryans, in some ways, has that same hyper attention to detail and an ability to get the most intelligence out of a football player on the back end. That's where I think DeMeco shares some similarities with Monty Kiffin.
Yeah, there's a couple different Texan angles here to this because one of his other son, Chris, coached the linebackers last year for the Texans, replaced this offseason by former Arizona Cardinal linebacker coach Bill Davis. Kiffin had interviewed for multiple DC openings. I don't remember all of whom he talked to, but I do remember the Miami Dolphins being a team that Chris had interviewed with for their defensive coordinator role. But sad news, certainly for the Kiffin fam, college and NFL football losing a great one. I would imagine those great football fams, particularly the ones in the coaching ranks, like when you think of Shanahan and Harbaugh's and Phillips, the Kiffin's got to be up there somewhere when it runs in the family like this lineage with Chris and Lane and obviously the great and now posthumous Monty Kiffin passing away yesterday at the age of 84. That's going to do it for headlines. I should mention this, too, by the way, just from a little bit of a Rocket nostalgia standpoint. Kyle Lowry, remember him? He used to play point guard for your Rockets back here in H-Town. Staying in Philly, agreeing to a contract with the Sixers yesterday. He's 38. That was another one of those stories why I bring it up. Makes me feel kind of old. I can't believe Kyle Lowry's 38. Kind of crazy. Coming up next, we're going to roll into the 7 o'clock hour. CJ Stroud absolutely robbed last night. If you don't know, you'll know next. It's Sports Radio 610.
If you are looking for a brand new Chevy, you've been eyeballing those Tahoes and you just got to get one, but you've been holding off, go to Bayway Chevrolet.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
In for Sean Pendergast this morning, I'm Sean Bijani, along with Seth Payne. Ben Gary producing. Appreciate him all week long. Always enjoy when I get a chance to work with you guys, man. It's a lot of fun. Good morning. It's 7 o'clock. Appreciate you joining us. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You want to be a part of the show, you can hit us up on the text line. Chat as well. YouTube, at last check, was up and running, fairly normal.
Yeah,
I would assume,
YouTube's bad. I think it worked. I think it worked pretty well all day yesterday too. So
yeah, it
for
seemed
our
like
YouTube people. If you're blaming us for the hurricane, we apologize.
Our bad, like we can control it. Speaking of which, I might as well pass this along because the number. Well, damn it. I was going to say the number
is internet down again.
No, but I mean, okay. I checked at 550 this morning, Seth. And we were well below the 1 million household mark on the current customers affected with the power outage.
Oh,
so
okay.
like in the 800,000s, right? And so at 5:50 this morning, the number was down to 874. Last segment, it was down to 872. And as I was about to say, the number continues to dwindle as I refresh my screen. It is now increased to 876. So tremendous.
So there's... And I mean, maybe the numbers are wrong or something, but for anybody out there listening right now who didn't have power, then had power, and then lost it again.
Oh, it's happened.
I saw some people reporting that, like their light, every time it started, I think Lance actually said this yesterday, every time it started raining, his lights would come on and off for 10 seconds at a time.
Oh, sure. Well, I was laughing my ass off, but like it was kind of like a frustrated, angry, like, of course, like a very cynical laugh, if you will, when my buddy, he's in like Orange right now, and he's like, it's getting dark over here, man, and it's coming towards you. And no sooner did I get off the phone with him that my wife got an update saying, yes, in the next 30 minutes, severe thunderstorms are going to be coming through, possible power outages. And we're like, son of a... like we had just settled into my sister-in-law's house that had power, AC, the whole thing, and it's like we're gonna lose this sucker again, man.
That's like the very end of Harvey. I was in League City, and that thing was moving so slow out of town, and like League City and Clear Lake in that area was just getting pounded with rain.
Yeah.
And I'm just watching the satellite and just waiting. It was like waiting for water to boil when you got it on low. It was awful.
I agree with the 832, by the way, on the text line. That number is BS. You know what? You know why I think it is BS? Because according to the trusty Whataburger app, that still basically has all of those locations north and northeast of town, like with no power. There's no way that 876,000 households, that's the only number. Like, that's the number that is without power. No, like, I would believe 2.8 million households still without power, but 876,000, no, I call absolute BS. But, until I am not one of them, I will not be. Then I'll be a little less passionate about the situation. I'm angry that I missed it last night, but then again, I'm kind of not. I don't know if you had a chance to watch the ESPYs last night.
I watched 0 of the ESPYs, and it's not because I'm too good for the ESPYs or anything. And I just I watch the Astros, and I don't pay attention to this stuff. I catch up on it the next morning.
I say that because I love the ESPYs, and it's really for, just 2 reasons. The main reason is the Jimmy V Award. I rewatch the Jimmy V speech each and every year, except for this year because I've had no internet service, so I couldn't kind of revel in my nostalgia that way. But then 2, anytime there is a Houston representative in a category or categories, I want to see how our guys do. And I was excited for last night, even though I didn't get a chance to watch it, that I was going to come in this morning and see that the inevitable should have happened, did happen. The obvious would have happened, and that was, well, the city of Houston had one single solitary representative in one single solitary category entering last night, the 2024 ESPYs, and it was CJ Stroud. He was nominated and up to win the best breakthrough athlete. Now, I thought it was a stone-cold lock, Seth, and I want to get your take on this. CJ Stroud was going up against Juju Watkins, who is a USC women's basketball player, and I do believe like an 18-year-old one as well.
Yeah.
Haley Bryant is an LSU gymnast. Yeah, that's two college chicks in this award with CJ Stroud, who is an NFL freaking quarterback. And then there's Victor Wembanyama, literal giant for the San Antonio Spurs. I just thought it was a stone-cold lock. CJ Stroud was going to win Best Breakthrough Athlete of the Year.
I think especially if you look at, for one, it's just garbage that they put college athletes or high school athletes in the same category as the pros.
Yeah.
It's unfair to anybody who.
What is that?
The pro who wins it looks like you're beating up on the college kids. If a college kid wins it, it just doesn't feel like they're competing obviously on the same level. And when it comes to breakthrough, whatever the actual criteria are, and I know we have the actual criteria, it's just that. Yes, you're right. It says one of the criteria is that it's a breakthrough in a major international individual sport or North American professional team sport.
Let's paint with a big, broad Bob Ross brush. Like,
when
hey,
it comes to, if we're going to say major, you could define it a million different ways, but there's just nothing as major as any of the pro sports, the major league, well, at least the big three. Basketball, NHL, not NHL, NBA, MLB, or football. Mm-hmm. It's just not the same. I guess college football would compete with MLB. It's garbage the way they did the actual format. When it comes to Wembanyama versus CJ Stroud, I think that team success should matter. And okay, it's awesome. It's awesome that Wembanyama played as well as he did, et cetera, et cetera. But, it's not his fault that his team was garbage, but his team was garbage.
Yes.
Whereas CJ Stroud took a team that was predicted by many to be the worst team in the league, and he helped take them to the playoffs and won a playoff game and he played extremely well in that playoff game.
There was no expectation for the Spurs to be good. They were supposed to suck, and they did suck, and they just happened to have one of the more entertaining players on it that played really good basketball.
And when it comes to breakthrough, again, look at expectations. Did anybody really doubt that Wembanyama was going to look good in his rookie year? I would think the consensus opinion was, I think the consensus opinion was probably that his rookie year went exactly the way it went.
Yeah,
on
agreed.
A bad basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas CJ Stroud, again, was basically looked at. People were looking at the Texans like, they got shafted. They got the second best guy.
Yeah.
Look at the history of number two, the second quarterback taken in the first round. Nope, same old Texans. Old Texans.
The literal definition / description of what the best breakthrough athlete in the ESPYs is supposed to recognize. This is from the Wikipedia page for this category specifically, right? The award is typically given to a sports person in his or her rookie season at a given level, but may be won by any athlete who in a given year improves his or her performance dramatically or otherwise becomes well recognized.
Yeah.
No one in any way, shape, or form embodied that. Talking about Victor Wembanyama, right? I would have even been cool if Wemby would have won that award, but a college basketball player not named Caitlin freaking Clark did. Juju Watkins, in case you don't know. Juju Watkins, the women's basketball player from USC, did win the award last night, and no offense to her or anything, it's just that should not have happened.
No, they need to be separate categories. Now, at the end of the day, it's not just like any award, like any postseason award or what have you is largely like, okay, it's a nice honor for the individual or what have you. And they're all meaningless at the end of the day. But the ESPYs is especially a meaningless award because it's something that ESPN very smartly and adroitly did long ago to figure out, hey, how can we get some eyeballs on our station in the deadest time of year? It feels like an extra slap in the face that this is all publicity for ESPN. It's a way for them to get a bunch of famous people in a room, and then after it feels like a rope-a-dope. You get a bunch of famous people in the room to watch, and then you give it to the least acclaimed people in the room. I feel used and abused by ESPN, even though I didn't actually put my own eyeballs on the content. But I am talking about it right now.
Yeah,
it's our stupid human ability to get offended by things that we actually don't care about, and yet here I am, offended by it. Thanks a lot, Sean.
I know CJ Stroud's not tripping about it, but we're going to talk about this.
I hope it's one of the chips on his shoulder.
Yeah, right.
I hope their first game, and immediately afterwards, he thanks God first, and then goes immediately into a rant against the ESPN.
Do you remember who the Texans play the first game of the season? First game of the regular season. Do you know who they play?
I would have.
It's Indianapolis Colts,
yeah,
right?
Right. That's what I wanted to say.
He's already got a chip on his shoulder because of the whole, quote-unquote tiff between him and Zaire Franklin. Zaire Franklin, who once was very complimentary, just days after getting his ass kicked by CJ Stroud and the Texans, has now since come out multiple times and wondered why CJ Stroud is feeling himself so much. Well, you started the whole thing. It's like psychological warfare. So I would imagine CJ Stroud's already going into week one with a slight bit of a chip on said shoulder that officially shut Zaire Franklin up.
Obviously, I agree with you that he's not going to have a huge chip on his shoulder.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying.
I do think, though, too, this is the thing that happens, and I don't get overly annoyed by this. It's just what happens is the transition also from the Texans were largely regarded to. You remember everybody? I can't believe they traded away their pick to the Cardinals when they're obviously going to have the top pick in the draft next year. And then one of the things that went into that reasoning was, look at his receivers. He doesn't have any good receivers. By the end of the season, it had turned into like, well, look at he was in a really good situation because look at how good his receivers are. Go die. Go die with your revisionist takes about CJ Stroud's rookie year. Not to mention that largely people still don't talk about how bad the running game was last year, and there's nothing that helps. Usually, for rookies to have a really good performance in their rookie year as a quarterback, it almost always coincides with having a really good rushing attack. You look at Russell Wilson, Roethlisberger in his second year. You look at Tom Brady in his second year, which is his first year as a starter, a full-time starter, or he had a really good defense. He had a formidable rushing attack. Doing it as a rookie quarterback without a rushing attack makes it that much harder. And CJ, as much credit as he's gotten, I think people don't realize the fact that at times he was playing with 4 backup offensive linemen. And some of those offensive linemen were third-string offensive linemen or guys that had been picked up off of waivers. It was a hodgepodge of players on the offensive line and young, unproven guys at receiver that he did an incredible job with. And again, he's getting a boatload of credit, but I don't think even the people giving him credit understand just how many extra challenges he had compared to other rookie quarterbacks who have won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, 100%. If you're just joining us, we're vehemently complaining about CJ Stroud not winning Best Breakthrough Athlete in the ESPYs last night. In fact, Juju Watkins, who's she? Women's basketball player for USC. She's 18, I think.
And again, I would say the same thing. It's not like a women's sports thing. It's more just it's largely just like NCAA basketball right now, NCAA men's basketball now. It's just not at the same level of notoriety or notability. It's just not. You take any college sport other than college football, and they just don't register the way any of the professional sports do.
100%, man, 100%. It just bothers me because I thought about it like this. We know the best baseball player is Shohei Ohtani. We know the best NFL player is Patrick Mahomes. we know the best NBA player is none. Maybe this is a little bit more subjective, but, roll with me. Luka Doncic, we know in this country's most popular sport.
Well, has a regular season award? Yeah, Doncic.
Yeah.
We'll say
most popular sport, most challenging position in all of sports. For 2023, CJ Stroud was the best breakthrough athlete of the year. There was no question about it. And he was shafted last night. He got screwed.
I see that RG3 gave the approval of the former rich kid Prince there getting his award. So good. I can rest easy knowing that it was okay for Prince. Was it William? No.
Oh, yeah, Harry.
Harry, that's right, Harry.
What was up with that? That's another reason why I'm not that angry that I'd missed the ESPYs last night. Like, what the hell was that?
I was having an argument with one of our listeners, a somewhat cordial argument about what our listeners want right now, because everybody is always feeling at some point when you're listening to our show that to talk that, not this. I think that, would you guess that 90% of people who listen to our show don't give a damn about the royal family? The British royal family.
90%? Yes.
At least 90%.
Conservatively,
right?
I would say 90%.
Yeah, like I would think that's as close to unanimous as we can get. And I do think that, look, Harry, whatever, he's done some really, really good things for veterans, and he's a veteran himself. He served in Afghanistan. That's a whole. I could do a podcast episode on that. The whole thing when a royal family member is in the military. Mm-hmm. They, and like Harry never wanted any special consideration or anything, but they have to treat it on a couple of levels. Is one, like they're gonna be careful not to put him in harm's way unnecessarily, even though he is serving in combat. But
yeah.
But out of protecting people in his group, he becomes a target more so, So, like, they have to keep it very, very, like, they have to be extra careful about letting anybody know where Prince Harry is, because the enemy looks at, like, oh, they've got a member of the British royal family.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
That's a big, that puts
everybody else
extra attention on them, right? They become more of a target.
Yeah. Well, I started thinking about Saving Private Ryan, with Private James Ryan, they're looking for him. And they're just trying to keep him safe, and they get in all these like firefights, and they're like, "No, get down! You will not. You will not stand up. You will not try to be a hero. Like, take your ass over there and hide under that, hide in that foxhole."
It's so hard for us as Americans, or at least I think red-blooded Americans, like the ones who listen to this show, to understand the infatuation with the royal family, even by the British themselves. Like, they've been duped. Like, the entire UK has been duped into caring about those people, when just about every other monarchy, the royal families were lucky not to be executed at some point. And they figured out a way to turn it into a reality show and maintain this level of adoration. And I feel bad for the Brits, because so many of them, and then so many Americans, have been duped into like caring about these fancy Kardashians. It's disgusting.
Yeah. 713-572-4610 from the 281. I guess Jokic died. I guess I'll turn 610 off for good this time. Shaking my head, Sean. It's not me, knucklehead. We're going through like who won the ESPY awards for.
Well, you gave your stamp of authenticity on the award.
Well, I did say it was more subjective, but yeah. Luka got best NBA player. Mahomes got best NFL player.
Yeah,
Shohei got best MLB player. Like, have your argument with the ESPY knuckleheads that made these decisions.
When it comes to breakthrough, too, I guess that CJ was already widely nationally known in regard conversation, obviously, about him versus Bryce Young and everything. But whatever, he did get. You know what though? He did get ignored at the ESPYs. But he did get some love on Hard Knocks. They didn't name him by name, But Hard Knocks, which is following the Giants through their offseason, and I've gotten pulled into it. It's really good stuff because you see the way the sausage is made. You see Joe Shane, the GM, and the scouts discussing Saquon Barkley in that situation.
That was great audio yesterday, by the way, that we played. Fantastic.
Well, that's and in this week's episode, Joe Shane basically, you could see that previously he had been kind of confident in how little Saquon Barkley was going to command in free agency. By the time they catch up this week during the Combine, it seems like he realizes that he has no idea what the running back market is going to be. I think the scuttlebutt had started to be that, okay, there's going to be more demand for running backs this year. But there are a couple things. This was the CJ Stroud reference, and this is when one of the Giants scouts was interviewing Marvin Harrison about how he handles bad quarterback throws.
Obviously played with one of the best quarterbacks for a few years. How about you got a young guy, he's growing in the position. You beat a guy like this, get a chance for a touchdown, he underthrows it. What do you come back to the huddle saying to him?
I don't say nothing to quarterbacks.
No.
I don't say nothing to quarterbacks.
I mean, it's a throw, right?
I mean, I can make a play. I can make a play still.
Yeah.
So
you're going to take the cheese out.
I would never say anything to the quarterback. I always blame it on myself.
Yeah, so basically, look, you went from CJ Stroud to Kyle McCord. You went to what? Come on, that's got to suck, right? That's got to really, really suck going from CJ Stroud to Kyle McCord.
Yeah.
You went from eating at a fancy steakhouse to grubbing in the dumpster. And Marvin Harrison came off as professionally as he could in that situation. He had the exact right answer. So that was pretty cool just to hear C.J. Stroud get that mention, even though they didn't mention him by name. Everybody knew.
Oh, you knew. Yeah, you absolutely knew.
Oh, yeah. I felt bad for Kyle McCord. Kyle McCord might just be watching Hard Knocks.
God, I feel bad for Kyle McCord after you just basically compared him to a dumpster.
He said it was a bad throw. Harrison came off really well in this. We'll play some Malik Neighbors audio later where I don't think he came off poorly, but there's clearly a difference in how people regarded Marvin Harrison. They were talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. Hey, look, he's got the lineage, he's got the tutelage of his father, all the reports of him are awesome, he handles himself perfectly. He was just the shining star pupil where there's no concerns about anything, about his attitude or anything like that. Where with Malik Neighbors, there's a little bit more of okay, boy, they don't say the diva word, but it sounds like he can get kind of grumpy when he's not getting targets. The part that annoyed me in watching the entire episode was there was Ryan Daboll, the coach of the Giants, was interviewing all the quarterbacks and just kind of grilling them, putting them up on the whiteboard, asking them all kinds of tough questions. And there was a 20-second clip on X that was floating around where people were looking at it oh my gosh, Jayden Daniels is an idiot. Oh my gosh, he can't look at this. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Sean, I know you haven't seen or heard this yet, and we won't get into the intricate X's and O's. For the listeners, you're going to hear some intricate X's and O's. Don't worry about what any of it means or anything, but I'm intrigued by your assessment of it as a former football coach, Sean. Just how bad or not bad this was by Jayden Daniels.
Okay.
Hey, Jay. Erase that Z, make him the F. Erase the X and make him the Z. Erase the W, make him the X. Erase the T and make him the H. Ready?
Yep.
Gun trolley right, 64 house X in. Give it back to me. Nope, don't look at it.
Oh,
give it back to me how we call it.
The whole play?
Yeah.
Gun trolley right, house F in.
Okay, X in.
X in.
That's okay. And then if it's cover one, what do we want you to do? Probably.
Don't touch them.
All right, I like that answer.
Okay, so that was he messed up in saying F in instead of X in, or vice versa. I've screwed it up already. Brian Daboll wouldn't draft me. That was one part of it where people were. I honestly, I was amazed at how many people were acting like, "Oh my gosh, what an idiot!" on that. Where he was taking a play that Jayden Daniels himself had just drawn up from college. Daboll asks him to switch the names of all the receivers, and then here's this play, and then feed it back to me.
Yeah.
Just basically he can handle on a very short. But Jayden's already got that muscle memory of saying that play over and over and over again, saying X in. Would that have caused? As a coach, would you have thought like, oh, this kid doesn't know what he's talking about?
Absolutely not.
No. Like I could easily see CJ Stroud screwing that up.
Yes, 100%. And I guarantee you he has. I guarantee you he's done that multiple times because those are the exercises that you have to put your quarterbacks through. You have to put your players through, but specifically your quarterbacks because, yes, muscle memory's good in many fashions, especially in football. But when you've got to take the field with a different player at a different position, muscle memory is a really bad thing sometimes when, yeah, it's like, oh, I know this play, but you have to switch things up because of defensive personnel, or maybe, you know what, I just realized during the course of a game that this play's ass as currently designed, and I need to flip it around, and I need my quarterback to be able to make that adjustment, so I don't need him to go to the huddle and say, hey, we're going to do da-da-da-da-da-da-da. No, it's the same, but I need you to flip the receiver a little bit. And so you've got to be able to pivot in that, and it's not a thing that you can easily do like in one rep, in your first rep.
You know, the other part of it too is that, I mean, you know who wasn't all that great in whiteboard sessions coming out of college was Pat Mahomes. Some things are just incredibly simple in a lot of ways compared to what a lot of other, like what CJ Stroud ran in college.
Yeah.
And he was like he was not as good as a lot of other guys like DeShaun Watson was on the whiteboard. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't mean that he was an idiot or anything. He just hadn't had the exposure to it. And you add into that Jayden Daniels had transferred and was working in a different system. That was I felt like that was overblown. The one thing that I wondered about though was, and this is what I would have been more concerned about, was his answer to how he would have responded to cover one was throw a touchdown. Like, all right, that's where I think they were like, okay, well, wait a second. No, you got to tell me exactly how you're going to respond to the coverage to throw a touchdown.
Yeah,
Dave all chuckled at it, and I think he liked the confidence, but that was the part that, again, this is one little sliver. This is one little sliver of you see of a 15 or 20 minute interview that does not tell the whole story whatsoever. If I were Jayden Daniels watching the film of myself watching the film, I would have said, all right, yeah, I obviously should have given him a more detailed answer about how I responded to cover one on this.
Like, you know, you can get by with it in some instance, but with a specific question like that, it's kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna throw a touchdown, and coach is over there saying, yeah, but no, really, like.
Really. Okay, how are you going to throw the touchdown?
Yeah, like, can you walk me through that, please? That would be fantastic. You know, this might have been off air that we were talking about this yesterday, but this particular clip and what you're saying about people crushing Jayden Daniels on social media for this, it reminds me when we were talking about taking defensive linemen into a classroom and putting them on a whiteboard and how, you know, the ADHD kind of stuff kicks in. Like, are they really hearing me? Are they really understanding? You know, are they paying attention? Because you've got to you have to do that stuff, but there's only a certain amount of time that you can really spend before you're going to lose people. It's just like a regular classroom setting. So I was telling you that I tried to very quickly, you know, pivot, like, here's what I'm going to show them on the board, and boom, let's do it, you know, against an actual offensive line, like a dummy O-line, or do it in cones, even in a classroom, like on bad weather days. And you've got to be able to make those adjustments. But for me, I told you it was like therapeutic, but it was a refresher for me. When I got an opportunity to get on the board with my kids, it was just validation for me, like, yeah, this play works. Yes, I thought about this the correct way because I've gone over it countless times in my office. I've gone over it countless times in my office with my coaches. I know, like, they've said yes, but when kids have questions and you're forced to kind of explain things on the board, it just reinforces that, you know what, yes, this works. Or, you know what, sometimes, you know what? You're absolutely right, Mr. 3 Technique. This play is ass. It's not going to work. We're going to be out leveraged here in this situation. And so you're able to come with your kids learning in that sense sometimes. And that's the way I approached it.
Yeah, the really cool thing about Jayden Daniels was that they used a new virtual reality system this year that it was created by these, I want to say they're German guys who had created it for soccer. But they wanted to see if they could do it with football. So they had presented it to a bunch of teams, and the LSU staff really responded to it. And these German dudes were working with the LSU staff all offseason on kind of perfecting this virtual reality system for the quarterbacks to where it looked exactly like it wasn't glitchy like a lot of the ones are now where it just looks kind of right but not. But it could like incorporate the way specific cornerbacks responded to routes and everything and made it look very realistic from the field level. So Jayden Daniels worked with that a lot, and that was one of the things where he took a huge leap forward. And some of the processing stuff that people had questions about him, he took a huge leap forward because he was really disciplined about working with that and doing a lot, like making a lot of the reads and responding to coverages in a way that he hadn't before. And it just goes to show you, it'd be funny that, LSU now is becoming the place that if you're a Joe Burrow or Jayden Daniels or whoever else, like transfer there. And, obviously different circumstances than with Joe Burrow. I think if Jayden Daniels hadn't had that experience, you wouldn't have known that he had that upside to you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but is that like widely known technology or
there've been the technology is a lot more teams are using it, but it's like anything else, it's not as good as the movie version of it yet. And it seems like the one that LSU is using is probably the best version they have out there yet. And because different quarterbacks that have tried it, some have liked it and some haven't in the past, because it's one of those things where if it's close to reality but not really, really close to reality, it can maybe be more counterproductive than not. But it is, I think what they're realizing with quarterbacks nowadays is that a lot of what they used to think, which is like, well, if a guy's not accurate in college, he's just not going to be accurate in the NFL. They've seen quarterbacks like Dak Prescott and Josh Allen actually improve their accuracy through footwork. And with Josh Allen, a lot of it was with some of the same high-speed camera technology that Major League Pitching uses. They've started to use that with quarterback throwing motion. And they've been able to just get more improvement and more development out of these quarterbacks in a way that they just didn't realize they could before. So with Jayden Daniels, I think it's a perfect example of just either because of the system he'd been in before or just because of his personal development or whatever, they weren't capitalizing on it. And it turns out that he gets to LSU and okay, wait a second, this kid's actually a much quarterback than we thought he was going to be.
Right.
So, and that's where it can be exciting and it can also be scary because it's there's maybe a better chance that you can develop a guy that's not the top quarterback taken, but you don't want to run away with it and think that it's a slam dunk. Like Josh Allen improving as much as he did from his college tape to the NFL.
Right.
I think it's going to fool a lot of teams into thinking they can do the exact same thing with a guy that kind of looks or moves like Josh Allen. So just like in baseball, you don't want to overly rely on the analytics. You got to try to try to use it as a tool, but not overly hammer.
Well, I think we were talking about this yesterday. I'm sure you've had this conversation multiple times, maybe with Sean and other people too. But looking at Josh Allen, clearly looked like a totally different dude his rookie year to his sophomore campaign in Buffalo. Well, something pretty significant changed for him and that football team by way of an individual named Stephon Diggs. Like, when he got there, he and Josh Allen, that marriage, I think I said this yesterday, they got the very best out of each other together. And it was immediately noticeable that second year in the league. I think it was for Josh Allen.
I think it was his third year, wasn't it? Because they made the playoffs.
You might be right. Yeah, you might be right.
They played the Texans in the 2019 playoffs, and that's where he had a lot of boneheaded, classic Josh Allen types of plays. Then the third year he improved his mechanics, and then you add to, especially I think probably the bigger influence was having Stephon Diggs there. That's when they took off and they went 13-3 in 2020.
Yeah. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, we've actually got a couple of more really interesting clips from the Hard Knocks offseason edition, and
these are kind of relevant to the whole Stephon Diggs dynamic.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to this, and especially for you to introduce the audio to how you couched it with me. I cannot wait to hear this. Seth will set this up for us coming up next. Keep it here at Sports Radio 610.
Do you spend as much time planning for your retirement as you do for planning your upcoming summer vacation? Think about that for a second.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
In for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani. Seth Payne here as well. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. If you'd like to be a part of the show, you can text us. Hit us up on the YouTube stream chat as well. Played some really cool audio last segment from the off-season episode of Hard Knocks. It's this week's version they were playing, and some good stuff from Marvin Harrison on CJ Stroud, though he did not name him by name. It was really cool to hear that, and I can't wait to go back and watch this. Like probably many of you who still without power, not even really even thinking about that stuff, even if you do have power, I would imagine. Hopefully you are continuing to deal with everything the best you possibly can, but probably a pretty good escape if you do have the time to carve out and go back and watch this stuff, because football season is right around the corner, and we're going to be hot and heavy talking about it in the thick of things here in the next 6 days.
Yeah, and this there were a few Texans angles to it, not to speak to some of the issues or questions that we have about the Texans this year.
Yeah.
And obviously, Stephon Diggs, it just his temperament, his contentiousness at times, that's got, I know, a lot of our listeners nervous about any potential discord during the season or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But the Giants would go on to draft Malik Nabers, the wide receiver out of LSU.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's really interesting when you can watch these offseason discussions around the time of the Combine about how the Giants thought about some of these guys. You see interviews with Marvin Harrison, you see interviews with Malik Nabers, you see interviews with Rome Odunze. So the Giants had the potential to look at various those guys, and they could have drafted either Odunze or Nabers, because Harrison was off the board by the time the Giants picked. This was a Giant scout discussing Malik Nabers before the Combine.
We got Malik, LSU. Yeah, Malik, highly passionate, highly competitive kid, loves football. He will train hard, plays with a big-time chip on his shoulder. He's a guy that always won the most targets. You'll hear about it if he's not getting his targets. We need to get around this kid and see if we can work with him, because there is a lot to the personality.
Yeah, so the thing I thought immediately there was we had some Tom Brady audio earlier, and Tom Brady's been spending a lot of time with CJ Stroud. I think he's become kind of a mentor to CJ Stroud. He's a big fan of CJ Stroud.
Definitely.
So now whenever Tom about quarterbacking, I feel like it's something that he's said privately to CJ Stroud and maybe
I think the same thing. Yes.
Yeah. So and Brady talked about the importance of getting guys touches early in a game to keep them involved in everything. And I when Brady first said it, my first knee-jerk reaction was, you want to have that old school mentality. You're like, no, my guys are going to be involved mentally whether they're getting the ball or not. But I think on a practical level, there is that part of receivers especially where, man, some of you want those guys to be hungry for the ball, and you want to keep them involved. It's the same way in basketball. There's some guys that you just want to be sure they get their touches early so they stay involved with it. You hear this talked about with centers a lot, where even if they're not necessarily a huge part of the offense, get them their touches and get them into the flow, and they tend to play better on defense if they're also getting some touches offensively.
Yeah.
I think with wide receivers, because the guys that sometimes guys have, they're agitated if they don't get the ball. They get those touches. Not only do they stay engaged on the receiving side of it, you get better blocking out of them, because they don't feel like they're being ignored. Like, okay, I'm a part of this game plan. But this was Brian Daboll, the Giants coach, in that interview. Remember, they said they wanted to be able to ensure they had conversations with Malik Nabers and kind of get to know what he's all about. This is Brian Daboll asking Nabers how he handles not getting targets early.
How do you handle losing? Be straight.
Not at all. I really hate it. I hate.
And then how do you handle not being involved early in the game?
How do I handle it?
Yeah.
I handle it pretty tough, especially, during the week.
That's what I'm looking for.
Been in the offense, in the week, putting in the work with the one offense, getting a lot of plays,
know to be called for me. So if I'm not in those plays and not getting the ball, I'm pretty hard on it.
I don't mind that.
And then he was. I didn't have the time to bleep out the rest of Dayball's comments after that. He basically said, "Hey, look, I'm the same way. I get really upset, and he talked to neighbors about how you got to learn how to manage that and everything." And so obviously the Giants go on to draft Neighbors, and it wasn't an obstacle or whatever that he might be kind of temperamental if he's not getting the ball. It's just something they're going to have to work with, and I think that's probably really close to some of the conversations that Nick and D'Amico and perhaps CJ have had already about, like, listen, look, there's a lot of really good wide receivers are also really temperamental if they're not getting the ball, and it's not the ideal way you draw it up in the handbook of how to handle yourself as a professional, and yet that's the reality of the situation. So I think that D'Amico and Nick both have a really practical approach to stuff like this.
Yeah,
I think they understand that dynamic the same way even a simple Tom Brady understands this dynamic.
My biggest takeaway from listening to these pieces of audio, particularly that people, I think, didn't know what he was really going to get out of the out of Neighbors in that response to his second question, because of the one that he got first, where it was a very cliche line. I hate losing more than I enjoy winning. How many times have we all heard that? And then so when he asks him how he handles not being involved in an offense early, not being involved in the game plan early, and he was honest.
Right.
And he said, look, I wouldn't like it. My mind, and maybe this is as a coach, went to a specific area where it's like, I didn't even really like that answer, as a coach. Now, I can understand, from Brian Daboll's perspective in that setting, why he liked that immediate response. You even heard him say that. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, let's go. I want to hear more, right? That kind of a thing.
Yeah.
I get it. But for me as a coach, I'm like, well, hold on, man. It's a very subjective situation here, because just because you're not involved in the game plan, or not even the game plan, that's if you're not getting your touches early, that can be subjective. Bleep could have hit the fan. Stuff could just be going wrong. Coverages could be really good. Or offensive line may not be protecting my quarterback to get to you in the read, the kind of a situation. Right. And so that's where I was kind of like, I would rather, I think, my receiver be a little bit more open-minded.
Version. That's what everybody would want. And you want a team full of yes sir, no sir. Okay, I'm here to sacrifice my body for the cause.
Yeah.
But the reality is, you're dealing with all different personality types, and not every single guy is going to be Andre Johnson, perhaps, or somebody that's like that. And I think from Brian Daboll's perspective is, I don't think he doesn't genuinely love that that's the way Neighbors is wired.
Yeah.
But he's been around a lot of NFL quarterbacks and wide receivers and everybody else. He knows that it runs the gamut.
Yeah.
And some guys who are divas are still the most valuable thing that you can have on your team in winning a Super Bowl. And there's other guys that are divas where you're like, dude, you're not worthy of this diva level.
Right.
It always comes down to some balancing act between ability and attitude. And you're willing to I think the biggest thing there, though, is that I think that Daboll would have been, knowing that he already has the background on Neighbors and has talked to some of his coaches and knows what, kind of maybe what the report on Neighbors is. I think Daboll would have genuinely been a little bit more disappointed if Neighbors gave the textbook perfect answer and basically looked like he'd been prepped for the interview.
Yes.
And he knew the right thing to say, because there's so many guys that are so good at being fraudulent in the interview.
Yeah.
And then you show up and all of a sudden you got to anticipate.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the times, and this is where I think sometimes people read too much into some of the combine testing and the personality stuff and the meeting stuff. It's not necessarily that they're making the decision based on how you respond to stuff. it's that they also want to know, all right, like, how do we coach this guy? How do we handle this guy if this is who we draft? And if there are issues, is this something that we have the stomach for, or is it going to mess up chemistry? So I think getting an honest answer there was probably the best for a guy that is going to be kind of agitated if he doesn't. And then you can work with him along the way on keeping his composure and everything else if he's not getting touches.
It's kind of like you're giving them. Ultimately, it's just being called transparent, but you're giving a little more accurate insight into exactly what you'd said. How am I going to be able to pivot and deal with and handle a situation or situations that arise during the course of a season, if in fact he's not being involved early? So I think it's there's a give and take there, because put yourself in an interview situation. Like, those kids understand that, mind you, they're kids. This is the biggest interview that they have ever had in their entire life to this point. And so there's a balance of like, okay, I do want to sound like I'm prepared for this question. I do want to give somewhat kind of very accurate and textbook responses, because I don't want to screw the question up, but at the same time, being asked to go out there and be your kind of unique, genuine self. That's why they like you from a football sense. And so if they have every inclination that, I can talk to this guy, I can coach this guy, he's going to be honest with me. The only way you can really get that accurate of a representation in an interview is if that interviewee is himself, is honest.
Yeah, and that's where it's so hard with football players, especially because, the interview environment's so artificial. And, we know this. You've read articles and books about just how bad interviews are actually at predicting how somebody's going to be. Yeah. I think with the quarterbacks, the way the position has evolved in the NFL, the quarterbacks are the guys where the interviews make the most sense, because in a lot of ways you want your quarterback to be the kind of guy that's going to interview well. Well, with a lot of other positions, we've joked about, I was a defensive lineman, and some of the very best guys I played with and the guys who were my best teammates and everything, they were awful in any kind of formal setting or what have you, and they probably would have, they probably didn't come off like the guys they actually were in interview settings. And I think the good coaches and scouts who have been around for a long time understand that. The guys that read too much into the specific interview, I think that's where they get into trouble. Honestly, I think Bill O'Brien is a guy that was a little too swayed by the actual non-football stuff. And I think sometimes he mistook book smarts for football smarts, or, just toughness and all that stuff. So I think that you just got to find that balance and use it as one small part of the equation. Yeah. But just if a guy is a dud in an interview, but everybody else is saying but this guy, he works his butt off and this, that, and the other thing, you got to balance all those things out.
100%. Yeah. Speaking of that first clip, he works his ass off. Nobody prepares like this guy, and he's a baller. You could have taken Malik Neighbors' name out of that and just played that general clip, and you're like, oh yeah, that person's talking about Stephon Diggs, or oh yeah, that person's talking about any other guy that you're worried about having diva qualities to them, so to speak. So that was kind of interesting to me. You're talking about reading into things. I don't know what we should read into this. I think it's about to get real for Dana Brown and the Astros. Are we really ready for it? We'll discuss next at Sports Radio 610.
How do you grade the Astros' first half of the season?
The injuries are occurring.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And for Pendergast, I'm Sean Gary producing. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. It's not breaking news that the Astros are planning to be active ahead of the trade deadline, which is coming up 19 days away, July 31st. Given their drastic turnaround, especially, it is expected for them to be active and maybe even really aggressive at the deadline. It's actually happening already, as it should. According to Jim Bowden of The Athletic, former baseball general manager, had this to say. Here's a little excerpt that we'll read for you as part of his latest piece. Astros general manager Dana Brown has made it clear to other front offices that he's focused on adding a veteran starter and an impactful long or short-term solution at first base. He's talked to the Mets about Luis Severino and Pete Alonso and has discussed Christian Walker with the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
Cody Bellinger with the Cubs.
What?
And Andrew Vaughn with the White Sox. Yeah,
Cody Bellinger with the Cubs?
Yeah, we'll get to that here in just a second.
Why is that fool's name being mentioned with my baseball team?
Well, yeah, I know we've got both. Plenty to say on that. Bowden continues. In terms of starters, the Astros have shown interest. Let me read that again. In terms of starters, the Astros have shown interest in Garrett Crochet, Eric Jack Flaherty, Chris Bassett, Yusei Kikuchi, who they just faced here recently, along with Kevin Gossman, Cal Quantrill, and Austin Gomber, among others.
All right, look, all those are very viable. We had actually we talked about Garrett Crochet a little bit earlier this week, in that he's been very heavily used by a bad baseball team this year, and some NL execs have said that apparently their plan for him would be to use him as a reliever until the postseason. If that's what the Astros would want to do with him, I don't know if that's exactly what they would want for what they need right now, which is to just get back into the division lead and cement themselves as a wild card, all that stuff. I need an actual starting pitcher that's going to be able to start.
Exactly. There's too many things about that I don't like for for the purposes that you would need another starter this year. Like key emphasis being on starter.
You're right. And the upside is that he's got 2 more years of team control. So you'd be getting him for 3 postseason runs. I don't know if that's exactly the fit unless they somehow were able to get a really good deal on him, which I don't think is going to happen because people really like Garrett Crochet.
Yeah.
The Cody Bellinger thing though, man. Okay, he's had a discussion about Cody Bellinger. So I'm choosing to believe that he was just asked about Cody Bellinger and that he wasn't reaching out thinking about Cody Bellinger. And we'll get to the reason the ringing a guy that's going to get booed lustily every single time he gets up to the plate. But it's like, just as a baseball player, ironically enough, ever since they cracked down on sign stealing, Cody Bellinger's, but he's been an average player. He was a horrendous player for 3 years, and then he had a good season last year, and then he's back to being just an average baseball player this year. But in the last 5 seasons, he's batted .242 with an OPS of 727, OPS plus of 97. I mean, like, he's the epitome of just an average dude who's playing like an average dude this year. And to jog everybody's memory, this is Cody Bellinger immediately after the Astros were given their punishment for the being better than everybody else scandal.
Thought the apologies were whatever. I thought Jim Crane's was weak. I thought Manfred's punishment was weak, giving him immunity. These guys were cheating for 3 years.
Wrong.
Yeah.
I think what people don't realize is Altuve stole an MVP from Judge in 17.
Wrong.
Everyone knows they stole the ring from us.
Wrong.
Everyone, right. Nobody suspects the Dodgers were doing anything shady there. There's no reason that the Astros had to have a mound visit every other at bat during that World Series. There's no reason for the Astros to be suspicious of what the Dodgers had done or anything else, or just as there was in the very report, there was no evidence of sign stealing in the World Series. Okay, cool, Cody, cool. That not to mention, I don't want to relitigate all of this. It was obvious that scenario and acting like that was exactly what they did. Not to mention, this is what still bothers me to this day. There's baseball people out there who think that press conference was the only thing the Astros players ever said about it, and they completely ignored the every player speaking at his locker for 10 minutes afterwards and giving genuine apologies or expressions of remorse or anything.
Yeah.
So as far as him saying that Altuve stole the MVP from Aaron Judge or anything else like that, or that it was 3 years, He can go die, and I wish he had died already for all of that. That little walking around looking like he's perpetually stoned piece of crap average baseball player that I don't need on this baseball team. But then he went on, because apparently he's a big John Boy fan. Cody Bellinger pushed the buzzer narrative.
I don't know what human hits a walk-off home run against Aroldis Chapman to send your team to the World Series. And one has the thought to say, don't rip my jersey off, but two, go in the tunnel, change your shirt, and then come out and do your interview. Like that makes no sense to me. It makes zero sense to me, because I know me. Gary Sanchez said yesterday, you can rip my shirt off, my pants off. I sent my team the World Series off for Aroldis Chapman in the ninth inning at home. You can do, I'm going crazy.
Yeah, so a couple things about that. For one, like there's been, going back to various previous Altuve walk-offs, all kinds of video evidence of Altuve really not wanting his jersey ripped off at and every other jackass's mind. What they believe was what the Astros were all in on some kind of buzzer scenario for years, and yet were also dumb enough to try to rip a guy's jersey off when he was wearing a buzzer that they apparently would have known about. So, like, aside from the idiocy of all that, or the debunked jersey swap narrative or anything like that, like, this guy personally levied insults at the team owner, at Jose Altuve himself, has been an average at best baseball player, an absolute horrendous player for 3 years after they cracked down on sign stealing. I mean, he was awful. He was god-awful for 3 straight years. Reclaimed his career somewhat 2 years ago, or last year, and is now going back to being just an average baseball player. Like, no, there's no way in hell, Dana Brown, that you can bring that dude into that clubhouse. The fans don't want it. The players, I can't speak for the players, but screw that guy. That guy, honestly, I would not shed a single tear if the worst thing possible happened to him in life. That dude does not belong on the Astros. And if these discussions extended anything beyond, we can't do that. Like, no, Dana Brown. I respect Dana Brown, and I like a lot of things that he's done. Not 100% of the things he's done, but especially in the draft and everything else. There's no way in hell you're bringing Cody Bellinger onto this baseball team.
Would you like to revel in a little bit more Cody Bellinger misfortune?
I do.
All right, maybe a little irony here, but the Chicago Day placed Cody Bellinger on the 10-day IL with a middle finger fracture. So I love the fact that it's the middle finger, because I could totally give him not just one, but I could give him two, that if he needs it, he can absolutely use both of mine. Take these double rods, baby, because there is no way, as you said it, no way in hell Dana Brown, Jim Crane pull the trigger on Cody Bellinger's ass. One, for what? Because he's been average. He's been pedestrian, and I don't need the Astros taking the gamble that would be at the cost of anybody else on the major league roster right now. Certainly not one of my prospects for that guy who's hitting .269 with 9 homers and 37 RBIs this season for the Cubs. And, oh, by the way, kind of similarly, and I haven't read anything regarding Cody Bellinger and the market for him, but I look at him similarly, not exactly, but similarly to the way I do the first baseman for the St. Louis Cardinals, whose name escapes me right now. His name is always being brought up in the trade market, and maybe the Astros should be looking at this guy. Why? In no way, shape, or form would the Cardinals be willing to trade their first baseman. What's his name? I can't remember. Goldschmidt. Yeah, you're right. Why? Because he's a career Cardinal, and the Cardinals are in very much in the mace, just like the Chicago Cubs, just like your Astros. They're 3 games back of that third and final spot in the NL wild card are the Cubs. Why would they get rid of one of their more productive players in Cody Bellinger?
Goldschmidt I don't have any issue with trading for a Cardinal. That's he started off in Arizona, I believe. But
he was. Yeah, you're right. He was a D-back. That's right.
But he's been with he had a boatload of his All-Star seasons with Arizona. He's hitting 229 with a 667 OPS this season, which is a much bigger. Like Vlad Guerrero Jr. isn't having an awesome year or anything, but he's been doing a lot of the things that he's still a steady and consistent Major League Baseball first baseman.
Yeah.
I would. I like Goldschmidt, even though I've always liked him as a player. I don't. There's nothing in me that feels like you gotta get Goldschmidt on the roster right now. The starting pitching is way more forefront in my mind.
100%.
And man, I'll tell you too, Singleton. Like I know his defensive stats on the year still aren't great at all, and yet as it's like we saw the first time that they got rid of when Abreu went down to Florida. It unlocked something in Singleton, and now that he's getting steady playing time again, I mean he's made at least 3 awesome plays at first base in the last week, going back to the Twins series,
sure.
and a good amount number before then. But it seems like last third in, where it was a dicey situation with runners on base, and could have scored a run if Singleton hadn't made a really nice diving snag at first base. And then Sean, I know you weren't able to watch the game because you've got no power or internet right now.
Yeah, rub it in. Thanks.
But it was a dicey play. Like it was a leaping grab, and then he had to toss the ball to Bloss like a split second before the base runner arrived.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the kind of stuff that Singleton's doing a lot more steadily these days, and he's been much better at the plate as of late.
Yeah, 100%, much better at the plate. I'm glad you mentioned that. A 13 game on base streak for John Singleton these days, hitting 304, 307, something like that. Couple homers, 7 RBIs during that stretch. He's been pretty good.
He strikes out too much, but he's been much more competitive and stressed pitchers a lot more than a lot of the other guys on the Astros have through the season, where they've been quick to swing. He's got really good judgment at the plate. And I know it's a small sample size and all of that, but it is enough to give you pause when it comes to, all right, just how much, like, would I want to bring a Goldschmidt in, an aging player who's not having a good season? No.
Yeah, no.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. is young and has upside and everything else that goes along with it. Like that one I would get. If they want to look at the upside of Vlad Guerrero Jr., then sure, I get that. I don't quite get it with Goldschmidt.
No, at one point in time when Yordan Alvarez wasn't producing, you still had Jose Abreu in the mix at first base, and Singleton was pedestrian at best, but even still far better than your other option in Jose Abreu. When this offense wasn't yet clicking as it is now and has been for a pretty lengthy stretch now, and being complemented with some pretty terrific starting pitching, you could absolutely make an argument that, first base is right up there with the need for more pitching. But now I told you this yesterday, I feel far more confident in the Astros being able to overcome some fairly pedestrian play, at least via the plate at first base, because they'd been able to do something very similar in years past with Martin Maldonado as your catcher. And so it's kind of a little give and take here. The Astros are far better in other positions to overcome that now. And John Singleton, I know from a career mark, he's not spectacular by any stretch, but he's playing the best baseball he has in his career. And it's not even at this point where you could say, that's good for him. No, it's just good. He's playing good baseball. As you mentioned, defensively and offensively, there are becoming more routine, short stretches of baseball that he's playing like he's in right now with this 13 consecutive game on base streak where he is producing runs. And in fact, you know what? Sorry, Joey Loperfido, don't mean for you to catch a stray who strikes out like at a 40% strikeout lot, but in this recent stretch, he's only struck out 11 times in his last 13 games.
Right. I guess he's faced a lot of lefties too, and that's one of the part of it. It's been a stretch where there's been a lot of lefties. That's one of the things that's given him more playing time.
Yeah.
He's not nearly as good versus righties, even though he's had some good performances. You don't have there's not enough to feel really good about. The thing about Vlad is he's 25 years old. He's got a year of arbitration remaining, and Singleton's 32 years old, and it's weird to say this about a 32-year-old. You just don't have enough of a sample size to go off of to know exactly what you're going to get out into the future.
You kind of know. You do kind of know.
It's not like you're getting rid of Singleton, it's just that I can see the upside there with Vlad.
Sure. It's kind of like your car's not ancient. You're not driving a 1989 Grand Marquis, but you could probably use an upgrade and get some better gas mileage if you went a different route. And
if you look at Dana Brown's perspective, though, too, he's probably thinking like, hey, he's got a year remaining, but are these guys going to really actually let me try to retain him a year from now? So it's not like, well, he's got a year remaining and maybe we get first crack at extending him or something. It's come on, he's going to be 26 next year. Can we give him a 7-year deal or something, please, Mr. Crane?
No,
please?
I wish sign and trades were much more prevalent in Major League Baseball than they.
Baseball players are just way too smart about pushing it to free agency.
Exactly.
Football, it's like go trade for a guy. He's gonna get in baseball. It's like, I'll just go ahead and wait.
Yeah,
it's stupid.
Exactly. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, why a former Raider running back made me appreciate what DeMeco Ryans and the Texans have going on even more these days. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
CrashChampions.com. Take that website.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Well, inside of a week now before Texans training camp begins, they'll, of course, kick things off with the Hall of Fame game against the Chicago Bears for the first preseason game, a la Andre Johnson Day, effectively. I am going to make that declaration that the city of Houston, if they have not done so already, will probably name that day in honor of Andre Johnson when he does go in the Hall of Fame. Though we'll get there. We'll get there. We've got a lot of football to discuss then at that point in time. And
current mayor doesn't seem all that high on Houston pro sports right now.
Yeah.
That's neither here nor there, I guess.
Yeah.
It's an odd political decision the other day.
Yeah, he was willing to bend, a couple of weeks back and make it Sports Radio 610 Day. So I would imagine if he could do that solid for the stations existing as we currently do with our sports format, that he maybe makes a consideration for Andre Johnson, who I would imagine probably already has another day or two named in his honor in the city of Houston already. What the hell's another one? Go ahead and give it to him. We could certainly all appreciate everything that is going so swimmingly well for the Houston Texans, led by DeMeco Ryans and company, CJ Stroud, of course. And when I saw this story and I read these quotes, we had actually got the audio this morning for you from Josh Jacobs, who was apparently ripping Raiders' losing culture. Now, he is not a Raider anymore. In fact, he is a Green Bay Packer. Signed one of the earlier deals, I believe, this offseason for free agent running backs. I think we discussed this a couple of days ago, but take a listen to this audio, and as you're hearing Josh Jacobs talk about the losing culture that he was a part of and is no longer with the Las Vegas Raiders, it made me think about, at least, just how good we've all got it with DeMeco Ryans at the helm with your Houston Texans. Take a listen.
Was it hard for you in that 4 or 5 year period at the beginning of your career to say, like, am I ever going to get out? Was that stressful?
No, definitely. And that went in part to me leaving. I'm like, man, coming from Alabama, I went to championship every year I was there. I remember coming to the league and losing my first game, and I was mad, not talking to nobody, and a vet come up to me and this the NFL. Y'all would lose. It was so different. Then the most frustrating thing about it all, you got me, Tay and Max. You got guys that come in every day and work hard, and you don't get the results. Every year you close, but it's not winning. Y'all want me to come back on a discount and lose? I don't know how I feel about that.
Okay, so I've got conflicted feelings about that because, for one, it was a John Gruden team, so it's not like John Gruden hadn't had competitive football teams or Super Bowl championship teams before, because there is that story. If he had told just that story about the first time they lost, and it sounds like he was acting like his dog died or something, that whether you're on a Super Bowl championship team or not, those conversations do happen between veterans and rookies. It's that. Part of being mentally tough, being mentally tough isn't acting like it's the most important thing in the world to you and everything is awful after you lose a football game in the NFL. You're going to lose football games. It's different than when you're on a really good college team.
Sure.
So I don't know which veteran it was and in what context it was said. I think it was probably more the ensuing years that he had from 2019 on, where he would go through John Gruden and then Josh McDaniels and on into everything that happened last year, where it was probably just collectively, man, I'm tired of this place. I can't deal with this. But yeah, that part, it's hard for guys that come from really, really good college programs, and then maybe in high school they never lost a single game.
Yeah.
To get to the NFL, even if you're on a games and your job as a professional is on Monday, you got to start preparing for the next opponent, and don't be down in the dumps and make a big show of how sad you are because you're the right kind of guy. So I was conflicted about that. I don't think the story itself actually proved that the Raiders were doomed to having a losing culture because the guy told them hey man, let's go, we got another game.
There's a lot here that I digested in just that short soundbite that we just played for you. And one of the first questions that I had in listening to it again here is that whoever that vet was that he says came up to him and was like, hey, it's the NFL, you're going to lose. And then he was like, so y'all are cool with losing? It was so different, he said.
Right.
You know, there's context is important here because I would just like to imagine that veteran, whoever it was, imparting a little bit of wisdom on a young player in that, hey, losing is a part of this league. It's tough, you know, and you're going to have to figure out how to digest that, how to handle that in a professional way that you may not be used to at all. As you said, from high school, where you probably didn't lose much, from college, where you have rarely lost at all, coming from Alabama. And then my next question was immediately in that regard, talking about coming from Alabama, did that sound like a guy to you that just got spoiled at Alabama, or could he actually be on to something about a losing culture still being prevalent in law? Where I come from a casual observer on the outside looking in, I'm looking at what the Vegas Raiders accomplished last season under the watchful eye of a former player and inspirational, much more than a figurehead, but seemingly a pretty damn good coach, Antonio Pierce, like a guy that was inspiring a turnaround. Like, it was pretty marked. You could tell they were playing better football, more inspired football. And then to hear this opinion from Josh Jacobs, it was kind of interesting to me.
I've always had complex feelings about Josh Jacobs because Meltzer and I interviewed him in 2019 at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it was an awesome interview, and he's really good. He's a really impressive kid. But he actually just came out and said, because that year, I can't remember what Alabama finished up with. They didn't win a national championship. He kind of said he criticized the locker room at Alabama in our interview, and basically, I don't want to misrepresent it, but basically said there just wasn't something right. Like guys didn't care enough or something. I'm always just on guard for the guy who really, you know, the guy who in high school is like, come on, guys, you got to care as much as I do. I care so much. You guys got to want it. And you're like, all right, man, just settle down a little bit, all right? Settle down with the personal PR campaign. Yeah, I never know how to take it because I'm not going to deny that the Raiders have had a dicey culture over the last several years. I don't know when it comes from Josh Jacobs. So
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, like I don't know, man. Josh, you didn't have your best year either. Are you gonna are you blaming your teammates for you not having your best year?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't think. And this is what it does happen in the NFL, depending on who the head coaches are. There's one school of thought of guys that are like, hey, no, on Monday. You got to grieve the loss for 12 hours, and then on Monday after we go through the film, it's on to the next opponent.
Flush it, yeah.
And some coaches are really, really good at that. I played for a coach early in my career, Tom Coughlin, who's the exact opposite. He would say that. He would say, all right, that's it, flush it. And then all of a sudden in the Saturday morning meeting the next week, you're getting screamed at about the mistakes you made in the previous game. And he wouldn't allow movies to be showed on the plane after a loss. Like, he was old school. But there were guys on that team who would come from different places where they'd won championships, who would look around and be like, man, what the hell's up with this guy? Like, this is like, dude, you got to move on. And, Coughlin kind of changed his attitude as time went by because it's a really long season. I think that.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he got multiple pulses over the years and understood that guys maybe don't necessarily respond the best to that.
I would want to see Josh Jacobs dropped into a baseball environment where if all of a sudden they made him manager of a baseball team, and after they drop 2 of their first 3 games, he's screaming about how these guys just don't care or something.
Yeah.
I do think. I don't want to discount that he might have been part of a bad culture. I do think there's something about taking things in an even stride that a lot of times, honestly, guys are. I mean, I remember this from college, where there were some kids that had gone to schools where they had never lost a football game. Mm-hmm. And when they lose a game, they become the worst teammates on earth because they just don't know how to handle it. They're lashing out.
Yeah.
And they're like giving the evil glare to anybody who might crack a smile or something a couple days after a loss. It's all about finding that right balance. And I think for D'Amico, I mean, that's part of being a head coach is balancing all those different expectations that players themselves have and the expectations you have of those guys. And I don't think the culture is going to be an issue.
No, I don't either. And that was kind of my main point is we've seen it play out already for a year. And for D'Amico Ryans and company, like his staff, obviously it takes an army, right? To undergo like a significant culture shift from what the Texans had experienced the 3 years prior to him coming on as head coach ahead of last season, and then immediately led by obviously CJ Stroud, but a very young core of players that either had come in with him or had been there within the last 2-3 years max, really, that had a little bit of taste, like Nico Collins, for instance, a taste of what a losing culture was. And then, boy, we've got this guy, and we've got these guys, the coach, the quarterback, the general manager, things around that said he knew what he was doing and was building this the right way. And, boy, you're seeing it play out before your eyes. It takes an army, really. And it's very impressive to have lived that and seen the Texans and what they've been able to accomplish. But I tell you this, Jacob's comments made me want to pay a lot more attention to what's going on in Las Vegas this season than anything that's going to happen in Green Bay, because I'm wondering if at some point in time, and at what point in time, I'm going to feel like duped that, damn, as much as I was all in on Antonio Pierce, and here comes this former player and this guy who's got his chance and is being retained as head coach, he's going to get these guys turned around and he's got a winning culture going. Well, Josh Jacobs didn't think so, I want to see how this plays out.
That's where I always, when any football team I've ever been on, I always look at my teammates and recognize what some of my teammates do better than me, and the guys who are like, okay, how can I emulate this guy more so? Or like, gosh, I got to be more like this guy. And because I used to be more along the old school line of just because of the coaches I had growing up and everything, that, you should be depressed for 72 hours after a football game and hate yourself. And then, but I would look around over time, and it really wasn't on until I got into the NFL where I looked around. I was like, man, this guy's superior to me in a lot of ways. Like not even talking about on-field performance, but like, okay, I got to work as hard as this guy, or I got to be a professional like this guy. And I realized, like, man, a lot of the guys that I'm trying to emulate are also, those guys rebound quickly from losses. Those guys aren't like depressed all the time. Like there's like, so there's something to that. If I can respect this guy overall and the way he handles his business as a professional, that maybe my chosen method of grieving a loss isn't like the only way to do it. And Josh Jacobs might learn that over time. But then another part of it too is, okay, what's the sum total of it all? Because I've been on bad teams too where, man, these guys definitely don't seem like they gave a damn about losing that football game. Because there's a tipping point to where there's trying to maintain perspective and taking things with a grain of salt, et cetera, but then there are just groups of jackasses that flat out don't care. And I'm guessing that it's with Jacobs, it was more the total overall experience more so than one guy not caring about losing.
You talk about emulating guys. You want to be like somebody, be like this Astro. I'll tell you who next. It's Sports Radio 610.
If you are looking to get your quality of life back, if you're driving in
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And for Sean Pendergast this morning, I'm Sean Bijani along with Seth Payne. Pendergast will be back next week from his vacation. Tell you all about it. Each and every year he does it, man, and it's badass. I envy the guy a little bit, especially the point in time in which he decided to take holiday this year. Couldn't have been better timing for Sean Pendergast, to be honest with you. Escaping the city of Houston in one of its worst weeks to memory
He's taking a lot of heat from that on social media.
Is he?
That he's absent. Yeah, he's just off gallivanting about whichever, goes to pick whichever politician gets guffed for being out of town or out of state or whatever. He's getting that same treatment from a very small sliver of fans who are blaming him for basically the hurricane.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of the hurricane, in collaboration with the community, I know a lot of other people are doing this, organizations around town. The Houston Rockets and Toyota Center going to be hosting a Hurricane Beryl relief drive. That is today. So check your social media accordingly and see if you'd like to participate in that.
And they were talking about this on the broadcast last night. I can't remember which company the lady was representative. They're doing a drive up. It's like ice, water, and food give outs from 8 to 11 a.m. until supplies as long as supplies last. Might end before 11 a.m. But you can just drive up there to Minute Maid and pick up bring your cooler, I would imagine. But it's a big old bag of ice. It's a case of water, fruit and vegetables, and then I think Chick-fil-A has some things for the kids.
That's pretty good. I forgot to mention this, man. We talked about it. We put the news out there for the people yesterday during the show, and we learned about it, at least I did, by way of Ocho, who texted in. Do you remember when he was telling us about Trillburger being available out at a Kroger location on Westlake Houston and the Beltway, like up by my neck of the woods, like Summerwood area? Well, on my way home, I'm wondering, boy, what is all of this traffic? What is going on? And sure enough, I'm exiting, and there's multiple entrances into this huge signature Kroger. It's a massive parking lot with all these other shopping centers in and around it as well. And I'm like, what is going on? I'm telling you, Seth, there had to be 400 or 500 cars in line coming in from multiple entrances. I would imagine just for this Trillburger situation that was taking place yesterday from 8 until 11. If you waited in one of those lines, I'd kind of be interested to hear from you on the text lines. How long did you wait, and was it worth it?
I would say kind of related to that. I have no idea if they're doing give-outs or anything. I have no idea whatsoever. But I haven't been to Shaq's place yet, that Big Chicken. It's on Westheimer. I think it's out near the Beltway. But I'm intrigued. I got to go check out Shaq's Big Chicken place. The other, all these lineups around fast food restaurants that you see, it's something. It's kind of. It's one of the aftershocks of COVID that people weren't prepared for. It's that drive-through usage went way up during COVID, and it's stayed that way since. Like a lot of people that never wouldn't use the drive-through all that much got hooked on using the drive-through when that's all you could do during COVID.
Yeah.
So now, like in building the actual restaurants and everything, it's kind of thrown traffic into turmoil a lot more than it used to be because there's just more people lined up out on the street waiting to get into the parking lot for the drive-through line. So it's now it's doubly so, obviously, with some of these free giveaways.
Exactly. 713-572-4610. I told you, be like this guy, man. I think we all would like to be a little bit more like Jose Altuve. And I'm interested to get your thoughts on this, Seth, because I was thinking about this with the All-Star break coming up, and obviously Altuve being voted in for the 9th time in his career. He'll be an All-Star. However, will not be attending, not be playing in the All-Star festivities, which are going to be in southern Oklahoma.
Altuve, you turned down an opportunity to go to Oklahoma.
Right.
My God, Altuve.
Come on.
Have you gotten that spoiled in life that you don't want to go to Oklahoma?
To me, it seems maybe I've missed a time or two where we've actually discussed this on the contrary, but I feel like in general he seems to have a pretty good, valid excuse as to why he's not going to attend the All-Star game on a given year. He hasn't been since 2018.
Yeah.
And you tell me if you think this is a valid excuse. He was talking about not attending yesterday.
Obviously, we have a very second important half of the season that I really want to be healthy. like I said 2 days ago, I'm really proud and thankful with all the Houston Astros fans and everybody that vote, not only for me, but also, everybody on this team to make this dream possible. This is a huge, big deal for us, and, we're really thankful. Unfortunately, I got hit in the hand and playing through some stuff, so I really want to take these days and be ready for the second half.
Look, we know what the deal is. This is the third straight time that he's bowed out because of quote-unquote injury issues.
Yeah.
Look, man, this is on ESPN. This is on John Boy. This is on anybody that wanted to float fake buzzer rumors or anything. They very irresponsibly made Jose Altuve, a man who did not participate in the being better than everybody else, the scandal, and irresponsibly floated those buzzer rumors forever. Yeah. There's still people in the media who still think that buzzer stuff was actual. Like they thought that it was a foregone conclusion. Oh yeah, he definitely used the buzzer. The fact that Altuve is the guy who's most lustily booed at opposing ballparks, then in 2020 people were livid that they weren't going to have their chance, or 2021 they were livid that they weren't going to have their chance to boo Altuve and the other Astros at the All-Star game. No, they can all go die. They're like, Jose Altuve does not need to subject himself to that, and I don't think Astros fans probably really want to go watch Altuve at an All-Star game just so he can get booed by a bunch of drunken jackass yahoos from outside the city. If he chooses to never go to another All-Star game, I will not hold it against him one bit. I don't want to see him get booed at the All-Star game.
Same.
I've got zero issues with Altuve never going to another All-Star game.
I'm with you. Look, I was a huge Craig Biggio fan growing up, and any time that he'd gotten the nod to go to an All-Star game, I was, even as a young adult, like I was just psyched. I was stoked for him. I mean, I felt a tiny little bit of ownership in that. Like it was pride, right? You want your guy to go, have his name called, be seen on TV, wear the uniform. It's awesome. It's a great feeling when one of your guys is recognized. And I say be like Altuve, and I think I say, I wish we could be a little bit more like Altuve. I say that for this reason. The guy's been 9 times, but he hasn't been 9 times.
You're right.
He's gotten the recognition, and ultimately, at least this day and age, because we have various thoughts about what we think of the All-Star game and the festivities and how they handle it and all that sort of thing. Ultimately, I just want the guys that are deserving to be recognized. Altuve is certainly one of those ones on the Astros this year that deserve that, along with Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker. But I really thought about it in this sense. We say Ronel Blanco is deserving and that he gotten snubbed, at least so far. He could still make it if somebody gets hurt or whatever. But as of right now, he's not going. He's not an all-star. And it may be his only time, his only opportunity to be an all-star. At what point in time do you think it ever creeps into Jose Altuve's mind that, this might be my last time to be recognized as an all-star? It probably does. He's human. But even if it doesn't, to have the ability to say, you know what, I've played this game for a long time at a high level, and nobody expected me to. I mean, hell, they signed me for like chump change back in the day. And now I've won multiple World Series. I've got all of these accomplishments. Like, I'm good. For a guy to be able to say that and just concentrate, as you heard in the clip there, healthy and staying healthy to win baseball games, important baseball games. And I don't know that all of us would make that same decision.
I don't I think most people would. You get tired of being the villain for something, honestly, again, that he's the most visible one about it. Like, for people who aren't learned on the topic, people's opinion of Altuve within baseball is not nearly the same of what it is from opposing fan bases, when it comes to being better than everybody else scandal. And I wonder if, for him, it might be a matter of, whenever everything does subside finally, because it's subsided in a lot of ways.
Yes.
It's subsided in terms of at the very least, most fan bases are just, they're reserving their boos for anybody who was on the 2017 roster. It used to be from 2017 to 2019, but I think most people now get that it was just 2017 when it was an issue. I think that it might subside over time with Altuve. I guess the one thing I might say about it, Sean, is that process of people realizing Altuve wasn't, guilty of just about anything other than like not stopping it at the time, was that he himself has never a single moment tried to separate himself from his teammates.
Great point.
It's one of those classic situations where like he's trying to do right by his teammates and be honorable about it, and he probably in his mind feels like, maybe I should have been more vocal and stopped it or what have you. But people forget that he wasn't. That was Carlos Beltran. It was Brian McCann. It was all those guys. He was one of their best players, but he wasn't the guy that he is now in terms of being an elder leader on the team.
Yeah, that's fair.
If he were like the kind of guy that would put out a more public PR campaign about it, if he would kind of go through back channels and talk to writers about it and Ken Rosenthal's of the world, that might be expedited. But that's just not who he is. He just wants to play baseball, and he wants to like enjoy his off time without getting booed by a bunch of drunken yahoos. So I just don't. I think I feel, not to say what I would do, and I can't imagine what it's like to be Jose Altuve. But I totally get just not wanting to deal with that any extra than you have to.
Yeah. I think a lot of good points made by you. From somebody from the text line said, finally some sense. Thanks, Seth. Thanks, Bijani. Ron was on the airwaves yesterday calling out Altuve for not going and being butthurt about him not going.
And I'm not saying this like I don't want to. I didn't hear exactly what Ron said or what have you, but I think this is classically one of those situations of, man, if you haven't lived through it and if you weren't, like, if you didn't know what it was like being an Astros fan during all of that and everything, I think it's impossible to actually understand all, like, some people's sentiments. I'm not saying all people's sentiments or anything, but like the way I feel about it, it's that, man, people took it as an opportunity to say anything and everything. Yeah. And there was such complete disregard for what the truth might be or learning about it or anything else. It was people with torches wanting to kill Frankenstein.
Yeah.
And that was all there was. It was mob mentality. And we got the brunt of it for years and years and years. And Altuve remains the guy that's getting the most brunt of it of anybody else. And it's something that, especially given Altuve, who's tried like hell to take himself, to not defend himself, to not separate himself from his teammates. There's nothing I will ever do to judge Altuve for the way he responds to all of that acrimony that still remains out there.
While Altuve doesn't need your stinking All-Star game anymore, CJ Stroud doesn't need your stinking ESPY either. We'll discuss that and the robbery that was last night. Stay there.
The countdown to training camp.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Alongside Seth Payne this morning, in for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani. Good morning. Final hour of the program is underway. Appreciate you making us a part of your morning. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. So while Jose Altuve is saying F you to the All-Star game at least once more this season, potentially in the future, any other time that he's given the nod and earns the recognition. We'll see, but maybe just totally content with the 9 nods in All-Star nods that he's gotten in his career, illustrious career. We got a good text, I thought. It's a fair question. And does it affect his Hall of Fame eligibility? And my response to the texter was, it's certainly possible. And the reason why is that it's voted on by human beings with opinions. And whether or not you agree with them or disagree with those opinions, it's going to be at the forefront 5 years after Jose Altuve retires. We're going to find out then just how strong those opinions still were before, only at that point in time.
I think the one thing that they did do is they cleaned up the Hall of Fame voting somewhat. I mean,
yeah, they're trying to as it goes. Yeah,
there were a bunch of dudes or a bunch of people who were like, they were Hall of Fame voters, and they weren't even actively covering baseball anymore, or even any time in the recent past or whatever. Mm-hmm. I think that it's a more knowledgeable group of voters now, for better or for worse. That's subjective too. But I do think that within baseball and within baseball insiders or people that are actually clued in, there's just about zero bad feelings towards Altuve regarding the scandal and everything else like that. I don't know how much empathy or what have you or understanding they have of why Altuve wouldn't want to go. Yeah. But I'd be surprised if that's what kept him out of the Hall of Fame. I think when it's time for Altuve to come up for the Hall of Fame, I think that might be names cleared in a lot of ways, because people are going to be writing about it and talking about it, and there will be hot takes galore. But for the most part, if you want to actually have a substantive take on it, at that point they'll put things in context.
Yeah, but
it's just right now people just barely even touch it, and fans are just what they are.
Sure, I just we know how these things go, and we can talk about it logically. And with the facts at hand, all we want to. We just know how these things tend to go. I've long said, and look, I understand sometimes I can get a little wordy in my explanation of things, but this seems to come as easy for me as anything else. I have long said that in regard to the whole steroid era and anything scandalous that has kept the greatest of the greats out of a respective Hall of Fame, it's going to come down to a point in time in which those individuals or like-minded individuals with those opinions, maybe right, maybe wrong, certainly unpopular to those respective fan bases, die. And when they die, and as you say, these new, younger, more knowledgeable, different way of thinking, people that grew up in this era that have a vote and will have a vote, take precedent, and make up the majority, rather, will then maybe see change. And so for that reason, because there is a veterans committee, Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, Rafael Palmeiro, Sammy Sosa, all those steroid guys will never get in the Hall of Fame. I can't say that responsibly because, once again, you just don't know. Those people that hold the power, that have held it over their heads for such a long period of time, they're not dead yet. Some are, but not all of them.
Yeah. So, Yeah, it's kind of like the first thing you said, which was that it's a bunch of humans making the decision.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, hey, how's the Supreme Court decision going to go? You might have a really good opinion about how you feel it should go, but ultimately it's a group of human beings making that decision about whichever Supreme Court face.
Yes.
So are you going to be angry at the Supreme Court or excited about the Supreme Court when it comes time for Altuve's case to come up? Nobody knows. It's a human
You don't
decision.
know. And then, yes, it's a human decision, and sometimes when you get the chance to read those decisions from the Supreme Court or whoever else, you question if it really is, in fact, an actual human being with some of those judgments.
When it comes to just like, if you just look at all-time WAR, wins above replacement, Altuve, I think, is down around 54 or so right now. And when you start to get up into the level of like 68, 67, there's very few guys above that who are not in the Hall of Fame. And just by that, and that encompasses a whole lot of the other stats that they use when looking at this stuff. But just by WAR alone, it'll as long as Altuve stays healthy for the next several years, he's a slam dunk Hall of Famer.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, not even WAR alone. Look at OPS plus and just look collectively.
Right. That's what that's what I mean. All those stats that get factored, basically all those things fuel all that. Then you're going to end up with a Hall of Fame career.
Much more than a very compelling case.
It'll be.
Right.
I think the bigger argument with Altuve, and this is where it gets really, really human, is whether he makes it in on the first ballot or not. If it gets to the point where if he plays forever and stays at a high level and it looks like, okay, there's just no argument for keeping him out of the Hall of Fame at all, then are they gonna look at it? Are there going to be a lot of voters who are kind of like, and keep them out for the first couple go-rounds? And then we'll have to be enraged all anew. It'll be very frustrating.
Yeah, get ready for it. We've got a lot of years, hopefully, before we have to worry about that. To a far lesser degree, in terms of maybe a Houstonian given double rods to not being recognized properly, CJ Stroud, I thought, was severely disrespected last night in the ESPYs. I don't know if he was actually on hand. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I do know that he was the lone representative from the city of Houston that plays for a professional sports franchise that was up for the best breakthrough athlete, along with Juju Watkins. Be honest, who is she? Do you know her? I don't believe you. College basketball player. Haley Bryant. Do you know her? I don't believe you if you say yes. She's a gymnast for LSU. Victor Wembanyama. Everybody knows that dude. And then CJ Stroud. Those are your four candidates to win Best Breakthrough Athlete of the year of 2023. And Juju Watkins won. And that, to me, was the shocker of all things ESPYs last night. It was the first award handed out. So what a dud. I would have been pissed if, I'd been looking forward to this ESPYs, and if I'd actually gotten a chance to watch it, and it's the first award, and then the one slam dunk, that I thought it was going to be CJ Stroud. It's got to be him. If I would have heard Juju Watkins live, I think I would have flipped my you-know-what.
Well, I think part of it is that the ESPYs they are what they are, which is it's what these award shows are in a lot of respects. It's like, this network creates an award because it's a nice way to get a whole bunch of famous people in a room and get some attention and some views at a time of the sports year when it's very, very quiet. There's just not a whole lot going on unless your baseball team is good. And that's why the ESPYs are in the period when they are. And so much of this, though, it feels so much like, this is completely all about ESPN doing that and also trying to push women's basketball, which is cool and all. If that's where you want to go as a network, cool. But just don't create this award where you've got professional athletes in the same boat as college athletes and other less notable players. It's a different level. You're having pros compete against basically minor leaguers, And it's annoying. It's just really, really annoying. I wish CJ hadn't even been up for the award.
I know.
Or at the very least, it had been him. There could have been a pro breakout player of the year, and a college breakout player of the year, whatever it might be.
Make it make sense, right? But even by the literal definition and description of who the award is supposed to recognize, and this is according to the Wikipedia page of the ESPYs. Best breakthrough athlete. It says it's awarded to the sports person judged to have made the greatest breakthrough in a major international individual sport or North American professional team sport. Okay. The award is typically given to a sports person in his or her rookie season at a given level, but may be won by any athlete who in a given year improves his or her performance dramatically or otherwise becomes well recognized. In no way, shape, or form. We can always disagree or on the definition, the literal meaning of it, but you can't tell me that in any way, shape, or form you think that describes Juju Watkins or Haley Bryant. I would not even be passionately angry if it would have wins, because the guy's a freak. Even though he played for an ass team in the San Antonio Spurs this year, he was a badass player. CJ Stroud, a badass player. But the real boot here is his team was good. His team was actually good, CJ Stroud's was. So not only was he the best at what he did in his first year, but his team was the best at what they did in his first year in the most important position in all of sports.
Yeah. And they ended up, so I guess the improvement of the team, I suppose, USC women's basketball did get a lot better last year, I believe. And so that at least makes some sense. But it's just, they just shouldn't even be in the same category.
Oh, yeah, but everybody talks about women's college basketball on the mainstream.
Right, I know. And it's just, I feel dirty even discussing it because it's a stupid, dirty trick by ESPN. And it's also an opportunity for people to jump on and try to make it political or that it's based on gender or something like that. It's a dirty trick. It's a dirty trick, which is, I think it's actually fitting that this was their first award because it's the dirtiest trick ESPN can pull, which is trying to create controversy out of something that's a completely artificial creation, the ESPYs themselves. That somehow if you start standing up for the football, start standing up for the pro football player, then it's because you hate women or what have you. It's dirty. It's dirty. It does not create a separate category for these two very disparate levels of notoriety and notability.
Yeah, and you're right. I know it's one of your guys.
Because it turns into Sean Bijani hates women. That's the problem. That's why you didn't want it. You wanted the man to win it, didn't it? That's what it is.
That's
what it turns into.
Turn it
Sean.
Into that all you want to.
You damn chauvinist pig shock jock.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with you. I'll tell you.
That's how I've been pegged for. That's how I've been pegged for the last 18 years as shock jock. 100%. I'll wear that badge.
Stroud, as much love as Stroud has gotten in this offseason, I still feel like people don't quite get it and don't understand how. And I think that's part of it, though, too, Sean. I think it's because a lot of the same people at ESPN were the same ones that were thinking like, yeah, of course Bryce Young's better than CJ Stroud. Of course the Texans are going to suck this year. Yeah. Did you see his receivers? They're bums. They got that cognitive dissonance thing going on to where now they're saying, well, yes, of course, look at CJ, he had success. Of course, look at his receivers. Yes, this is exactly. Well, of course, look at his record at Ohio State. Of course, he was going to be the better quarterback.
Yeah. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. So while ESPN may have dropped the ball once again and ignored completely CJ Stroud and his accomplishments at the ESPYs last night, he actually did get some love on this week's episode of Hard Knocks. We'll have that for you next. It's Sports Radio 610.
How do you grade the Astros' first half?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani along with Seth Payne. Got some important information regarding Hurricane Beryl food drives and stuff like that to pass along to you in just a second. But I do just want to say, text message of the morning, you win from the 713. CJ should have got up and slapped the host as he was about to announce, keep Juju Watkins' name out of your mouth. I love it. And going a la
Kanye.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want CJ going all Kanye. Never go full
Will
Kanye.
Smith. Kanye. Will Smith.
That's right. Will Smith. Sorry.
Slap the snot out of Chris Rock.
Yeah, but it would have been more Kanye would have made more sense when he went up and took the award away from Taylor Swift because he felt that Beyonce actually deserved it. If he had actually done and acted on his own, trying to, good call. Yeah, I was mixing the Will Smith incident. I completely forgot about the Will Smith incident. Yeah, I would say neither of those situations. But I certainly don't want CJ. If he goes full Will Smith and gets into Scientology or something, I'll be a little bit nervous. But if he goes full Kanye, I don't even need him to go an eighth Kanye. Just keep me in CJ Stroud.
I might be in the minority here, but I always thought that was a fake incident, if you will. I never
the Will Smith one.
Yeah, I didn't believe it actually happened. I thought it was.
I know, given the aftermath and Chris Rock talking about it and Will Smith talking about it and everything, there's no way in hell it was fake. That was real, man.
I don't know. Let me pass this.
Okay. No, I had my questions and doubts too, but like in the aftermath.
To be honest with you, I don't recall, nor do I even think I would, because maybe I didn't watch the aftermath. I just thought in the moment.
No, it's not the aftermath like immediately after. It's like Chris Rock in some of his comedy routines, and then like in Will Smith talking about it.
That's what I mean. I didn't watch any of that.
2 years.
Yeah, I didn't watch any of that. I just, in the moment, I was like, yeah, this is crap. I don't believe this. This is some, horrible attempt to just get more eyeballs, and people talking about it on social. The Astros Foundation today from 8 until 11. So this is ongoing out at Minute Maid Park. They are, I think you mentioned this earlier, Seth. They've got ice and water distribution at 501 Crawford Street. Again, they're running from 8 until 11. Chick-fil-A, the Houston Food Bank, and the Red Cross is going to be providing items for those in need today. Ice, water, Chick-fil-A, entree, fruit, and disaster relief items in case you're one of those at Minute Maid. Now, the Houston Rockets and Toyota Center have got something going on today as well at 9 a.m. Cars will be able to line up at the intersection of Polk and LaBranch. They'll take care of you there. They've got some items of need for you. Tyson Foods is going to be present at the Walmart parking lot, South Wayside Drive, 2391 South Wayside Drive, from 11 until 4 today as well, just in case. And if you'd like more information on that, our friends over at click2houston.com have multiple locations of hydration stations and things you can get food and other disaster items in case you're in need of that today as well. And into the weekend, I would imagine, as the cleanup continues, Seth.
At the very least, I know you're one of the people that's still without power. At the very least, I know it doesn't sound awesome, but it's projected highs of, doesn't get much over 91 over these next several days. So you're not going to have 103-degree temperatures, but 91 with no air conditioning is obviously no day at the park.
It is,
or at least it's a very miserable day at the park
where
you're trying to act like you're enjoying the barbecue. Yeah,
I was trying to figure out what I want, what I would rather have. Like it'd be a little warm with no AC. Still like I told you, like for me personally, I've already adapted to that. Like I'm good. I can make it through. And I know there's a lot of people out there that do struggle, various age levels. Certainly the elderly, you worry about them. But
the nursing
my gosh,
it's really tough.
If I have to get or hear about an update today saying severe thunderstorms are rolling through your area, power outages possible, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if I could take that.
Got scattered thunderstorms tomorrow and isolated on Sunday.
Stop it right now. Stop it right now. I don't want to hear this.
Scattered. They're scattered. So yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right, so tell me why CJ got a little love on this week's episode of Hard Knocks.
So Hard Knocks is following the Giants through the offseason, and the second episode was the Giants preparing for the scouting combine and kind of starting to go over all the prospects, explaining them to coaches. Here are some Giant scouts discussing okay, this actually is the wrong
Oh, yeah, the wrong audio clip in there, did you?
Yeah, yes. No, it's not. Sorry, I was in the wrong place on the show rundown. Okay, so Marvin Harrison, who played at Ohio State with CJ Stroud, obviously, and had some great success with him, but did not play with CJ Stroud the second year. Mm-hmm. This is the Giants scouts kind of grilling Marvin Harrison about how he handles dealing with playing with a bad quarterback.
You know, obviously played with one of the best quarterbacks for a few years. How about you got a young guy, he's growing in the position. You beat a guy like this, get a chance for a touchdown. And he underthrow. What do you come back to the huddle saying to him?
I don't say nothing to quarterbacks.
No.
I don't say nothing to quarterbacks.
I mean, it's a throw, right?
I mean, I can make the play. I can make the play still.
Yeah.
So
you're going to take the cheese out.
I would never say anything to the quarterback. I always blame it on myself as only to make the play.
Yeah.
You know, the funny thing about that is, so obviously he's talking about one of the best. He was playing with C.J. Stroud before that, and then he had to play with Kyle McCord. He didn't have to bring Kyle McCord's being a bad quarterback into it. You know, it was just about that bad throw on that specific play. But it might have been calculated in that, I'm going to get this guy to talk about how miserable it was with playing with Kyle McCord after having played with It almost felt like, by the way, we're not so sure Daniel Jones is actually all that good either. You might. How would it feel going from C.J. Stroud to Daniel Jones? How would you handle that? So I guess it maybe is relevant that they brought Kyle McCord into it.
What did that scout say right there, Seth? He's like, that was a bleep. That was a bleep throw, wasn't it?
Yeah. So and they said trying to get you to take the cheese. So they were like inviting Marvin Harrison to say something bad about Kyle McCord, and like Marvin Harrison isn't going to do that. If you've watched any interviews with Marvin Harrison, you'd almost think that he was maybe a youth minister more so than a football player. You're like I was surprised there weren't any clips coming out about him. You know, when they start worrying about a guy being too knock on a player, like, I don't know, he might be too much of a gentleman. So there's no way in hell Marvin Harrison was going to take that, make that mistake and blame it on him.
No, he was great there. I'm trying to envision how that would have gone if, in fact, that was Shedeur Sanders being asked that question, or Travis Hunter. You know, somebody just in that fashion, trying to get him to talk crap about a former teammate. That was a bleep throw, wasn't it? Or that was a really crappy route run there, wasn't it? And Shedeur Sanders was like, yeah, man, that fool sucks. I should have had a touchdown on that play. You know, something like that. That's probably going to happen at some point.
Did you see Shadeur's quote about how they're everybody's Super Bowl this year?
Yes.
The Colorado Buffaloes are everybody's Super Bowl.
I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like if he would have said that ahead of last season, I could have actually gotten behind it, but they were exposed multiple times last year for just folding when they went up against far better competition, or teams that they were supposed to be on, a similar kind of level par with, and they failed miserably.
Well, there could have been an element of truth to it if Colorado was going to get the same level of hype that they were getting last year. Yeah. I think but that went away real quickly once they lost a few games and it was clear that this is not a good football team. I don't remember anything. I know for sure that College game day game, whenever it was. I'm not. I don't quite think that the media hype's going to be the same when you face Colorado this year. Although people are, I am intrigued by Shedeur Sanders, and I do want to watch him behind whatever type of offensive line he has this year. The other thing that I thought was interesting here was some people might have seen this clip on Hard Knocks from Hard Knocks on social media over the last couple days, and like honestly, people were pointing to it like Jayden Daniels was an idiot because of this clip, and like, oh, I can't believe he screwed up this question. Without paying too much attention to the X's and O's, we're not going to get into deep dive strategy or anything here. Just listen and tell me if this actually sounds like something that you feel like a guy should nail immediately.
Hey, Jay, erase that Z, make him the F. Erase the X and make him the Z. Erase the W, make him the X. Erase the T and make him the H. Ready?
Yep.
Gun trolley right, 64 house X in. Give it back to me. Nope, don't look at it.
Oh, you want me?
Give it back to me how we call it.
The whole play?
Yeah.
Gun trolley right, house F in.
Okay, X in.
X in.
That's okay. And then if it's cover one, what do we want you to do? Probably.
Throw touchdown.
All right, I like that answer.
Oh, he says I like that answer.
That is the dumbest thing ever. Like, people are crushing this guy for that?
For saying F instead of X.
Exactly.
When he had just – so to paint the picture, Brian Daboll has him up at the whiteboard. Jayden Daniels has just drawn this play up on the board that he ran in college, and he has him turn away from the board, all the receiver numbers or names out, and turn around, and then just wants them to recite it with a new terminology or with the new positions. And he said X, which he always says instead of F, or he says F instead of X, whatever it was. For the life of me, I don't know how people were taking that. It was like somehow some mark of a guy that just doesn't get it or something. That's like if you try to teach me French in a moment and I screw up one of the words that I say all the time, that somehow that's an indication on your overall intelligence level.
But, think about this. Again, the situation is probably a little bit different for Jayden Daniels if, in fact, he's in a meeting room with a coach during a game plan week and he knows that actually matters, right? Whereas he knows he's being, grilled here and drilled to test this, that, and the other thing. And I only say that because listen to his initial response. When Daboll's like, hey, are you ready? He's like, yeah. It's like, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, let's see. What do you got? I have no idea what you're about to do. So, yeah.
He wouldn't have a clue what was about to happen or anything.
Right.
I honestly, now, when he said throw a touchdown, that's the part where, okay, that's not what Daboll was looking for, even though he says I like that answer. He was looking for him to, how would he actually respond to cover one in that situation? But I totally get, I don't think there was one part of Daboll that wanted him, that Jayden Daniels needed to get that 100% correct, or that in a lot of situations like that, sometimes you want guys to mess up, but you want to see how they're messing up and how they respond to it and react to it, and really just how much do they really understand about the plays they were running and all of that. It's not this is not some exam that you got to score a 98 on and otherwise all is lost.
Exactly.
But but it also, man, it got me stressed out, because the other thing about it is you're sitting there in a room. It's not just Brian Daboll and Jayden Daniels. It's 20 other people that are all sitting there taking notes, watching you. You've got multiple cameras trained on you. And I think some of it, because I know there's all kinds of stories about them doing this in medical school interviews. They basically give you a problem that's impossible to answer. And they don't care about whether or not you get the answer. They just want to see how well you react and respond to the stress.
Yeah.
And do you turn it into a basket case or not? And you notice this with the quarterback interviews a lot, is that quarterbacks, man, the whole calm, cool, and collected part of it, whether this actually transfers over from a meeting room to the field or not, that's a whole other topic. But they do tend to handle this stuff without their heart rates rising.
Yeah.
They know they're in a pressure situation and they're kind of taking it. And Jayden Daniels didn't look flustered or anything. It just, I think Daboll's probably watching the body language and the response and the stress level more so than the actual answer.
He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, final segment here already. I know the answer to this. Are you really sure this is a great idea to bring back one of the greatest Texans ever? That's next.
Your home for
whiskey.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning along with Seth Payne. Just a reminder for today, because it is ongoing right now, if you are still one of the ones in need of ice, water, a little food, disaster relief items, you can hit up 501 Crawford Street outside of Minute Maid Park, baby. That's where they're at. You've got Chick-fil-A, Houston Food Bank, and the Red Cross out there providing those items to continue to help those in need. Shout out to the Astros and the Astros Foundation for making that happen. Also, the Houston Rockets very much involved, along with Toyota Center, Rocket President of Business Operations Gretchen Shear, along with Harris County Commissioner Rodney Ellis, and various Rocket legends. They are lining cars up right now as we speak. 9 o'clock is when it began. Cars lining up at the intersection of Polk and La Branch. They've got supplies for you in case you need them, and I know many, many people do. I've said this before too, Seth. A lot of the people that are in still need, and not all, but a lot of the people that are still in need of some of these supplies, they're kind of out and about in the suburban areas. I know maybe gas scarce and, long wait times to refill generators and cars and stuff like that. Drive into town because it is a different world. And you can also get maybe some supplies that you can take back home as well to help you and your family through the rest of this week and into the weekend before you get power restored, hopefully, all of you this weekend.
One of our listeners just sent this to us during the break. In case you were looking at Sports Illustrated and this headline got you distraught, I don't want to just know that it's probably a typo. But on SI right now, headline, Houston Texans rank lowly in updated NBA power rankings following free agency. And it's got a picture of Şengün and Jalen Green on the bench. So my plan to play Şengün at center for the Texans, it doesn't seem to be probably. It looks like it's frowned upon by Sports Illustrated at this point. We'll keep you updated on it. I was like, this looks like I wrote the headline. Me with my messing names up all the time. It's been up for like 45 minutes. It's still up there. The AI writers at SI have not yet figured out that they screwed up by calling the Rockets the Texans.
Yeah, man, get it together, SI. Let's fix that, huh? I asked this question. I already know the answer to it, but apparently there are detractors. There are conversations being had, and I think it would be mind-numbing for me to be a part of said conversations. I have not seen anything that has ever made a good point about why the Texans should not bring J.J. Watt back. Obviously, that was big news again this week because of the Twitter picture that J.J. had put out of him looking all kinds of sculpted on Twitter.
Yeah, looking very much like he could play football, right this moment. Compared to last year where he had kind of just been, messing around in hotel gyms and stuff and not working out.
Play football or auditioning for an Abercrombie and Fitch model. I don't know. But certainly looking great.
I've had quite a few people come at me with counter arguments to it, and some of them have some good validity to it because there would be some things where it wouldn't necessarily be a good idea. But part of it got me thinking about it was when the Texans signed Jerry Hughes, I was kind of going around looking for some Jerry Hughes information, and I ran across this old interview of Will Anderson on the Green Light podcast from last year's training camp. But Chris Long, the host, asked Will about Jerry Hughes. And this is what Will Anderson said about what a great influence Jerry Hughes had been for him at the time.
Yeah, it's been great. Jerry probably doesn't even know, even though I asked him questions here and there, I literally watch everything Jerry does, from the way he warms up to the way he takes the field. I watch all his reps. I watch when he comes off the field. I watch when he has a break, everything. And he's constant with the thing that separates him from everybody else. He's constantly working his craft. Yep. If it's on break, he's doing hands. He's doing tight toe turns and everything like that. He's just everything. And for me, just watching that, I say, he practices he's still a rookie. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I respect about him so much. People joke a lot saying take this day off, take that day off. He's like, no. You know what I'm saying? At this age, he still has that drive, everything, and he pours so much back into all the guys in the room. He'll say, Coach, can you stop the tape? Will, you could have did this, you could have did that, and I'm just with my notepad writing it all down.
So, like, obviously, that's one really good influence to have on Will Anderson is having Jerry Hughes there.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's cool because Will Anderson is not the kind of rookie that needs older guys around to tell him to, like, hey, sit up straight and actually pay attention. What are you doing? You know, Will doesn't need any guidance in terms of working hard. He's already got all of that. It's the actual technical stuff, the advice, all of the football stuff and the rehab stuff, like all of that stuff. They are great resources for them.
Yeah.
For Will and those other young guys. And they've got, I mean, at this point now, Jerry Hughes is going to be 36 years old. Mario Edwards is going to be in his 30s. Daniil Hunter is going to turn 31 or 30 this year. They've got, and I'm leaving
Danico Autry.
Oh yeah, Danico Autry's 33.
Yeah,
like they've got some old heads in there to give Will a lot of advice as well as the younger guys. So I think that's something that D'Amico wants. But like one of the objections that people have told me, at least, and it's not like by far the majority of Texans fans are gung-ho about JJ coming back. But the thing I hear most commonly is like, look, he's been injured a lot. Like he's 35 years. Is that what you want to sign and bring in? That's not much of an argument in my mind for a couple reasons. And one is that I don't think that JJ himself is probably thinking of going an entire season. He might be. But I think like my suspicion is that it would be midway through the season. And then after that, just with all of those other names we just mentioned, that they rotate their defensive linemen. And like right now, you already have a group where if one guy goes down, you should have more depth and more rushers off the edge and on the inside than you had at any point last year. So I think the downside of JJ coming back is A, he wouldn't, like, if you're worried about injury, he's not going to be playing nearly as much. And B, it's not like he's going to be like the one key thing that the Texans need to win a Super Bowl.
I wanted to say this because you reminded me of it now, in that if you're asking yourself the question, you know, and we don't know, is JJ considering playing all season? I don't know why I haven't considered that personally, because when we talked about that earlier this week, I've been pretty adamant about when I think JJ is going to come back, because I think if the Texans are good, he is going to come back, and I think it's going to be in and around the final month, possibly month and a half of the season. I told you that's something that JJ's never done. Every year that JJ's played in the NFL, he's started the season, even if he's been hurt and he's had his season cut short. In some cases, he's been able to come back from injury, did it multiple times as a Houston Texan. Why would he, at the age of 35, think that, and why would we think that such a habitual, person, somebody that's so regimented, so, routine-based, change something up, do something completely different, have to ramp up, during like way late in the season just to preserve the body? Like, JJ, you're telling me we don't think JJ thinks he can make it through a whole NFL season? Well, you know what? I think I do, because I also think that JJ Watt understands that he's not going to be asked to play 90 to 100% of snaps. He's going to be asked to play, probably somewhere between 20, 25% of snaps or something in that regard. So why aren't we more seriously considering that as a possibility is where my mind went right now.
I guess the other part of it then, that's where this comes in is, look, there's a salary subject, and nobody knows exactly how much JJ would expect to be compensated. And the Texans, I don't know if they've thought about it or not, but at some point, it is professional football, and he's going to have to sign a contract. And I think if I'm the Texans and I'm looking at it, realistically, I'm going to be like Joe Shane from the Giants, and the way he was thinking about it with Saquon Barkley is, realistically, I got to look at it and say, are we going to pay a good chunk of money for a good spot when he's 35 years old and he's had a bunch of injuries? And do we expect him to last the entire season? Versus, all right, I feel a lot better. Like if I were Nick Caserio, I would feel a lot better about the prospects of him coming in in playing the last third of the regular season and then making it into the playoffs. And then financially, that makes a lot more sense too. Because at some point, you know, we just listed, they've got 4 or 5 defensive linemen who are all in their 30s or are turning 30 this year. One of those guys is going to get injured most likely along the way.
Yeah.
And at that point, it makes sense at some point midway through the season that you might be in the market for signing a new guy, and JJ has the benefit of not having played the first half of the season. The contract thing is a thing nobody wants to talk about, and I get it. I understand why I don't want to talk about it. But, like, let's say, just hypothetically, let's say if JJ was, like, demanding a $25 million a year contract, does that change your opinion about whether JJ should come back to the Texans or not?
No. I mean...
What?
Well...
So, like, 1 year, $25 million, you'd be cool with it?
If the Texans were cool with it, because... At no point over the course of the last year and a half that the Texans have stopped pretending and lying to everybody that they were trying to win football games. When they hired DeMeco Ryans, when they got the quarterback and they got the cornerstone on defense and Will Anderson, and they had this offseason, and for the second straight offseason really had the best in the NFL, and they become a serious organization. In no way, shape, or form has Nick Caserio been willing. There was a way to make it work, and we know he's sound of judgment and sound of mind. If he said, yes, this is possible, we just move money around and maybe defer or whatever, sure, go ahead. It's not my money. I'll pull the whole Adam Spillane card out. Like, I don't care. It's not my money. Go ahead. If you can make it work, and this is the year that you're supposed to be going and trying to win a Super Bowl, and JJ, you believe he's worth $25 million to do that, sure.
Yeah, okay, but listen, every GM makes mistakes. And, like, really, just because you like Nick Caserio doesn't mean that every decision that Nick Caserio makes is the good one or the right one or ends up working out. I said $25 million because I thought that was an extreme example. Like, I don't think that's what he expects to make on a one-year deal.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't think it would happen at $25 million. I don't think that's what JJ would expect, and I don't think that's what the Texans would be willing to give.
I agree, but I was just playing the game. Like, you know.
Yeah, that is, it is something, though, that I think comes up. It's something that might hold things up a little bit. It's whatever Jerry Hughes is making. I didn't see the reported contract number or whatever. The Texans are obviously happy with that. And I would be surprised if it had gotten to the point with the Texans where they've even discussed numbers with JJ. I think they've probably just kind of joked about it with him at times themselves. But that's where I'll have to go back and look at, like, Ndamukong Suh's contract when he went back to the Eagles.
Yeah.
And everything else.
Since I interjected his name, Adam Spillane is in studio right now with John Lopez. I just mentioned you because I went ahead and pulled that card. It's not my money. You know, that's one of your favorite sayings. How much is too much for the Texans to spend on a potential J.J. Watt reunion?
I don't really think it really matters. I mean, it's not like it cuts into your cap for next year. So whatever he wants, whatever you can fit under the cap, there you go.
Right, okay. Yeah, but it does, though. It like, everything cuts into every year because you can roll over cap. But also, like, you've got to have cap space. You got to have cap space to handle injuries and, like, in-season acquisitions and all of that, and without having to unduly push stuff off into the future. So it's not like, Adam, you're not one of these the salary cap doesn't exist guys, are you?
No, I'm not Mickey Loomis over here.
I just have started recently wondering, what is the actual dollar amount? Like, what would the Texans be comfortable spending on J.J. Watt? Because I don't think it's whatever price he demands. I think there probably is a number they have in mind.
J-Lo, what do you think? Is there a number that would make you feel uncomfortable, that would be kind of like awkward?
I actually don't think, and Seth might disagree with me on this. Everybody wants to get paid, and one more check, it's always good. It's money that you can't really make anywhere else.
Yeah.
I actually don't think that J.J. Watt is going to, like, negotiate too hard. Like, I think it's going to be like, hey, does this sound right? Cool, let's go. It's not going to be like $27 million or something like that. I mean, I just don't feel
it's not
that
going to be
happening.
like the Roger Clemens situation
That's
back in the day.
People like to say.
Yeah,
I think his why is different.
That's what we think. That's what I assume too.
Yeah.
But you never know. It's a potential roadblock to them signing J.J. Watt. Like on either side. Maybe J.J. has like very reasonable demands, but the Texans are like, nah, you're coming back at minimum or nothing. This is for love of the game, J.J.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a Clemens situation where where J.J.'s like, yeah, I want this much money, and I'm only going to go to road games that are on the East Coast in this time zone. You know, you have all these little things that he's requesting for the organization. Now, I think he's in. I told you, it's ultimately about the ring, and he wants the ring with the Texans. And if financially they can make it work and make it fair and make it not silly, for better or worse, I do think he's going to be all in for that, Seth. Hey, fun week this week, man. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, good job filling in with no power, no food. You haven't eaten in 3 days. You're basically destitute. And
shower? It's another story.
That's a different story.
Yeah, it was within the context of being a sports radio host. It was a heroic effort, not actual heroism, but a heroic effort by you in your role.
On our level, yeah, I appreciate that, man. Have a good week, man. We'll definitely catch up with you. For Seth Payne, I'm Sean Bijani. You are listening to KILT FM HD2, an Odyssey station. In the Loop with Adam Spillane and John Lopez begins now.
Thank you, Sean. Good morning, John. Good morning, Figgy.
Is it?
I think so. I'm in a good mood.
I'm always in a good mood, but is it? We have all had it up to here with Center Point, which stinks really hard. I mean, they stink bad. They stink loud. But I wanted to kind of get into the show with a Beryl check. Checking on you first, because we've crossed paths all week, but really haven't sat down and shared. And then Figgy, and then I've got to get a few things off my chest, as I've done the last 2 days regarding what's going on in our great city. But you just got Power Tuesday.
Yeah, I got it Tuesday night, and you feel bad. Because I'm sitting next to Sean here. I was sitting next to Sean on Wednesday morning, and I had power. He didn't. You feel kind of guilty about that sort of thing. So yeah,
you should.
Yeah, there you go.
You should.
See, at least I'm saying it right. Yeah. So I got power back. I was at the Astros game Tuesday night. I got a text from my neighbor saying, "Hey, we have power back." Like, oh, okay, cool. So yeah, I've been pretty good.
And Figgy, your power has stayed on.
Yeah, stayed on. Didn't tease me again like it did on Wednesday. Yeah. So I'm good so far. Now I got to freaking clean out my refrigerator.
Yeah,
because everything's spoiled in there.
And all jokes aside, I mean, we're doing the Beryl check here. 713-572-4610. You can hit us up on YouTube and Twitch, and certainly the text board at that number. My son still doesn't have power. He lives up there by Sean. Still doesn't have power. This is just stupid. I mean, it's just absolutely stupid. I can't fathom that the energy capital of the world doesn't have any semblance of a plan to fortify energy. I mean, it's just
the one thing that is frustrating is, how is the system not more resilient in this part of the country where you're going to get, storms are a thing. Storms are going to happen in this part of the country, yet Center Point has not spent nearly enough money on just the resiliency aspect of things. It should not happen in 2024, where a storm knocks out power for more than 1 million people for 96 hours, maybe even a week, depending on how much longer this lasts. It should not be like that at this time.
And there's also other aspects of it that go far beyond just the Center Point being completely mismanaged and not having a clue on how to have prepared for this, etc. But I feel Figgy like we were kind of at the tip of the arrow on this, because we came in on Wednesday morning and just started taking shots at Center Point because we could see this coming. Well, when you lose Mattress Mac, and now everyone is piling on Center Pointless, the big graffiti picture we all saw making the rounds, you're really up against it.
Mattress Mac here with Gallery Furniture. I'm here today to use my platform and the reach of Gallery Furniture's website for good to call upon you to join me in demanding that CenterPoint Energy reinforce the energy grid to ensure that in the future, no customers of theirs in Houston and beyond, like these wonderful little children here, should ever be without electricity for an extended period of time, like this nightmare that's happened in the last 2 months.
He sound like he got the energy.
Yeah, how about the visual?
Yes, there were. You had a mixture of everybody. You had all races.
Yeah.
You had a baby. You had a young child with a stuffed animal looking at Mattress Mac. It was, and then you had more people, more diversity in the background. It was really something.
Yeah, and he's right.
It's like a politician.
Obviously, he's right. I want to get into something else too, but I do want to share this because we have so many people that really. When I left my house this morning and I lived down there in the First Ward, I went kind of by the. I believe it's called the HISD, what's it called? The Student Assistance Center. And they were giving out water and food and such. The line of cars waiting was over at least over a mile long. And that's everywhere. That's happening everywhere. So I want to give out a list here. Just if you are out there, and I know the Rockets and Astros are doing something too, but some drive-through distribution centers, if you're listening to us, you have friends and family that are in a hard time. Just give us a moment here. We're going to get into some really cool sports topics that are percolating around. And I always call ourselves the toy department. We're going to give you the other the fun part of being able to listen to the radio. But Acres Home Multi-Service Center, Northeast Multi-Service Center on Spalding, Sunnyside, Southwest Multi-Service Center, Denver Harbor on Market, Fondy, Kingwood Community Center, I know that's over on Rustic Woods, and that's gonna be very, very important. Salvation Army, food distribution, the Fifth Ward centers and cooling centers have been so crucial right now with the heat wave and dangerous temperatures. Southwest Multi-Service Center, Acres Home, Sunnyside, West Gray, again Kingwood, Emancipation Park, Melrose Community Park, Houston Public Libraries are open as cooling centers. Alief Regional Library, Blue Ridge Neighborhood, Bracewell Neighborhood Library, Carnegie Neighborhood Library, Central Library, Flores, Johnson, and Youngman as well, and the YMCA cooling centers on Duncan, Perry, Tellefson, Trotter, Weekly, Alief, International, Houston Texans YMCA, and many, many more. Please take advantage of these because this is so crucial and so important for all of us. It's kind of like Mattress Mac. You can kind of laugh because he's Mattress Mac, but his point is crucial, and it's too much. It's well beyond. Oh well, that just happens when there's hurricanes. No, man, it shouldn't happen like this.
And I'll mention too, the Astros are doing an ice and water distribution over at Minute Maid Park. That goes until 11 or whenever they run out. And then the Rockets at 9 o'clock started a food distribution thing. So that's over at Toyota Center, and I believe that's still going on now. So Rockets, food distribution, Astros, ice, and water distribution over at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, and I know some of our listeners are like, hey, what about the Texans? We do have to give them some amount of grace. They have been out of town. This has been their offseason. They have scheduled a lot of all that. I am 100% certain. I can tell you the Texans will certainly offer help and assistance to everyone, as they can, when they can, and they have personnel in the building. But this is the last thing I want to mention here, as it pertains to the Beryl Center, because I got a message from a friend this morning that, fortunately for them, but very, very unfortunately for others who cannot afford it, but fortunately for them, they could afford it. They've been staying at a hotel downtown because he works downtown, and actually she works downtown, and there's no choice but to pay the bills. $1,200 a night for a hotel room. Adam, $1,200 a night.
Better be nice.
Damn, what is this? A Super Bowl going on here?
Yeah, exactly. For a regular hotel room. This is the part where we just gave you all the good things happening: cooling centers, feeding centers, distribution centers. Mattress Mac has his place open, of course, at Gallery Furniture. And, we were talking about my niece and nephew helping me clean up a lot of debris and stuff that happened in my house. And I'm sure that, of course, that's happening all over town. People just helping people, et cetera, et cetera. If you are a hotel, because I did a lot of research and I found several of these locations. If you're a hotel or a gas station or a propane station, that seems to be the hot thing this year, and you're engaging in ridiculous price gouging, go ahead and burn in hell. Ridiculous.
I'm looking right now at Priceline just for Houston hotels for tonight. The DoubleTree that's over here.
These are just regular hotels.
Yeah, it's a normal hotel just right down the street from us. $957 tonight.
Come on, man. What are we doing?
It's more than the Post Oak.
What happened to the Houston Strong? Oh, we're all in it together. Dude, this is not the time. A Super Bowl, like Figgy, okay, I get it. Because people are choosing, people of good means are choosing to come to Houston for a Super Bowl or whatever.
Yeah, and there's probably a lot of rich people too.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a way to make some money.
Yeah.
But not in a time where people need a place to stay, need power, need a bed to sleep in, and all that stuff. We already struggling, man.
It's like people who work downtown aren't all CEOs, man. People who work in these areas are not all of great means, you know?
Hotel by NRG, $508 tonight.
That's by NRG.
Yes.
I mean, like.
And that's the hood, too.
That is the hood. That is the hood.
That ain't downtown.
Yes. I mean, this is just, I can't fathom that people are that callous and cold to people they live with. I mean, these aren't out-of-towners coming to Houston.
These are people just trying to survive right now.
Yeah.
In a really, really difficult time that they're going through now for a second time in the span of 2 months. It's unfortunate, but hey, that's the world, I guess, sometimes.
It's the bad part of the world. That's for sure.
All right.
And one last thing.
Yeah.
Because I'd like to make this very, very clear. If you're like, I don't think very many people are like this. If you are at all thinking, hey man, it's hard for the power grid to have been repaired this quickly. First of all, it was in 2008 when Ike hit and this whole power grid thing started, and then the freeze and all that. We got to do something. Centerpoint's profits, not their gross income. Centerpoint's profits, the money they put in their pocket collectively, last year, just 1 year, was $6 billion with a B. $6 billion, and they don't care.
And there was a story in the Wall Street Journal yesterday. Mm-hmm. They have not spent nearly enough when it comes to just like protecting the resiliency of everything.
Yeah.
And like that's the big thing right now is just make it so that it doesn't go out all the time.
Yes.
Like, let's make the system a little bit more resilient than what it is right now, and therefore you don't have to have 10,000 people come in from out of town to try and restore power everywhere.
And then negotiate pay with them.
You don't have 2.2 million people that are without power if the system is more resilient. Let's work on that. Let's work on preventing this.
Power is going to go out, but it should never go out like this.
Yes. All right, Astros tonight taking on the Rangers after sweeping the Miami Marlins, and boy, the Marlins are bad. The Marlins are a really, really bad team, and the Astros beat up on a really, really bad team, which is what you're supposed to do. So the Astros now 5 games over 500 for the first time all season. It's been really just a remarkable turnaround when you look at it, John. This was a team that was they go from 12 games under 500 at the end of April, and now they are guaranteed to be 500, over 500 when the All-Star break hits. No Yordan Alvarez last night. It doesn't seem like it's serious, so he could be available to play today. Who knows what's going on with Kyle Tucker? He did some work on the field before the game yesterday. It did not include running, but at least he was throwing, and it's the first time he's been out on the field since he got hurt on June 3rd. And we talk so much about you have to beat the bad teams.
Yeah.
Astros 3-0 against the Marlins, 4-0 against the Rockies. They're 6-1 against the A's. That's 13-1 against 3 of the worst teams in baseball. Like, that's what you have to do. The Astros are taking care of business against the teams they have to take care of business against.
And I wanted to ask you about this because we mentioned it a little bit yesterday. That's not easy to go 13-1 against really, really bad teams. And it's doubly not easy when you have 4 pitchers, basically, starting pitchers, and most of them have been unproven, at least coming into this year. So it truly is, like we always talk about, like what Houston is, and I've mentioned they have the gene. I know I've mentioned it with you, but I'm talking more about like Altuve and the veterans, Bregman, et cetera, that just know how to win and will never be sort of, like crumble. They'll never crumble. But the fact that it's guys like Yanner stepping up, which we expected, but also Loperfido, these pitchers, Arrighetti and Blanco, even though they had high hopes for these guys, have never been a part of that gene. They've at least at the highest level. So I think what's really happening here is is like culture has kind of sustained this team and trickled down to players that are now contributing and maybe as important, if not more important, than some of the stars.
There was a lot of freak out over Joe Espada and how he was handling things when they were losing, and he's got to go and he's got to like throw stuff around and go throw water coolers. And
I said that
and get thrown out of games. Like that was a very popular refrain from everybody. But Espada kept calm, and I think that he understood the team that he had, and he understood that I don't need to do that because at some point we are going to turn it around. And this is what Joe Espada had to say about that last night.
Yeah, definitely persevere, and we have come long ways. There was no doubt in my mind that we would we were going to get back into this race. There was no doubt. So I'm just proud how we have done it in a way where we never lost hope. We never panic. We know how good we are as a team, and we have fought our way back into a race. And if I'm running a race, that's a team I wanna have my back.
That's why you don't want, especially with this team, like if he has a different team, a younger team that hasn't been through it, then okay, the manager can really start raising hell.
Yeah.
But I think he understood that I don't need to do this, and I trust the guys. He's been here for 6 years before. He trusts the guys that are in that clubhouse, and I think that they are professional enough to where he knew that, hey, at some point this is going to turn, and there was no panic from him. Like there was no panic from the clubhouse, but that also came from him. Like he really did not panic, and maybe he should have. I don't know.
Yeah.
The fact that he is kind of made for this job and that he can handle this job, I think, better than a lot of people thought back in April.
I don't know if if I'm ready to say he's made for this job, but I do think he can handle this job because of this. I think if you're going to say Joe Espada or the Astros did a good job hiring Joe Espada for any reason, it's because he knew what was in the clubhouse. It's not like his X's and O's or his hands on the dials or his managerial skills, etc. I think the best thing he had was he knew like the names I just mentioned, and he knew how that would affect the clubhouse. So he was kind of like just hands off, Yeah,
and that's why you promote from within when you have a successful team. Like, if you go from outside the organization when everything is successful, then there's a learning process that comes with that, and you need to learn, how guys tick. He knows what makes all those guys tick, and I think that gave him an advantage when it came to having this job. We've got the trade deadline here in it's in 18 days. The trade deadline is July 30th. We'll get into that a little bit later, but the Rangers are in town.
Yeah.
And so the Rangers struggling, 5 games under 500. To me, a little bit of a one-hit wonder. It's kind of looking like with the Rangers. We're going to get into one-hit wonders in sports coming up because I think that the Rangers are kind of typical for what a one-hit wonder could be. But I do want to get into the trade deadline really quick because you guys, we've thrown names out and you've seen reports and all this stuff about Vlad Guerrero Jr. and Pete Alonso and starting pitcher X. If their focus is on a big name, their priorities are all wrong. Like they need to be like, I wouldn't even worry about first base at this point. I think John Singleton has acquitted himself just fine since Jose Abreu's been gone. I think that the platoon with Mauricio Dubon has been solid as well. So I would just leave first base alone, and I'm looking on starting pitching depth because I'm watching what Jake Bloss did last night, and he was fine. It's a 4-inning start coming off of an injury, but I need some depth there because Jake Bloss should not be a major league starting pitcher right now. He will be at some point, but this is a year after getting drafted. So like they need some depth so that because it turned into a bullpen game, and now this is essentially 3 times through the rotation where they're going with a bullpen game, and that's just not sustainable.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask you about because I was talking about all these big rumors. First of all, how are you going to pay for them? And I get that you can do certain things, but everybody knows the Astros are buyers. The price is not going to be dirt cheap by any stretch. They're talking about some of their high prospects. So my question was, let's assume they do that. Like they say, you know what, we're going to make do, so to speak, at first base, get a pitcher or 2, but not necessarily like a high-end pitcher, just that depth that you're talking about. Is that good enough? Is that good enough with this team? Because we know what the standard is. So is that good enough to get to that standard?
I don't know, but I know that that's what they can do. And the thing is, the pitcher that you get that maybe you don't think a lot of, that maybe isn't like this highly touted guy.
Yeah.
The smart teams are able to find those guys and turn them into something. Like that's what the Astros have made their living on, is finding undervalued starting pitchers and turning them into something. So if they go out and get a couple starting pitchers that you haven't heard of. You see something in them that can improve those guys and turn them into something, then all of a sudden you have yourself, that's a huge value type move. So that's the kind of the direction that I would be looking at. All right, coming up next on In the Loop, one-hit wonders in sports. The Texas Rangers seem to be at the top of that list right now. We'll get into some others next on In the Loop.
Yep, right now, D&M Auto Lease.
It's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, welcome into In the Loop. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig are with you. You know, John, with the Rangers in town, you hear the Houston, the bring the juice in the open.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of Adolis Garcia a little bit.
Big time.
Yeah.
And could be in the home run derby.
He could be. Now be in the All-Star game.
Yeah, that's right.
The Rangers arrive at Minute Maid Park tonight, 5 games under 500. They have an 8.6% chance of making the playoffs, according to fans. The team, I didn't think that they were like this elite team last year, but they were certainly very good. I thought they would be very good again this year, and they have frankly underperformed. And Jonah Heim has not been good. Marcus Semien will start the All-Star game next week in Arlington, but he's been a below-average hitter this season. And then Adolis Garcia has been a well-below-average hitter this season. And it's not like they've had a ton of injuries. You know, they've had a few just like everyone else. But, you know, Michael Lorenzen has made all of his starts after signing as a free agent.
Yeah.
Andrew Haney has made all his starts. Nathan Eovaldi has missed a few. John Gray's been healthy, though. So it's just been one of those strange years for the Rangers where they just haven't been very good. And it got me thinking, it looks like the Rangers are a one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
They did not make the playoffs 6 straight years before winning the World Series last year. It does not look like they will make the playoffs again this year. So what are some other one-hit wonders when it comes to championship teams or championship level teams?
First thing about the Rangers, you know what makes me feel good about them, Crash? Not just that it's the Rangers and they're a rival, but they have been so cocky about winning that World Series. Remember the Super Radio Row, Figgy?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we were sandwiched between 2 Dallas area Metroplex radio stations, and it was every day World Series champs walking in front of our table with the T-shirts and you know, just talking crap like fans. You know, like some Twitter troll. And I got to admit, like, this is better than anything. This is better than them winning the World Series was bad. Like, they have completely flopped. Like absolutely completely flopped. And I know they've been a little hot here of late. We'll see how they warm the old heart that the Rangers were as cocky as they were. They're kind of like the Cowboys. You know, like it fell off.
They haven't won anything in 30 years.
Yeah, but I'm saying like they were like, oh, cow, but they're still saying it.
Yeah,
and they hadn't won squat. So I know you have some, but 3 popped into my head. Teams that were one-hit wonders. That I don't know if you have them on your list. I don't think so. How about the Jaguars recently? Like the was it 2017?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a
AFC Championship.
Yeah,
did not make they had gone years without making the playoffs. Before, and then they've made it just the one time since.
Yeah,
and a couple times they finished with the worst record in the league.
Yes,
so yeah, that's a good one.
I think the Jaguars they were like that close to getting to the Super Bowl.
They almost beat Tom Brady in Foxborough to get to the Super Bowl. They should have won that game.
Yeah, and then how about the Falcons?
The one that lost here. No,
yeah.
I did not have them because that group had been to the playoffs a bunch with Matt Ryan, and they won a playoff game too the next year. Yeah. So I didn't really include them. I get what you're saying though with it because they never reached those heights again. That was their one chance.
They weren't even close.
Yeah.
And then the other one that I don't think you had on your list. I like this topic. One-hit wonder teams because of the Rangers is the main reason I like it. But the Mavericks, 2011, beat the Big Three. And all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, Dirk, and they finally got it. They had been sort of like pumped up for several years before that as a contender. They finally get it, and you're thinking, all right, now that the pressure's off, the Mavericks might be humming. Never again.
That seed. Yeah. 2008, they lose first round. 2009, they lose second round. 2010, they lost first round. Win the championship in 11, and then they went like a decade without winning. They went more than a decade without even winning a playoff series.
Yeah,
and that was kind of a new era. That 2011 basically was a new era. So here's what I've got. I don't have actually any NBA teams on here, to be honest with you. I have one. I take that back. I have one.
Yeah.
The 2020 Lakers.
Yeah.
The fake championship in the bubble.
Yeah.
It was a Lakers team that that had gone 7 years without making the playoffs.
Yeah.
They make the playoffs in 2020 with LeBron and Anthony Davis.
That shouldn't even count.
No, it's a fake.
Yeah.
Anything that happened in 2020 is a fake. And I know
that
this
in-season tournament championship is worth more than that.
And remember how they celebrated and then I was like, "Oh, this is not hitting, man."
The favorite thing I seen was somebody tweeted like, "Well, at least we got a in-season championship." Once they got bounced out,
they got a banner for it.
Yeah.
But I don't include anything that happened in 2020 as real because Indiana was top 10 in football for a couple of weeks. Like that wasn't real. A&M was good. A&M finished fourth in the nation in 2020.
Hey, I take that.
That's how you know it was a fake season.
Come on now.
So the 2020 Lakers, they went 7 years without making the playoffs, win that championship. And then the next year, they lose in the first round. Then they missed the playoffs after that. They had that one fake run with Darvin Ham in 23. And then last year, again, lose in the first round. So one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
The 2007 Colorado Rockies, the Rocktober Rockies, won 22 straight games through the National League playoffs, beating the Phillies in the division series, swept the Diamondbacks in the NLCS, and then they got swept by the Red Sox in the World Series. They missed the playoffs in 2008, got to the playoffs in 2009, and then did not make the playoffs again until 2017.
And now where are they?
Well, as I like to say, they are considered to be one of the dumb teams.
You were not affiliated with the Rockies back then, though, right?
Not in 2007. I got there in 2009, and Rocktober was still a thing. Rocktober will always be a thing in Colorado Rockies lore just because it's their only World Series appearance, and it's especially now, like those are the hits.
Yeah, that's
then.
it.
So yeah.
Todd
Helton, the Todd Helton visual celebrating when they got the last out of the of Game 4 of the NLCS. That's an iconic photo. In Rockies history.
Yeah.
So the Rockies, 2005 White Sox.
Oh no.
Beating the Astros in the World Series. They had a long playoff drought before that season. I think for them, they had not made the playoffs since '93.
Yeah.
And then it was like 3
they did
years
nothing
before
after that.
They had. The White Sox had never made the playoffs in back-to-back seasons, I believe, until 2020 and 2021.
Yeah.
And that team's been around for, going back to the early 1900s. And they just had no history. But they made the playoffs in 93. That was that Frank Thomas team when he was real young. They did not make it again, I believe, until 2000. Or they made it in 2000. My bad. They made it in 2000, got swept in the division series. They did not get back again until 2005, win the World Series. They did not get back again until 2008. So that, to me, is a one-hit wonder.
100%.
And then the Marlins were just in town.
But big time.
97, make the playoffs for the first time in franchise history. They spent all this money for the 97 season. They win the World Series in a really fun 7-game series.
That was on my list, man.
Yeah.
Did they beat a team you liked in the World Series?
Unfortunately, probably one of the best teams in history.
Yeah.
And then they win the World Series. They completely tear it down the next year. I think they lost 100 games the next year. Blow it up completely to get to 2003, where all these prospects that they got start to really play well. They win the World Series again. They blow it up again. And the Marlins really have not been anything of significance.
The Marlins are
since.
the poster child for this.
Yes. Wayne Huizinga.
Absolutely the poster child for this. I remember that 1997 series very vividly because I had to talk my way out of trouble with police after the clinching game. So they had this media party afterward, and I was walking in. They said, just use your credential, go right in. So I showed the lady at the front my credential, and she wouldn't allow me in. I said, they said I could use this credential. I wasn't that hell-bent on going to the party anyway, but I was like, grab a beer, grab a sandwich, whatever. I showed it to her. She goes, no, not that one. And I put my hand on her shoulder to show. I put my hand on her shoulder to show
Strike
to turn,
one.
to kind of turn and show her the credential again to make sure. Are you sure? And she goes, sir, are you assaulting me? And I went, what? I said, what? I mean, it was literally just 4 fingers, oh, look, this is it right here. Sir, are you assaulting? What are we doing?
They was doing that back in 97.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, I don't need a beer and a sandwich that bad. That's for dang sure. I was like, man. That was one of my I'm glad you brought that up because I'll never forget that. I was like, assaulting you.
Real quick, I got a couple of them. Okay. One of them actually is a player. Dontrell Willis, speaking of the Marlins, he had that one great rookie year where I thought he was going to take over the league. And I felt like he just kind of fell flat after that.
Yep.
So I felt like that was a bit of a one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
And people ain't going to like this. I felt like the 2016 Cavs, I felt like that was a one-hit wonder, man. That was the only championship in the city. And unfortunately, they kept going against the Warriors, man. One of the best teams we ever seen. So.
Yeah, they went to the finals 4 straight years. They can't be a one-hit wonder for that.
But they lost. They kept losing, man. They could not get past the Warriors.
Nobody could.
Exactly.
Nobody
so
could.
That's one championship in the last 50 years.
Yeah.
So that got to be a one hit, man. I don't think they coming back anytime soon.
Send in your one-hit wonder, 713-572-4610. Coming up next, an NFL analyst had the Texans' skill position players ranked at the very bottom of the NFL the last 2 years. Where does he have them ranked now? We'll tell you that next on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio 610.
The countdown to training camp is on.
It's the final countdown.
We're just 1 week away from the Texans getting back on the field. All the latest from the practice field every weekday during camp, right here on Houston Sports Leader and the free Odyssey app. Your home for the Texans is Sports Radio 610.
This report is brought to you by thelocongroup.com. Still in the cleanup process, a lot of improvement. A lot of the roadways are back open. Still have a ton of signal malfunctions. Also a crash. I-45 northbound north across Timber Street. Wasn't that right in center lanes? Looks like that's on the shoulder. You may see a fraction of a delay. It's 82 degrees. I'm Lori Houston, Sports Radio 610.
I'm Taylor Bijani with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Free agent safety Jamal Adams agreeing to terms on a 1-year deal with the Titans. The 3-time Pro Bowler was released by the Seahawks in March after spending the past 4 seasons in Seattle. 49ers tight end George Kittle told the Rich Eisen show he's not concerned about a deal getting done for wide receiver Brandon Ayuk, saying they often get done just before the start of the season. Cardinals running back James Conner rushed for a career-high 1,040 yards in 2023, but says he wants that to be the lowest he rushes for in his career going forward. Conner saying, quote, "That's the floor, not the ceiling." And the CW Network announced former Patriots head coach Bill Belichick is joining Inside the NFL as an analyst. Belichick saying of the new gig, quote, "I've always appreciated Inside the NFL's depth of analysis, and I hope to bring the same detailed insight." This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
How's my big day? Big day? First grade. Aw, well, Staples has crayons, markers, glue. I need a laptop. Oh, yeah, sure. With Staples Hot Deals, you can save up to $300 on select PCs for school. Wait. The finances are Mom's department. Right. I'm looking for performance, like a Core i7 processor. Boy, first grade has really changed. Tell me about it.
Save big on tech for school with super low Staples Hot Deals. Right now, get up to $300 off select PCs at Staples. Ends 8/24.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my good friend Dr. Ben Salento with Texas Sinus and Snoring, and I know you guys have heard me talking about my snoring through the years prior to 2018. Once February of 2018 came around, I was a Dr. Ben Salento guy. I went to him. He got my sleep fixed for me. He's got a comprehensive array of solutions, and when you fix your sleep, you are fixing almost everything else in your life. Sleep is the foundation for anything we do. If you want your quality of life back until you fix your sleep, it's just not going to happen. He fixed my snoring. He fixed my sleep apnea, which it was a really beneficial thing for me because sleep apnea, that can kill you. Sinus issues, he can help you with that as well. Did a procedure on my wife's sinuses. She breathes a whole lot better now. Texas, into the practice, he fixed my deviated septum a year ago, and now I breathe better the entire day long, not just while I'm sleeping. 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313 or online at drbensalento.com.
Want to build on your own land?
Our Vision Homes is Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder. Our Vision offers a streamlined process in order to ensure the timeliness and quality of your home while allowing for the flexibility to customize any project. Our Vision works with you each step of the way. Learn how to get started today. Visit ourvisionhomes.com to register for our Build on Your Land seminar. Space is limited. Visit ourvisionhomes.com today to register. That's ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about My Computer Career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Granger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Come or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. Biggest one-hit wonders in sports. Got a couple here. The 2015 Kansas City Royals. I don't have them on there because they got to Game 7 of the World Series in 2014. Mm-hmm. So you can't be a one-hit wonder if that's the case. 2000. This texter says 2003 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I believe they mean 2002 Buccaneers that won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's not a bad one just because they had gone 2001 wild card loss, 2000 wild card loss. They had gotten to the NFC Championship game in '99, and then they fell off after that. So that's a pretty good one.
What about the team they actually played, the Raiders?
The Raiders are kind of in a similar boat.
Yeah. They got to the. I mean, they ain't win it. They got to the Super Bowl, and they fell off the face.
Yeah,
earth.
Good. A couple years before that, remember they lost the snow game against New England, and then the year before that they had gotten to the AFC Championship game. So I'm talking come out of nowhere 1 year, completely fall off the face of the earth. The next year. Speaking of coming out of nowhere, the Texans the last couple years, and this is Bill Barnwell before every season puts out Bill Barnwell of ESPN. Yes, he puts out his rankings of the top skill position units in the NFL. 2022, he had the Texans ranked 32. Mm-hmm. 2023, he had the Texans ranked 32. 2024, he has the Texans ranked 4th, which is a pretty remarkable turnaround in that department. How do you feel about that? I'm going to give you the three teams that are ahead of the Texans are the 49ers, the Eagles, and the Dolphins. Would you put the Texans ahead of any of those three?
I would not. I really don't think I would, but I will say, the fact that they've made that big a jump is no surprise to anyone, first of all. But secondly, I think what it really comes down to is who's throwing the ball. So let's look at the teams they have ahead of them. Okay, so Brock Purdy, I've come around on Brock Purdy. Obviously, he did the way he performed last year. But would you say he's better than CJ Stroud?
No,
not. Dolphins, I've been one of his biggest fans. Quietly, not so quietly, but I've been one of his biggest fans, I should say, in the minority, because a lot of people think that he's going to be taking a step back. And then Jalen Hurts, kind of hard to argue his success, but what a team, that surrounds cases. The team is helping the quarterback. I mean, I think that's obvious.
No, I agree with that.
In the Texans' place, the quarterback could make an already loaded skill position set even better. So to answer your question, absolutely, I could see them going up above all three of these teams.
So I think that they could pass the Dolphins because Tyreek Hill's a little bit older.
Mm-hmm.
You still have Jaylen Waddle, but after those two, it's not great when it comes to their skill guys. And then the running backs, to me, aren't great over there.
Yeah.
It was a lot of Raheem Mostert last season, and they had Devin Achane was outstanding when he played.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think Raheem Mostert might have led the NFL in touchdowns, in rushing touchdowns last year. I don't think that's happening again.
Yeah.
So I think the Texans could easily get into the top three. Now, fourth, or rather, so fifth was Minnesota, where you have Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. That's a little high, I think. I know.
It's all because of Jefferson.
Yeah, I know Jefferson is great, but the rest of those guys aren't like, TJ Hawkinson is really good, but I'm not like putting them that high.
Yeah.
The Chicago Bears.
See, this is the
6.
one. We mentioned this earlier, and this is the one where I'm like, the hype train for the Bears is off the charts. Some of it is deserved because they were pretty good last year, and I think it just comes down to the hype for Caleb Williams is what that's all about.
But this is just receiver,
but
running back,
I think
tight
they're
end.
projecting, like, because they have Caleb Williams, they're going to be that good.
Well, it's a lot of Keenan Allen, like one who's not exactly been a guy that you should be putting a lot of faith in. And then it's Rome Odunze. It's Rome Odunze, like, coming in and immediately being good, which I think he could be.
Yeah, but I think it's projection because of the quarterback.
Yeah. That's a little high for me. So Minnesota 6th. Detroit, man, that's a lot of NFC North. It's a lot of NFC
Now,
North.
Detroit, I'm in.
Yes, I'm with you because they got multiple running backs, multiple receivers.
Is that going to be the best division in football?
Oh, yeah.
It could be.
Yeah.
Or the toughest one?
I think that it's probably leaning that way because you could make a case for probably 3 of those teams winning the division.
Yeah.
Like, you can make a case for the Packers winning that division. Obviously, you can make a case for the Lions winning that division. And then you can certainly make a case for the Bears just based off of how they played at the end of last season. And then are you buying the Caleb Williams hype?
Yeah. And the Vikings are no chump.
Yes. But, man, I mean, having the Bears and Vikings and the Bears and Vikings skill guys ranked ahead of, like, Seattle, that's a bit aggressive. The Rams, that one's a bit aggressive, too.
That's very aggressive.
Yeah, so, but it does show you how far the Texans have come, not just with the talent they have on the field, but with how they are perceived from outside this city, because it's not like they made a ton of changes to their skill position guys. I mean, a big reason why they are being ranked the way that they are ranked by Bill Barnwell is based off of what Nico Collins did last season. And I think that we were probably higher on Nico Collins than a lot of the football world was heading into last season.
I'll give you an example. I got a call on the drive in this morning from a buddy of mine in Florida who's a big Dolphin. Nothing about this. It was about the Bite Me podcast because he's a big fisherman, whatever. But he's like, man, I got to ask you something. Even though before we hung up, he goes, tell me about the Texans, man. And all I'm hearing is about the Texans and all. I mean, it's like everywhere. It's not just us. Like, it's not just media sort of getting swept up in what the Texans have done. It's like some casual fan in Florida saying, man, the Texans kind of scare me because of the Dolphins, because he's a Dolphins fan. I'm like, dude, this is everywhere with the Texans right now.
And I think one of the reasons why I think the skill guys are ranked as high as they are for the Texans is just the overall depth. Like, I think that's it. Now, I wouldn't say that at the running back position, but at the receiver position, that's a really good receiver room, like 1 through 5, 1 through 6. I bet 1 through 6, they probably have the best receiver room in the NFL. The tight end room is pretty strong. Like, you can afford to lose guys. Like, they lost. Nico Collins was great last year. They lost him for a couple of games, and the passing game was still really good. So I think they can afford a guy getting hurt here, a guy getting hurt there, and they can still be fine.
I think there's still a lot to prove at the tight end position.
Schultz is okay. I think Schultz.
No,
is
Schultz is not. Is not what I'm talking about.
You're talking about the depth.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Like
okay.
Revin Jordan, we've seen hints, but I want to say he only had like 40 something. Not even. Maybe it's 30 something catches. But he showed flashes, and of course the big touchdown against the Browns. And Cade Stover, I mean, we've seen him in minicamp. Cool. You know. Yeah. Cool. We'll see as that goes. So I think there's a little left to prove at the tight end position, but I'm not talking about Dalton Schultz. Yeah.
Okay. The running back, that's
another one.
Yeah, that's one where the depth isn't great, at least right now. And I think that when training camp starts, me, that's the first guy I'm looking at is Dameon Pierce, just to see how he looks and has he made the improvements that they need to see him make.
I have a question for you about next week. Training camp when we get here on Monday, we are going to be in the week of training camp. And how cool is that? But I did want to ask you this because where are your eyes going to go to immediately when you show up at training camp on Thursday? They're going to have everybody getting here on Wednesday. Where is your immediate focus going to go? Because you just touched on one of the places for me. For me, running back is not so much it. I'm going to be interested in Mixon. Obviously, I'm going to be interested in Dameon Pierce. But if it doesn't work out, you can get a running back.
Yes.
You can get a running back in the NFL. It might not be a star, but you can get a guy that can be a big contributor. It's not even cornerback. Now, I know we're talking about the offense here, but just in general, I was thinking about this morning. Where are the margins so small? Because, see, I think the margins are small when you look at the depth chart at running back, but you can find a running back in the NFL from off another team or off the street or whatever. The margins can be perceived as small at cornerback. And I know I'm extending, away from offense here, but nevertheless, but you can find cornerbacks, and they have a bunch of warm bodies that have played in the NFL, Henderson, Okudah, etc. Where is to me, my eye is, the margins are the thinnest, probably at tight end, because Dalton Schultz is the dude. I mean, he's good. But
my answer would be cornerback, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Just because you need them. You need those guys on the outside, and outside of Stingley, I don't have a ton of faith that these guys can right away. They Kamari Lassiter could wind up being good. I'm always a little concerned with having to rely that much on a rookie, especially on a team that has really high expectations.
But see, my point is you do have Okudah and Henderson who aren't they're not superstars. They're not living up to their draft status, but they are guys that have played in this league and made plays and faced receivers.
Yeah, I mean, they've played in the league. Yeah, I don't know if that means that I want them on the outside against Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle or something I need to feel better about that second cornerback position. That's why, to me, Stingley is just so massively important, because Stingley got hurt last year for a few games, but Steven Nelson was fine, and he was able to hold his own at that position. If Stingley were to get hurt again, do they have somebody on the outside that can hold his own, or do you really have to start scheming to protect your cornerbacks at that point? That to me is my biggest concern with their defense. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, I do want to continue with this conversation. Actually, when we come back, first half of the season is over with the Astros. All-Star break will be with us. I want to hand out some awards for the first half of the season. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
How do you grade the Astros? FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you until 2 o'clock. Then we hand it off to The Drive. Texter 713-572-4610. We were talking about one-hit wonders in sports. Texter brought up a good one. The 1999 Tennessee Titans.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely
what
nothing.
A shame.
Did nothing, really. The Oilers in 93, second round.
Reaching for that goal line.
And then they were a yard away from at least going to overtime in the Super Bowl. And they had a couple good years after that, but never came close to getting back to a Super Bowl.
What a shame.
Yeah, that's too bad.
You hate to see that happen.
Maybe next time. Send those in, 713-572-4610. We bring that up because the Texas Rangers are in town to face the Astros in a 3-game series this weekend.
Again,
to take you
what a shame.
into the All-Star break. The Rangers go 6 years without making the playoffs. They win the World Series. They come into this game 5 games under 500 for the season. They have an 8.6% chance of making the playoffs, according to Fangraphs. They appear to be a one-hit wonder. So if you've got any others, send those in, 713-572-4610. The Astros, 5 games over 500 for the first time this season after sweeping the Marlins. They win last night 6-3. So with the All-Star break coming up after Sunday's game, I thought it'd be a good time to just kind of reveal our Astros award ballots at this point of the season, kind of a good stopping point. And so for me, we'll start with MVP, and I'm of the belief that it has to be a position player for MVP.
It does not.
Yeah, that's sorry.
It does not.
These are the rules.
They are. It's not a rule.
You cannot be an MVP and be a pitcher and only
Justin Verlander would like
only
a word.
pitch one. Well, I wouldn't vote him MVP.
So Blanco can't be in the conversation.
I will put him on my ballot, but I will not have him number 1.
Come on.
Sorry.
What? You look. We all know you are a baseball nerd. You are. I mean, I'm not
offended.
Part of the problem.
You are part of the problem. You are part of the look. You know how I feel about you. I love you to death. I love your baseball nerdisms. I love the way you dig in on all this stuff. That is the. Are you sure you're not a 78-year-old AP sports writer?
Might be. I have an AP byline.
Because, okay. We'll get to all of these, but you've just stumbled. You've just spilled something that I don't think you should be spilling, and that is that age-old, ink-stained wretch, 78-year-old, cigar in the mouth, wearing a fedora. Oh, a pitcher can't be a most.
It's a good look.
Cigar in the mouth, wearing a fedora. Yes, they can.
Nope. Sorry.
Why?
You pitch once every 5 days. That's it.
That has nothing to do with anything.
They can carry a team. They can be the most valuable player on the team.
You pitch 20% of you play in 20% of the games. And
Okay.
yes, you do impact the game before and the game after, but no, I'm sorry.
No.
Can't do it.
You are wrong, sir. Nope. And here's why. Because my MVP, I mentioned it day before yesterday, without question is Ronel Blanco. Like, not even close. And here's why. If Ronel Blanco wasn't pitching, the Astros would probably be under 500 right now. They are 9 games over 500 when he pitches. I believe last time I checked, which was Wednesday, they were 6 games under 500 when he doesn't pitch. That is the most valuable, emphasis on valuable player.
Can't do it. That's suspended.
Oh, God, now you're doing that.
Oh, goodness.
Now he's going,
oh, my
now
goodness.
he's going full
So
suspension.
if he didn't get suspended, will he be in this conversation?
He would have a better case. That got suspended. How was that valuable to the team? I'm going Jose Altuve. Just the reliability. He's been really good all season long offensively. Defensively, not as good, but just he really carried them offensively that first month of the season. Kind of went through a little bit of a downturn in May, but just the reliability of him playing basically every single game, I think that's been huge, especially when you consider that he missed so much time at the start of last year.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's Altuve. It would have been Tucker had he not, I don't know, broken his leg 6 weeks ago. So yeah, I have
it's a bruise. Remember, we're talking about it's a bruise.
It's a deep bone bruise.
It's a deep bone.
Still
bruise.
not running, but yeah. I have Altuve 1, then I'd probably go Yordan Alvarez 2, and then I'll give you Blanco at 3.
Get the hell out of here. This is the most Adam Spillane thing of all. Pitchers can't win MVP.
I would never vote for a pitcher for MVP. Sorry, just wouldn't do it.
You probably the reason why J.J. Watt didn't get that MVP too.
I think defensive players should be able to win MVP in the NFL. I think quarterbacks are way over. I hate it that you have to be a quarterback basically to win the Heisman. I hate that.
Yeah,
I think
I'm with you on that.
But yeah, pitchers can't win MVP.
So you agree on college football and NFL, but not baseball.
Correct. We all have our contradictions.
Yes, we do.
All right, Cy Young. I'll let you go first. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah. That's a no-brainer. Because he's MVP, might as well give him the Cy Young too.
Yeah. That's why I got to spread it around a little bit. I want to be able to recognize more people.
Yeah. What about rookie?
Well, so I want to. So who would be number 2? Who would be your second on your ballot for Cy Young? Because I think that's where it gets really hard. Because I think I would probably go with Framber Valdez. There's been a little too much inconsistency there for me to feel good about it.
Yeah.
I would have maybe gone Hader up until the last couple of weeks, but the last couple of weeks have not been very good. So I don't want to put him there. Maybe Brian Abreu, but Brian Abreu's season didn't start off great. Maybe Hunter Brown, but Hunter Brown's season started off just as bad as you could ever imagine. So I think that number 2 spot, number 2 and number 3 on the ballot, those are tough parts to figure out. But I guess for me, I would put Framber Valdez 2. And then I guess Hunter Brown would be third.
It's got to be Hunter Brown,
too. Yeah, I think it would be Hunter Brown.
No, I would put Hunter Brown, too.
His April was so bad.
And then he added a pitch.
Yeah, but I can't vote you second in Cy Young if you had a 4 ERA, if you had an ERA over 9 a third of the way through.
Well, if you forget ERA, he's been more consistent than Framber.
He was consistently horrific in April, and then he was awesome after that.
And now he's
No, but you can't just throw away April the way that he did and be 2 on my ballot. So I would have Framber 2, Hunter Brown 3, and then the relievers. You know what? We probably should mention Taylor Scott at some point on this. I know he wasn't pitching like the highest of leverage innings at the start of the season, but he has been consistently probably their best.
He come up with
honorable mention Taylor Scott.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Okay. I can't think of a rookie. Who would be the rookie?
I was thinking about this too, because Hunter Brown's not a rookie. I guess I would go Arrighetti, and Arrighetti's been.
I thought about Arrighetti, but
there are times where he's a rookie, and he's there's ability there, but he's not like some huge massive prospect.
Yeah.
So I think I would go Arrighetti 1, and then I guess by default you have to go.
He would probably get a participation ribbon.
Yeah.
Because it's like, man, we know you ain't supposed to be here right now, but you kind of holding down the fort a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So respect.
And they have pushed him into a spot where he probably isn't ready for.
Yeah.
The same thing probably with Loperfido. The same thing clearly with Jake Bloss. Just some of the injuries and just the lack of depth that they have in the organization.
Mm-hmm.
Some guys are here that probably are a year away from being able to really contribute.
They probably get some Odyssey points or something.
Yeah.
Stepping in.
Exactly. Odyssey points.
So I don't know. Is there anybody else that we missed for Rookie of the Year?
I'm trying to think.
It's not
it's
a
not
Espada,
big,
rookie manager.
Okay, sure.
Is that too corny?
God Almighty.
Best off-season move.
Okay, I promise I'm not trolling you.
Okay.
I hand to God. Moving on from Maldonado.
Why would that be trolling me? I don't care.
Because you love him.
I don't love anything.
You said off-season move?
Yeah, off-season.
Off-season, okay.
Some will say hater. I don't.
I think some people, with Maldonado real quick, I think some people would say that they got off to the start that they got off to.
Some people being
Who is saying that?
Some people being the guy in the mirror. Some people the guy in your mirror.
I do think there are people. I haven't asked this question, but I do think there are people in that clubhouse that were kind of missing him. And missing and Neris and some of the leadership that they lost in the offseason. I do think that did have an impact to the way that their season
Every morning
started.
in April when you brushed your teeth, you're like, man.
Oh, hey. I didn't care one way or the other. Taylor Scott, bringing him in, I think just when you consider they took a flyer on Taylor Scott, and that has really worked out well. Hader, they needed Hader. And especially when you consider what they lost in the bullpen, where you just let Neris and Stanek and Maton walk, and then Graveman gets hurt. Like, adding Hader was an important move, and he hasn't been as good as I think that you were hoping that he would be, but he's still been fine. Like I do think that he will be better in the second half of the season. So,
I agree with that.
The home runs are weird. Like home runs can be. There's a little bit of luck involved when it comes to giving up homers in bunches the way that he has.
Yeah.
So I think that'll come back down to earth very much in the way where like the batted ball luck that Ryan Presley had go against him has come back to earth. So I think the home run stuff will come back to earth for Hader here in the second half.
Yeah, no, I would not disagree with that, but we're not getting the guy that we were billed to get so far.
Yeah, and again, it's a high variance position where you give up a 2-run homer and it shoots up your ERA a half run. You do that a couple times in the
and
span
then you don't
of
have
3
as many
weeks.
innings either.
Yeah, so it's just harder to whenever you give up runs, it really dings your ERA. Any other moves that we missed?
Well, I think it's moving on from Maldonado and Hader was.
I was about to say, what about moving on from Dusty?
He retired though. They didn't move on from him.
Well, they ultimately did.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No, I thought
if they wanted him back, he would have came back.
I thought that. I don't know if that's true.
Really?
Yeah, I think first of all, I don't think he ever wanted to come back. I think he was ready to go.
Oh well, I do think
just
that.
from
But
being
he's saying
around
if he
him.
wanted to come.
Yeah, I don't think that was a decision that they would have ever had to make. Just from being around Dusty last year, I think he was ready to call it a day. I think he was sick of a lot of people. Yeah, I think he was ready.
Yeah.
So we have some people for team MVP, Mauricio Dubon. I think that's a good one.
That is a good one.
It's probably overshooting it a little bit, but yeah, he's been solid for them and has played. I think he has played 7 different positions. I think he has started at 7 different positions for them this season, and he has offensively. Again, he's not an elite hitter by any stretch, but he knows what he's good at, and he's able to make the most out of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Dubon is a good one to mention. Least valuable player. I think this one is probably pretty easy.
Yeah, we know that one.
That will be Jose Abreu.
Yeah,
clearly,
not even close.
Yep.
What about what'd you say? Worst offseason move? Best offseason move?
Yeah, worst offseason move. I don't know if I have one.
I'm admittedly reaching here. The only thing I can think of is doing nothing.
Not
when you have a pitcher already hurt.
Not a joke.
Having a pitcher already hurt, already being short in the starting pitching rotation, knowing what you clearly had to have known in spring training, and doing nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
as
soon and you could have said this last year when McCullers got hurt during spring training. Like as soon as that happens, you need to be looking for starting pitchers. When Verlander has to start spring training late and JP France has to start spring training late, you need to start looking for starting pitchers. And then on top of it, when Jose Urquidy gets hurt during spring training,
that's what I'm talking
you need
about.
to start looking for starting pitchers, and they did not do that. So yeah, that was a huge omission by them, not trying to do more to shore up that part of the team, and it's hurting them.
And you can extend it to finding another infielder or bat, however you want to frame that, because they clearly were going to be short there at some point also.
It's been a lot of Gray Kessinger on the 26-man roster, and Gray Kessinger does not play whenever he is on the roster, and that's basically...
Was that a signing this year, too?
Gray Kessinger?
Yeah.
No, he was
or that
drafted.
was last year.
No, he was drafted by them in 2019.
Okay, I thought they who did they sign this year? That was I guess a bench player.
They brought in Trey Cabbage from the Angels, and he's been solid for them, just kind of coming off the bench. Caratini was the guy they signed.
Oh, okay.
And that signing has worked out really well up until he got hurt as a way basically ended the Martin Maldonado era. So. In one sense, I think you could probably have that up there as the best move that they made in the offseason because it meant the end of Maldonado.
Let's, for the sake of argument, because we're extending MLB awards to just the Astros. Comeback Player of the Year.
Who you got?
I would say Jeremy Pena.
Okay. See, I was thinking guys who had been hurt. No, so you say Pena, Jake Myers.
I think both of those are good, but I had no idea what to expect from Pena. Not low expectations, not high expectations. Just okay. Let's see what Jeremy Pena is going to. Myers is a good one, but Jeremy Pena has been pretty crucial. Just consistently producing, obviously defensively, but some offensively as well. And what is he batting, like 277 right now, something like that?
OPS plus is a 102, so he's been 2% better than the average hitter. Myers is at 105. So Myers is a far better defender.
I didn't ask about OPS plus.
Well, I'm trying to. You're giving me batting average over here. I'm giving you the stats that matter, John.
Okay.
No, so I mean, Myers is just so good defensively.
Yeah.
And I think he's got a really good chance to win a Gold Glove. Pena has not been as good defensively.
But he's good.
He's fine.
Yeah.
He's really fallen. Like, when you win a Gold Glove as a rookie, it feels like you're going to probably win every single Gold Glove from now until you retire.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
But then combine that with his offense, and he's
been okay.
He's been pretty good.
I would take the
better,
Myers
a lot
offense.
better than last year.
Myers has more homers.
Yeah.
Hits for more power.
But like a buck something for a long stretch.
Pena hit for no power last year.
Yeah.
Like, that was the biggest drop off for Pena last year, was just not hitting for power. He hit 22 homers as a rookie. He hit 10 last year. He's up to 7 this year. So I don't know if he'll ever get to that 20 home run plus type production. But the fact that he's going to certainly eclipse what he did last year, I do think that matters for him. But yeah, for me, it's Myers. I think Myers was a guy who a lot of people didn't even want on the roster this time last year. And now he's become an everyday guy. He's playing an elite center field. And he's really, like, his position, not just with the Astros, but within the league, I think is pretty well set. Like, he's going to play for a long time in the big leagues.
Yeah. What about Chas McCormick?
That would be the opposite.
Like, no, I'm saying what can be done?
Honestly, I'm surprised he's still on the roster.
Yeah.
I am surprised. If they had better options in Sugarland, I think that they would have sent him down at this point.
Yeah.
Because he's basically what Jake Myers was last year offensively, and he's just not the same type of defender that Myers is. So, I mean, they aren't starting him very often against right-handed starting pitchers, and then if they do start him against the lefty, they're going to the bench as soon as a right-handed reliever is brought into the game.
Yeah.
So I think that has been one of the stories of the offseason, where McCormick was supposed to be a guy for you for a long time, and he has completely fallen off the face of the earth to the point where if they were a little bit healthier, he wouldn't even be on the team at this point. And so that's really something to watch once you get to the trade deadline, and even when we get further on here. Like, I'm one of
just if they get
to remain on the roster.
Postseason,
Like he had a good game the other night against the Marlins, but I have wondered multiple times, is he going to get optioned at this point, and what would that mean for him if it does happen? Because I just don't see it. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610. John has a theory.
Yeah.
What if the Astros are telling the truth about some of their
I know
injuries?
it's a wild one.
It's so like them, to be honest with everything.
Yeah.
We'll get into that next on In the Loop.
ESPN presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Texter 713-572-4610. I think the Astros jacking with McCormick in and out of the lineup, and the new coach has killed his confidence. It's amazing how well he hit, pulling in and out the last 2 years in a different situation. I think he says, hey, man, you perform, you play.
Mm-hmm.
You don't perform, you don't play. This isn't a tryout camp.
Yeah.
Like, this is the big leagues. And Chas McCormick, the last couple of years, has gotten ample opportunity to prove himself, and he produced last year. He played a lot last year. Chas McCormick last year, remember, he got hurt for about a month, played in 115 games last year. That's a lot of playing time. Played in 119 games the year before. This year, he got plenty of opportunities. He has been bad. Like, that's not on Joe Espada for pulling him in and out of the lineup.
Yeah.
Like, if you produce, you're going to play. He hasn't produced, therefore he's not playing.
Yeah, and you what you were saying, I totally agree with. I mean, I'm not sure how much he's even going to be up here anymore, especially if it gets down, to nut cutting time, so to speak.
And again, they'll put him. He'll bat in big spots, and frankly, it's not good.
Yeah.
When he bats in big spots, so that has been one of the bigger disappointments, I think, for them this season. Other disappointments for the Astros first half of the season: the injuries, and there have been a lot of them, and they have been to really important players on this team. And I have no idea when some of these guys are coming back. Yordan Alvarez, the Astros very forthcoming when it comes to this sort of stuff.
Except they're not.
Yordan Alvarez with some hip tightness the other night, did not play yesterday. The Astros don't seem to think that one is serious.
Oh, really?
But I have heard this before. I have heard this before with Kyle Tucker, although I think we all knew that was a whole lot worse than what they were letting on, just because of the way that he went down when he fouled that ball off of his on June 3rd. Yesterday was June 11th, and that was the first time that Kyle Tucker had, July 11th. That's the first time that Kyle Tucker had done anything on the field since, but he's still not running. And so it appears that he is still a long way off from playing. And then there's the Justin Verlander saga, which just keeps kind of getting weirder and longer, and nobody knows when he's coming back.
So what did they say initially with it was just like sore neck or discomfort?
They called it neck discomfort. I mean, again, it's the Astros verbiage of neck discomfort.
Yeah.
And they thought that, maybe he'd get pushed back a couple of days for a start. Like they
said
it was supposed to be, he was supposed to start that Saturday. I believe it was against the Tigers. And then right before they announced that he wasn't going to start, but they didn't place him on the IL. I think they were hoping that he'd be able to, he'd just need a couple days and he'd be able to start in the next series. Obviously, that hasn't happened, and it's been more than a month.
Yeah.
And he's not close to coming back. Like, he's just playing catch. He's not throwing off the mound. And because he's missed so much time, he's going to need at least one rehab start, and maybe a second rehab start. And I don't even know when that's going to be, and neither does he. And what's been more frustrating about this, and listen, I'm not a fan of the team. I don't care. But if you're a fan of the team, you should want to know a little bit more information than what they've given you, because you ask them, okay, well, what exactly did he hurt in his neck? Like, is there a muscle? Is there an area of the neck? And you don't get an answer.
No. And
that's just how they have operated. And again, I don't know when he's coming back.
And this is not like, it goes back years now, where the Astros, look you in your face and collectively and just lie. Because
we decided to kind of pull back on his progression.
Pull back on his progression. That was one of my favorites recently.
I believe that was McCullers from earlier this
week.
Pull
back on his progression. Oh, you mean shut down?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's another example right there. And then, of course, somebody slept wrong and then had Tommy John surgery. So it's very, very clear. It's crying wolf, because you tease this, and I'm going to play in a total fantasy world here. I mean, this is Alice in Wonderland stuff. Like, this is dropping acid stuff. What if the Astros are actually telling the truth about a couple of injuries? I know they're not. I know they're lying. but because they're crying wolf, what if this time, whether it's Luis Garcia, and when he comes back, and I know he's starting, so that's more likely.
That's another one this week that has kind of crept up to where I don't know what's going on there, because he was supposed to throw a bullpen on Tuesday. He did not throw the bullpen on Tuesday, and the reason that they gave was that, well, They wanted him to play catch Monday, then throw the bullpen Tuesday. He couldn't play catch though on Monday because of the hurricane. So he couldn't get down to the ballpark to play catch Monday. Okay. That is a totally legitimate excuse. That makes sense. So he played catch on Tuesday. He did not throw the bullpen Wednesday.
Yeah.
He did not throw the bullpen Thursday.
Yeah.
So who knows what's going on there?
Yeah.
Sometimes with how they handle this stuff, your mind starts going in a million different directions.
No.
Because you don't know what to believe.
You're a fool to believe them. Truly, anything they say about injuries, you're a fool to believe them. So I'm going to go full Alice in Wonderland. What if they actually are telling us the truth about Justin Verlander and he will be back after the All-Star break? What if they actually are telling us the truth about Luis Garcia and he will be back after the All-Star break? Does that solve the problem? Because I'm not even sure about that. Because Luis Garcia is coming off of a significant injury. Justin Verlander is 41, and as you just brought up, even if he has some rehab starts, even when he comes back, I don't know what to expect from Justin Verlander. Or maybe you're on the other side. Maybe you think, you know what, just get what you can out of these guys, knowing what you know that they're not going to be necessarily at their best.
Well, and guys that are 41, they tend to get hurt.
Yeah.
Like, you're there. I'm almost there. Like, you take one wrong step, and all of a sudden, you have some sort of a muscle strain.
Hell, it's hard to get out of this chair sometimes.
Yeah, and so and remember, Verlander he had the Tommy John surgery.
Mm-hmm.
He's come back from the Tommy John surgery. He's been on the IL 4 times in the last 3 seasons, and none of it has had to do with the elbow.
Yeah,
like that's the other thing. Like he went on the IL with a calf injury, because he took a wrong step when he went to go cover first base on a comebacker.
Mm-hmm.
He had two different shoulder issues. The one, the muscle start of the season, and the irritation or the inflammation that cost him the start of this season, and now it's the neck or whatever it is at this point that nobody seems to be all that clear on.
Yeah.
So it's just a bizarre situation where, just be honest with people.
Yeah.
Like, that's all you got to do is just be honest with people. I don't think they're lying about Kyle Tucker.
And nobody expects you to say, okay, all the gritty details.
You could.
You could, and some would, but nobody's expecting. We get, you kind of got to protect the player. Mm-hmm. But here's the other thing about it. You're making the players look bad. I think it's a very strong case, like, when you say, oh, it's just this, he slept wrong. Oh, it's just a neck discomfort. Oh, it's a deep bone bruise. You are actually making those players look bad when they're not back in a month. You really are. Because it's like, well, what's wrong with him? I thought it was a bone bruise. What's wrong with him? I thought he slept wrong.
Is he not doing his rehab?
Yes, exactly. You are not doing your players any service at all. You're doing them a disservice.
And they slow play these injuries too.
Mm-hmm.
So like when Tucker got hurt, and we all saw what. And again, I don't think they're lying. I don't think he has a broken leg and he's never going to play again, anything like that. But when he got hurt, they made it sound like, well, he could be back this weekend.
Same thing with Verlander.
Yeah, like this could be a short-term thing,
yeah.
And here we are with Tucker. It's been 6 weeks. With Verlander, it's been more than a month, and it's not like these guys are coming back right around the corner. It's not like they're going to go to Seattle next weekend, and these guys will either be on the mound or in right field. Like these two guys are still a ways away from getting back on the field, and you don't get any sort of legitimate explanation of what's going on, about, okay, well, what's going on with Tucker? The answer you get is he's progressing.
Yeah.
And you just start laughing. We legitimately start laughing. And somebody asked me, well, did anybody ask if Tucker is still in pain? I'm like, no. People were just kind of just laughing in resignation of just getting the same answer that we've gotten for the last however many weeks.
So let me ask you this, because it's beyond a fair question. Are you buying the Jordan stuff?
Not yet. Because I haven't seen him do anything.
Yeah.
And he hasn't talked. He kind of gave a brief little statement to a PR person the other night saying that he didn't think it was bad. But again, I've heard a long time that these guys don't think it's bad. And here we are 6 weeks later with Kyle Tucker not running on the field. A month later, Justin Verlander still not throwing off the mound. And again, they don't owe us explanations, I guess, if they don't want. But
you're doing the player a disservice and the fans.
Yes, and the fans, you're the customers.
Yeah.
You want to know, hey, am I spending my money on this guy? Is he going to play?
Yeah.
If I'm going to go buy a ticket to see Kyle Tucker in a month, am I actually going to see him?
Yeah.
So it's one of these weird things where these aren't nuclear secrets over here. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
We're not protecting nuclear secrets. We're not protecting national security stuff. It's baseball.
Yeah.
Just be forthcoming with people, be forthcoming with your customers so that they know what's going on with your guys. And like you said, if I see, I was told 6 weeks ago that Kyle Tucker might be back in 4 days.
Yeah.
And here we are 6 weeks later. He's not near coming back. Like, why not? What's going on? Is he not doing the rehab? Is he not responding? So it's just,
I think it's actually fair to
yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry.
All I can do is see him walk at this point. And I can tell you, as someone who's been in that clubhouse a lot since he got hurt, he's not walking great.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not walking like somebody whose leg is feeling good. So I don't. Again, there just has not been any sort of like follow-up explanation on.
So
what
how's
is going
Jordan
on.
walking?
I did not see him walk yesterday. I can tell you.
Oh no, he's not walking.
I'm
just kidding.
I wasn't there pregame, and then postgame, I did not see him walking.
You heard it here first.
I saw
Jordan
him
is not walking.
I saw him sitting at his locker yesterday.
We decided to kind of pull back on his progression.
On Jordan's? Oh God, here we go again.
So who knows what's going on there? It's just been one of the stranger aspects of covering this team this season. Is just the weird explanations that you get for some certain things, and you feel bad for Espada because he's got to be the mouthpiece to this whole thing, and just like, man, am I gonna have to keep asking him this stuff? Because
and it's just I've been there before when I was covering teams on a daily basis. It becomes like a game, like just a back and forth game. Like, how are you going to word the question, and then hit and on that side, how they're going to answer without answering.
Really quick, I want to play this. This just happened on the Dan Patrick Show.
Oh yeah.
Paul Skenes, really a phenom, and actually, Figgy, let's hold this. We'll play the hits next, and we'll have Paul Skenes in that. So we'll play the hits next on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and
playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's play the hits here at 11:40, and we'll start with NBA Summer League. Starts tonight. I guess there have been a couple Summer League games, like in Sacramento, and I think in Utah they play one. But the real Summer League starts tonight in Vegas, and the Rockets are one of the headliners tonight, as they will take on the Summer Rockets, will take on the Summer Lakers in Vegas, I believe, at the Thomas and Mack Center tonight at 6:30. John Lopez, will you be locked into Summer Rockets versus Summer Lakers?
Oh, I'm going to be watching one Reed Shepherd. That's for sure.
You ain't going to be watching Bronny? Come on, man.
You know what? I might. I might see him.
Or is he playing tonight?
I don't know. I think
he played in one.
Load management.
Remember, he was all those air balls he was shooting?
Yeah, he played in whatever Summer League they were playing in earlier this week.
Yeah.
He played in one game. He didn't play in the second.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll play tonight.
Reed Shepherd, to me, is the one and only player that I want to see at that level. And I know it's not all the veterans and all, it's summer ball. But just to be able to see him knocking down some shots and all that, hopefully I'll be checking on that for sure.
The one guy I want to see...
Reed Shepherd.
No.
Come on.
Cam Whitmore. I like seeing the guys in year two who play Summer League, and you've seen it happen a little bit more often. Like last year, the Astros or the Rockets had Jabari Smith playing in Summer League, and you saw kind of the jump that he took year one to year two. So I do want to see, like, I've got some history now with Cam Whitmore. I know what he can do. I saw what he can do last year. I want to see if he's made like strides on the floor. And so the big things that I want to see.
You're getting in the weeds again.
Oh,
man.
yeah. Well, you got to at this point. Because, I mean, listen, with Reed Shepherd, he's been in the organization for a couple weeks. He's got like a couple practices under his
I want to see
belt.
what he's got.
Yeah, but
to me, that's what the Summer League is all about.
But I saw that at Kentucky. Like
But
I
you
pretty
didn't see
much
it here
saw that. No,
with
I didn't
other
see it
drafted
here.
and NBA type players.
But I want to see the guys that have been around, the guys that have a year under their belt in the system. The coaching staff knows him. I want to see if Cam Whitmore has made strides just in terms of, like, is he taking better shots? Is he making plays for others? Is he better defensively? So for me, it's Cam Whitmore, the start of year two for him, because this is a guy, I mean, he's going to be competing for minutes with Reed Shepherd this season. Like, that's the backup guard minutes are there to be had. It's going to be Whitmore. It's going to be Shepherd that will be getting those. Also, A.J. Griffin, the guy they just got from the Hawks.
Yeah, I get it. I've been to the Summer League back when I was covering the NBA on a daily basis. And those are the things that if you're in Rockets, if you're Rockets centric and you're in, Rockets Twitter and all that stuff, criticize too much, like your nonsense about MVPs.
I was right.
And pitchers. But I wanted to see what these guys have, what they got. Like because you do see those things. You do see like a first step against this quality player. How Shepherd might create a shot off a screen or otherwise against these types of players. That's what I want to see.
And just everybody, don't overreact to anything. Summer League is not real basketball.
Yeah, you just want to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, if he puts up 30 and, shoots 10 of 11 from 3, let's not.
I might notice that.
Everybody relax a little bit.
I might notice that a little bit.
But in the same realm, like if he shoots 1 of 11 tonight, who cares? Like again,
he's a bus.
Yeah,
he's a bus.
That happened with Trae Young, where Trae Young had this terrible summer league when he first came into the league, and he's been fine. Like
Hell,
Trae
Wemby
Young,
last year.
Oh yeah, he kind of got embarrassed a little bit.
Yeah.
in the summer league.
Also, a guy named Anthony Bennett had a pretty good summer league.
Yeah.
How did that work out?
Who drafted him?
The Cavaliers.
What pick?
Number 1.
That's a rough one, Figgy.
Yeah.
Still got a championship though 3 years later, so it's not all that bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, for me, just don't overreact to what you see. Rockets will play 4 games out in Vegas, and then they might play. Like they were the summer league runner-ups last year, so hey, there you go. This is kind of the first time that you get to see them this year. So there you go. Paul Skenes. We were talking about him right before the break. The rookie sensation, the number 1 pick of last year's draft. The MLB draft is on Sunday, so the Astros do have a first question. But Paul Skenes has just burst onto the scene in Major League Baseball. Was named an All-Star this year after just 8 starts. He made his 11th start yesterday against the Brewers. 99 pitches, 7 innings, no runs, no hits, 1 walk, 11 strikeouts, pulled after the 7th. A lot of people upset.
I don't get that. Like, especially what I really don't get, because of like you're just a baseball fan, you're like, I want to see this guy throw a no-hitter. Okay, that's fine. But if you're a Pirates fan, you should be clapping. You should be rejoicing that maybe the best thing that has happened to your organization since Lord knows when.
Barry Bonds.
Yeah, something like that. Like he's that caliber. He looks to be that caliber. You should be rejoicing that they didn't do anything silly or stupid with him.
Every time he walks off the mound healthy, that's a big win for the Pittsburgh Pirates just with the way that pitchers break.
Yeah.
And they've got some talent on that team, but they don't have enough to where they can sustain or withstand an injury, a serious injury to Paul Skenes. And asking him
and this
to
is the
go,
second time, right?
What's that?
That he's been pulled.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, again, they were very careful with him in the minor leagues.
Mm-hmm.
They have been very careful with him in the major leagues. So, like, I'm surprised. He was at 93 pitches after the 6th.
Yeah.
I was very surprised they even let him go out for the 7th because
that's fair.
You always just assume an inning is 15 pitches.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just always have that baked in that if you throw an inning, it's going to wind up being 15 pitches. So if you with that math, you're getting him to 108 pitches, maybe even charted territory for him since he has turned pro. So you're going to be careful with him. You should be careful with him.
He is absolutely, you always try to check yourself, when you get a player like this burst onto the scene. I'm not really checking myself with him because if you watch him play and see his numbers, I mean, he's doing things like truly Nolan Ryan was the last person to do. 0 hits and at least 7 no-hit innings in one season with 11 or more strikeouts. That's the stat that I saw, but that's just one of many. Like, that's Nolan Ryan was the last person to do that. When you start seeing some of the things that he's doing, you can easily project that this guy is going to be like beyond, good.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so he appeared earlier today on the Dan Patrick Show, and they got an interesting little call-in when that happened. And this is not something that I think that I have ever heard before, and I thought this was really cool.
We've just received a call from Arizona Diamondbacks manager Torey Lovello. Wanted to check in with you and Paul.
What's up, Dan? How you doing this morning?
Good. I'm conducting an interview here. What's going on?
Yeah, well, I felt like it was my time to just butt in on a really special moment. I could see you guys were having your special time. But, Paul, first of all, how are you doing? I just wanted to congratulate you. I've chosen you to be the starter for the National League in the 2024 All-Star Game. I'm really, really excited for you. It's an unbelievable honor and one that's so well deserved.
How about a round of applause?
Let's go.
Thank you, sir. That's unbelievable. That's awesome.
I've never seen that before. Manager, when they announced the starters for the All-Star Game, at least with the starting pitchers, it's basically just like a press release.
And at least the first half of the season is over.
Yes.
Like we're still playing ball here.
So
yeah,
he has the leap that he has taken and just the way that he is. I think, Figgy, you had mentioned Dontrell Willis a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
That's kind of what Paul Skenes has been. It's not quite the same. He hasn't quite gotten the same level of attention that Dontrell Willis got in 2003.
He's getting it, though.
But he's going to now.
Yeah, he's getting it.
He is going to pitch on baseball's biggest stage here in the All-Star Game. He's going to start Tuesday night. And the lineup that he will face on Tuesday, like you're going through Aaron Judge, you're going through Juan Soto, probably Marcus Semien will be the leadoff man for the American League in that game in his home ballpark. So that'll be really cool. That's why I was kind of hoping Jose Altuve would play in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Just to see him go up against Paul Skenes for the first time.
Yeah. I mean, and it's a reason to tune in. Not that like you're going to watch the All-Star game, but I think a lot of fans now are like, I've heard about that kid. Mm-hmm. I want to see him start this game. So it's really, really good for baseball. Let me ask you, but you brought it up, the Altuve thing. Yeah. Because I know you guys, it happened during our show yesterday, and I know you guys, you were in with the drive. We're talking about it in the afternoon. But, I mean, Ron was pretty adamant about his stance. And I thought he made some good points, but I just don't agree with that. I mean, like Altuve, I know he's missed a lot of All-Star games now by choice, sometimes in the home park of a team in L.A.
That does not like him.
That does not like him.
It was Colorado was the first time, then it was Dodger Stadium, and now this year it's in Arlington.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's what it is. And it's not like, he's scared. No, he feeds on that stuff, man. He loves that. But he doesn't want to mess with it at the All-Star game. And, by the way, his hand is hurt. I mean, who knows how hurt. But I'm sure he could play because we've seen him play with it hurt.
He's going to wind up playing the whole week before and the whole week after.
No, I get it. But All-Star game?
Listen,
I don't care.
I understand both sides. Like, you're Jose Altuve. You're one of your generation's best players. You can afford to be a little bit of an ambassador for the sport. Mm-hmm. It's good for, I think, the Astros organization to have you out there. I think it's good for you personally. It's good for your fans that I'm sure would love to be able to see you play in the All-Star game. But at the same time, I understand him not wanting to go, and I understand him just wanting to take a break because it's not just playing in the All-Star game. There are a ton of obligations that come with playing in the All-Star game. Yeah. You've got to do all sorts of media on Monday, media on Tuesday. They've got to fly all the way out to Seattle for a series next week. So I certainly understand him just wanting to take the break, but I understand the people that are disappointed that he's not going to play.
Sure.
I was going to say, do y'all think it's a deeper meaning to this? I don't, obviously don't know Jose Altuve personally, but do you think it's kind of like how it was back? Was this 2020? Back when the All-Star game was in Dodger Stadium, where remember the Astros just didn't decide to go to that one?
Yeah. So it was 2021.
Correa was the one, so he can't make it. Do you think it got that type of feeling to it, where Altuve is just like, you know what, screw them for how they treated me?
So that one that you're talking about, that was 21, and that was at Coors Field. And that was they had 4 guys selected to that game, and none of them went. Yeah. Altuve had some leg stuff.
And we understood that one.
Yeah, and Altuve said that he had some leg stuff that he wanted to take care of. And with Correa, it was Daniela had a doctor's appointment with the pregnancy, and then Ryan Presley and Michael Brantley just elected not to go. I don't know if this is similar. I'm sure he doesn't want to go down there and just get booed during introductions, but whatever. He's used to it at this point. I do think that he would like to have 4 days off, and I don't blame him in the course of a really long season. It's not like he's some 22-year-old that's never played an All-Star game before. So I get where he's coming from.
And also, too, I feel like he can still go, maybe not play as much, because I do feel like a lot of players get that advantage of,
there is that.
Yeah, where, they had one at bat, and then they just kind of chill the whole weekend. Yeah. So
I want to watch the Derby with your kids.
Yeah. So I wonder if it's like a low key boycott. Like, you know what? Screw them.
That is what it is appearing.
He'll never admit that, but I wonder if it's like a low key. Man, screw the MLB.
I think just in general, it's not even that low key. Like, I don't want to mess with this stuff. I know what's coming. I deal with it everywhere I am. I don't need to. I thought the best point, though, and so I'm admitting, there's certainly some bias here. I thought the best point that Ron made was about, hey, he's talking to Tyler. He goes, if this was Mike Trout, would you feel the same? No, and so I get it, but it's not that big a deal to me. Just go do your deal, man.
Yeah, do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Live your life.
Yeah.
Again, I think it would probably be good for baseball if he was there, but
But as far as fans, how many people outside of Houston really want to see Jose Altuve?
I think they want to boo him.
I mean,
exactly.
He did get voted into the game, so he obviously has. There are a lot of fans that like him, and there are a lot of fans that like to see him. Yeah. Obviously, a majority of them are going to be here, but he's a star when it comes to just like Venezuela. I'm sure there are a lot of people at home in Venezuela that would love to see him play in the All-Star game, and he is idolized by kids all throughout that part of the world. So I think that would be – there's a reason why he plays in the World Baseball Classic every year. But again, it's if he don't want to play, he doesn't have to play, and that's just kind of the approach that he was taking. I got one more for you. College football season starts in, about 6 weeks from now?
Thank goodness.
We have Heisman odds.
We have Heisman odds?
Yes, I have Heisman odds. Oregon quarterback Dillon Gabriel is currently the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. He transferred from Oklahoma. He's at plus 750. Mm-hmm. Carson Beck from Georgia is 8-1. Quinn Ewers from Texas 9-1. Jackson Dart from Ole Miss 15-1. Will Howard, Ohio State 16-1, and so on. Jalen Milroe 16-1 over at Alabama. Connor Weigman 22-1.
How about that value?
Yeah, I'll pass.
No, he's really good.
Okay, I've heard that about many.
No.
Oh, okay.
You haven't heard it from me.
I have heard many Texas A&M quarterbacks have been hyped up here the last 15 years.
You haven't heard the last quarterback. He's really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
John Lopez.
But I wouldn't bet on him right now. I'd throw a sprinkle.
What's a sprinkle?
Well, it depends on what your
about $5,000.
What your bankroll?
Well, that's why I'm asking.
I'd throw 50.
50,000.
Let me empty out my bank account. because of Lopez.
Yeah.
Hey, so John Lopez just said, put $50K on Connor Wegman to win the Heisman Trophy.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Who would you bet on? Quinn Ewers is the obvious one to me.
I mean, Carson Beck is probably on the best team.
Yeah,
No Shadur Sanders.
He is not on there.
He's not on the list.
I think people are fading Colorado.
Yeah.
What's funny is in that NCAA game that's supposed to come out in a couple weeks or a week, he's tied with Carson Beck as the number one QB.
Aren't they like an overall 83 or something in that game? Like from a team standpoint?
I think so, but he's rated like 94. So he's tied with Carson Beck.
And they're projected to like finish. I think the media poll had them near the bottom in the Big 12. So, yeah.
It's going to be a rough go.
I'm not sure. Who's Indiana's quarterback this year? I'll bet on him. I don't know who it is.
Is he really good?
I'm sure. It's Indiana.
He's really good.
It's quarterback you. Come on. So college football season coming up. Those odds were as of today. So yeah, Garrett Nussmeier from LSU, 22-1.
He's really good. Speaking of which, I like him a lot too. Yeah,
another $50K. Kind of spread it around. $20K.
Dollars.
So you got more than that.
$20.
I don't know. All right, the Astros sweep the Marlins. The Rangers are coming to town. And the Rangers might be a one-hit wonder. We'll talk about some one-hit wonders in sports. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Area 45. side of life. KILT. KILT interacts exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here, looking outside the window, and the weather, it's not looking great, and it looks like there's a storm that's coming, just a normal thunderstorm, but it's like the aftershocks from an earthquake.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it feels like, and in one sense, it's good because it cools everything down, but in another sense, it's just going to delay people getting power.
I don't even know if it cooled everything down, man.
Well, it does.
It's muggy as ever.
Short term, but then the humidity after.
Oh, my God, the humidity.
It's just stupid. You were talking about it last night.
Yeah, I'm walking back from Minute Maid. I'm leaving, and I parked in the back of the C lot.
Yeah.
And by the time I get back to my car, my hair is just soaked.
Yeah, like you were working out or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was not working out.
And the worst part about the rain that happens when it's super hot, it's too hot to put on like a rain jacket or something like that.
Yeah.
So you damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Yeah, and it's a good reason to maybe have another barrel check here real quick before we get into what we're going to get into in this segment, because that rain, it affects everyone who is still without power. Everyone's still trying to find their way into like food, gas, essentials, because the trucks alone, even if they can get to a job, will have a much more difficult, slower time of getting these power lines restored. The mud, down trees, harder to move. So, yeah, I mean, I started the show with, my big rant, if you will, was the price gouging that's going on, which is just like these people have a special place in hell. Hotels charging $1,000 to $1,300 downtown, gas gouging, propane, which literally propane it's one of the most essential things for people without power. Whether it's cooking or powering something or whatever. And you're supposed to be their neighbors, and you're supposed to be all in this together. And I'm not saying lower prices, fine. Your product is in demand, but to gouge $1,200 a night for a hotel. You looked up one today at just a regular old. Was it a DoubleTree?
Yeah, it's a DoubleTree that's just down here.
$900 a night.
Yeah, there's a hotel, a normal hotel over by NRG.
Yeah,
that's $500.
$500 a night. You want to do that, Figgy, in an NRG neighborhood?
Nah, man.
You good on that?
At this point, y'all just taking advantage of people struggling.
Yes, exactly.
That's exactly what they're doing. The customers affected by the power outage right now, 857,000. That's as of 11:59 this morning. And there's going to be a thunderstorm that comes in, and it also hey, there's lightning. So that, you might wind up having more people that lose power, that their power goes offline. And again, you can't have the workers, dealing with the power lines when there's lightning out there.
Yeah.
So it slows things down.
So hang in there. We all have family members still without power. One of them has a 5-month-old baby. I mean, it's beyond reality.
Yeah. Hope everyone out there is surviving as best you can during this time, which obviously has been very rough. I do give credit to the Astros. The Astros had a water and ice distribution giveaway that they did earlier this morning. The Rockets had a food giveaway, or a food distribution thing that they did this morning as well. And the Astros giving out the $5 tickets, I thought was really cool, and probably something that
Your mayor didn't.
Yeah, well, I get both sides of that too.
I don't. I'm not on this one.
But I hope it's something the Astros do for the weekend as well. Don't just stop it, because I get it. They're playing the Marlins. You're trying to sell as many of those seats as you can. Obviously, it's a very different series now with the Rangers.
No,
but
they need to. You're right.
Still,
that's a good point.
Still offer up some cheap tickets to just help people out who would like some sort of a distraction from what they're dealing with at this point.
That's a very good point. Yeah, because are we all in this together or not?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. So. Yeah, keep hanging in there. Keep tuning in. We are going to try to be a respite for you, like we are right now.
And we'll try, and if there's more information out there, if we know of any other things that are out there that can help benefit you during these times,
one thing,
we will certainly pass those along.
Go to sportsradio610.com, and we have all the distribution centers for water, food, etc., cooling centers. as well. So you can do that right now as you're listening to us.
All right, speaking of the Astros, they swept the Marlins. They win last night 6-3. The Marlins are really bad. Your schedule is just all 162 games against the Marlins and Rockies. Would you win 120?
And White Sox.
No, just the two National League teams.
Just the two National League
teams. Yeah, just the two National League teams. Rockies and Marlins. The Astros.
What would your record be? 162 games against those.
I think you probably win at least 120, and probably half the losses would be at Coors Field. Like that, I think
that's a good number.
You'd have to build it.
120 wins.
Those two, if you combine the rosters of the Marlins and Rockies, I don't think you get a 70-win team. Like those are two really bad teams.
Yeah.
And to the Astros' credit, they go 7-0 against the Rockies and Marlins this season, and that's what you have to do. Especially when you start off the season the way the Astros did, you take care of business against the bad teams, and the Astros did. There were a couple close games in there, but they had the 1-run win on Tuesday, blowout win on Wednesday, and then last night was a little tight, but overall they did what they had to do in a time where they are not at full strength. They're missing Kyle Tucker, they were missing Yordan Alvarez last night. Obviously, you're missing Justin Verlander. But they are playing good baseball right now, and it's been a pretty remarkable turnaround that you have this team that was 7-19 through 26 games, and they are going to finish the pre-All-Star break portion of their schedule over 500, regardless of what happens this week.
Is it the Mariners that still have the easy schedule the rest after the All-Star break? One of the Astros, one of the teams the Astros are fighting. So you took advantage as best you could. I think the Mariners are about to start feasting on some of these teams in the second half. I could be wrong on that. It could be one of the wild card for them.
So the Astros have the of the three. I don't know if you want to put the Rangers in the mix here in the division, but
I mean you can.
Yeah, the Astros have the most difficult schedule remaining of the three teams, the three best teams in the AL West. The Rangers have the easiest. And actually, it looks like the Astros have the toughest remaining. The Astros have the second toughest remaining schedule of all American League teams.
Yeah.
Only the Yankees have a tougher schedule the rest of the way. So it's about to get tough. But we knew this portion of the season, June, this part of July, the schedule was going to be much easier, where you had games against the Rockies, you had games against the Marlins, you had games against the White Sox, and to the Astros' credit, they have taken advantage of the easy part of their schedule.
Yeah, but keep an eye on that because I guess it was the Rangers I was looking at. I thought it was the Mariners, but the Mariners is still going to be easier than the Astros, and that's where you have to take advantage and beat some good teams.
And the Astros will come out of the break in Seattle. So that's going to be obviously a really big 3-game set. The Astros have struggled against the Mariners now for a season and a half, and they lost 3 of 4 up there back in May. But that is going to be a crucial 3 games.
And then they have another 3 here.
Yes, they still have a series left with the Mariners here. So they have 6 left with Seattle. They have 6 left with Texas, including tonight's game. And then they still have their series with Anaheim and with the A's. They have 6 left with the A's. They have 7 games left against Anaheim. And, you got to take advantage of those teams as well.
Yeah. About to get interesting, man.
Yeah. I thought coming down to game 162 for the division was a lot of fun. I told you guys it was going to be fun. Like the game's actually mattering down the stretch. Like pennant race baseball is fun, and I think that
we weren't used to it.
Yeah, I think that you're about to get that as well. The Rangers. You want to talk about one-hit wonders.
Yeah.
The Texas Rangers are right at the top of that list. A team, they come into this game 5 games under 500. They win the World Series last year. They had not made the playoffs for 6 years before winning the World Series, and it looks like they're missing the playoffs this season. Like Fangraphs has them at an 8.6% chance of making the playoffs this year. Again, there's a long way to go.
Yeah.
But the Rangers haven't exactly shown signs of like waking up from this first half slumber. So I want to go through some one-hit wonders in sports because I think we can certainly add the Rangers to this list. And there's a lot of baseball teams on this list. But for me, I'm going to go one NBA, the 2020 Los Angeles Lakers. They won the fake title in the bubble. Doesn't count, sorry. Nothing that happened in 2020.
No, I am totally with you on that.
Texas A&M's top 4 finish does not count.
Totally with you on that.
Take down the banner.
I think Ron Hughley disagreed with all of us about that one.
No, that was a joke. The way they celebrated, the way they played it, the series, all that stuff. Now, the Aggies played actually an 11-game schedule and went 10-1, so that is 100% valid. No, it is. They beat Carolina in the Orange Bowl. I mean, that was a valid championship or bowl championship. Lakers, not so much.
But they got the in-season championship. They got the in-season tournament championship.
They got rings, they got cash, and they got a banner for it. No, 2020, nothing. Indiana was top 10 in 2020. Right?
Yeah, well, they can't all be the Aggies.
I hate how LeBron tried to pump up that championship too. Like, this was the hardest championship I ever had.
He didn't have to fly on a plane once. They got to Orlando for the bubble.
He was the only one.
Stayed there.
He was the only one locked in too. Nobody else locked in.
He was
fake title.
Everybody's trying to go to the strip club during that time.
So the Lakers made the playoffs in 2013 with Kobe. They did not, and Kobe was hurt for that postseason too. That's when he tore his Achilles. So it was Dwight Howard. They make the playoffs in 2013. They did not make it again until the 2020, which was fake. They won the championship, fake championship. And then the next 2 years, lost first round.
Yeah.
Missed the playoffs. One-hit wonder.
Yeah.
Fake championship.
I love it because Show is behind you. I don't know. Is he pointing at something? No, he's not pointing at something. He's doing something else. But anyway.
Fake ring.
No, I'm with you 100% on that. The ones that I know you have others, but the ones that popped in mind for me, even though, as you pointed out, there might have been some signs and success before, but the 2011 Mavericks, to me, like that was off a cliff after that,
They went more than a decade without winning another playoff series after that. And part of it was Dirk. So you still had Dirk for, I guess, let's see, Dirk probably retired.
Played all the way to
2018, I think. 2018, might have been his last year. So that's like the last 8 years of Dirk Nowitzki's career in Dallas. They did not. I didn't put them in there just because they had been good for a while.
But they were also a
that.
disappointment.
Yes. So they go to the finals in 06, lose first round 07, lose first round 08, second round 09. In 10, I believe they lost in the first round, and then they win the title. So that's not a bad one, but because that team had been around for so long, I don't put them in that category. But I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
For me, a couple other ones. A lot of them come from baseball. The 2005 Chicago White Sox did not make the. They went.
We are familiar.
Yes, they beat the Astros in the World Series.
Yeah.
Went to the playoffs in 93, did not get back until 2000 when they were swept in the division series. Then they did not get back again until 2005, won the World Series. They did not get back to the playoffs after that until 2008. So that's a lot of time in between playoff appearances.
Yeah.
And they just happened to get a World Series in what was it was a sweep. That's as good a sweep as you're ever going to find.
It was also bizarre the way it broke, the way it broke down, because everybody talks about, the Lidge thing. Well, the Astros still won that series, but the peripheral damage was you had to start Roy Oswalt in Game 6, I believe it was.
Well, remember, Clemens got hurt.
Yeah.
Roger Clemens starts Game 1.
Yeah.
He gets hurt in the first inning of that start, and so that took him out the rest of the series.
The way it happened, it shouldn't have been. It was in the rain.
Yes.
Because I was there. I remember it. I was in the left field stands.
It's cold in Chicago.
It was cold and rainy. Clemens gets hurt. Roy Oswalt didn't start, and then you come home and it's done.
Yes, and you had, I think, run differential might have been 6 in a 4-game sweep. Game 1 was close. Game 2 is the Scott Pasednik walk-off.
Yeah.
Game 3, you had the Blum homer in the 14th inning, and then they scored another run in that inning. And then game 4 was 1-0. That was a sweep where all 4 games could have gone either way.
Yeah.
So that's on my list, and then a couple others here. The 2007 Rocktober Colorado Rockies, where they won 21 of 22 games in September.
Great.
Just to get to game 163. They steal one game 63 from the Padres and then sweep through the National League playoffs, only to get swept in the World Series by the Red Sox.
Yeah.
They missed the playoffs in 2008. The next year they got back in 2009, but then went a long time. There was a long playoff drought after that. That was that to me is like the prototypical one-hit wonder. And also, they made the playoffs in 2007. It had been more than a decade since they had made the playoffs before 2007.
Yeah, no, that's another good one. And then the other one I know you're going to mention happened twice with the Marlins, who were the poster children for one-hit wonders. But it was by design. See, that's the difference. Like, it wasn't like they were trying to build this giant, dynasty or run or whatever. Like, they, by design, bought a championship and then bought another championship, and that's it.
Well, so 97, they absolutely bought one.
Yeah.
And then they realized that, wait a minute, we went out and paid for all these free agents, and we're still not getting fans in the stand, so we have to get rid of all these contracts now. So that's what happened, was actually like a team-building success where they had all these prospects, and all the prospects developed. They won the World Series, and then they tried again for another year to maintain it.
But they couldn't keep the prospects.
Yes, and then all those guys started getting expensive, and okay, it's time to trade all these guys, and then they just couldn't rebuild a second time.
The one I think is legit, and I just opened it up because I think this is I want to make sure this was correct. The Atlanta Falcons here at the Houston Super Bowl, 28-3, all that stuff. To me, they're a one-hit wonder because you brought up the point that they did make the playoffs the next year.
They made the playoffs before and after.
They did not make the playoffs the year before. In fact, that's what it was like. In the 3 years before 2016, the Falcons never won more than 8 games. In the now 8 years after getting to the Super Bowl here, they won more than 7 games just once, and it was the following year.
Yeah.
So I consider the Falcons that's
an acceptable answer.
They went 4-12, 6-10, 8-8, Super Bowl. Yeah. Then 10-6, lost in the division round, and have never won more than 7 games since.
That's basically the Kyle Shanahan.
Yes, it was the Shanahan season. Yeah.
I do think that's acceptable.
Yeah.
99 Titans, people have mentioned on the text line as
breaks my heart, doesn't it?
The Oilers had not made they had not made the playoffs since 93, make it in 99, get to the Super Bowl, they're a yard short, and they had some good years after that, but they never got back to those same heights.
What about the 2019 Raptors?
Because they would been consistently a team that would win a playoff series. Like in 16, they went to the conference finals. Then in 18, they lost in the second round. And then the year after, in the fake bubble, they got to the second round. And they got to game 7 in the second round. So I get what you're saying there, but I don't have them as like a one-hit wonder. A couple texters here. 2024 Texas A&M baseball.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
It's over.
You don't know that. Over. They all came back. They saw Schlossnagel was a turd and came back.
One texter says if the Rockets had won the bubble, you guys would say neutral floor, harder because no home court. Well, I guess we'll never know.
I wouldn't say that. I can no, I do know. I would not. You know me. Yeah, you know me. I would not say that.
Hey, I would not let Harden off the hook.
I would not. Oh yeah, especially if Harden was on the team.
I would not let him off the hook.
No
be like,
way.
What? He got a championship.
Oh man, fake title.
I can promise you that.
All right, we'll do coming up next on Sports Radio 610. We'll do some lunchtime confessions. There's a uniform that I really like this week that I haven't seen a whole lot of before. I loved it. I need to see more of it. That's next on In the Loop.
All right now, Lance Loken and the Loken Group at Keller Williams Platinum. How about Lance and Karina Loken getting it done for you year after year after year? Melinda's latest one that I heard about.
On the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Watch this.
All right, let's do some lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop.
Watch this.
These are my confessions. All right, you guys know how I feel about Houston. If you don't, you should. I've been here for going on 35 years. And bury me in the H, just like Lance McCullers. But I'm watching all this stuff go on with Center Point and the power outages and the trucks being staged and all the nonsense that we're hearing. And Figgy, you said something the other day about, like, it was the first time ever where you thought, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if you know, because you're a young man still, and you moved down here and you have options. Adam, I'm asking you too, because you're in the same boat. Young dude, you could live anywhere. I know you got some family here, but still, you could live anywhere. I'm here for the duration. But for the first time this morning, as I'm reading this, and shaking my head, and the price gouging and all that stuff that we've been talking about, I kind of get it. I wonder how many people that have lived in Houston, whether it's 6 months or just 6 or 7 years, but haven't, been here as long as I have or born and raised here. I wonder how many thousands, hundreds of thousands are starting to wonder, is this right for me?
Yeah, I haven't had that thought with the hurricanes or, with this stuff yet. And part of that is that my power has come back relatively quickly.
Both times?
Yeah. And that's another confession of mine, is that I feel guilty about that.
Yeah.
I think you kind of have to. I have thought about moving here, but but more of
moving out of here.
Yeah, but
more for professional.
No, not professional.
Oh, really?
More like a retirement type of thing. I don't think I would retire and stay in Houston. I think there are other places. I remember I went to Australia 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I went down to the southern coast of Australia, and wow, this is the most amazing place I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I might have to live here one day.
Yeah.
That's the type of stuff that I've thought about.
But not in terms of I don't know about this place, the way that the leadership is, the way this infrastructure is.
No.
All that stuff.
No.
Figgy?
Yeah, see, I always thought about just retiring here, just being 70 years old and be like, man, I remember I moved here in my early or in my late 20s and all that stuff. This is home.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking, I'm not thinking about moving anytime soon, but I'm thinking, man, when I get up to about 55, 60,
mm-hmm.
Do I want to keep going through these hurricanes and power outages and no power for
at the rate they're going, you will.
A week and all that stuff? It's one. I mean, I understand, these natural stuff happens, but just the power outage for weeks and all this other stuff. Can I go through that?
I hope
4 or 5 times a year.
I hope the Chamber of Commerce is listening, and I hope our leadership is listening, because I don't think you're alone. 713-572.
It's just mentally draining.
Let us know if you're kind of, because I'm not. I'm here. Yeah. I got here in December of 1989, started work January 1st of 1990, and I thought, maybe I'll be here 6 months a year. Who knows? And here I am into your system. I love it. But I get it. And I'm wondering if others are thinking the same way.
I think if I were ever to leave here, it would be to leave the United States.
Yeah.
Do the Brian T. Smith thing where you get a job out in London. I think I would love to do that. I think that'd be really fun to do.
Yeah.
But I don't foresee that ever happening, at least no time soon. I think if I were to leave here, it would be retirement age, and it would not be in this country. I think I'd get out of the country.
Watch this.
These are my confessions. So I don't watch a lot of Miami Marlins baseball, and there's a reason for that.
God bless you.
It's not great.
Salute.
I love the jerseys. I love the Miami Marlins jerseys.
I agree. Yeah, I did notice that. Yeah.
Just there's something about like the color scheme, and the color schemes are Miami blue. This is according to the team, which is more like a teal, Caliente red, slate gray. Like, can we just call them normal colors? I don't really understand why we have to do it that way.
Yeah.
But then also it's like the script across the jersey, just with the way that they have like Miami written across. I just really like that. So I enjoyed. I did not enjoy watching the Marlins play baseball, but I enjoyed looking at the jerseys while they played baseball.
I get that.
Do you feel like Miami as a city have the best uniforms
across
overall?
the board? Probably.
Yeah, like all three professional teams.
So, because they're very, I like the Dolphins, and the Dolphins jerseys remind me a lot of the Oilers old jerseys. Like the colors are a little bit different, but like the style of it.
Yeah, bright colors.
Yeah, the style of the jersey, the way the helmet like has the stripe, it always reminds me of watching the Heat, because the Heat, I don't like, they had the stupid Heat culture jerseys.
Yeah.
But I like how they wear the white jerseys at home and they wear the black jerseys on the road, and I like the red alternates also.
Yeah.
So I do think that
Miami's up there.
Those three are really good, and the Marlins have like the all whites look really clean, and then the alternate jerseys I think with the Marlins are really good. So that's one of my favorites.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think the past couple days, I don't think I ever wanted fast food as much as I do now, man.
Oh boy.
It for some reason, and this always happens around a time like this where, power outage and the only thing available is like fast food spots, and every single line is like hanging out the door or out the driveway. Yesterday, man, I went home, man. I was like, I got a taste for some McDonald's. That line was outrageous. So I'm like, you know what? Let me stop at Wendy's. That line was outrageous.
That's why you want it.
Oh my goodness, man. And I don't eat fast food that much like that, but this is around them times where I'm like, man, I got a taste for some McDonald's fries. And for some reason, they just out the door, man.
You know what? You have to order on the app. If you order on the app, you don't have to sit through the drive-through lines.
Yeah, I don't know if they got the app available that. Do that right now?
I just did it the other day.
Okay, because I even tried to go to, I think it was McDonald's. Their inside was closed.
Yeah.
They was just only doing drive-through, where I'm just like, man.
I think if you knock on the door, like this is literally what I did on Wednesday.
He's knocking on the door.
Well, so I wasn't knocking on the door, but I was kind of like in the line for the drive-thru, and then all of a sudden one of the employees walks out and I say, hey, I made an online order. Can I just get it here? And she's like, yeah. So I'm like, okay. I parked the car and she brought it out like not long after
that's
that.
a good play.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to do that.
Take advantage of the apps.
Yeah, I know once everything get back to normal, I ain't gonna have a taste for it. So.
Yeah.
No, I was in the same boat on Wednesday. I didn't have any food Wednesday.
When you see everybody getting something and you don't have it, you want it.
Yes.
Or when you don't have it for a long time, you want it.
That's like me wanting Chick-fil-A on a Sunday. Every single Sunday. This would be a good day to get some Chick-fil-A.
Exactly what it is.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Is it wrong that, and I said this earlier, that all these people that are price gouging right now at hotels and gas stations and propane stations, etc., that I want them all to burn in hell?
I mean, kind of.
Is that wrong?
That's a little mean.
Is that wrong?
But I feel you.
Bad?
I feel you, but that's a little mean.
That's about the lowest of the low, right? You can't get much lower. No, I'm asking, but I feel like it's not.
I try not to wish that on anybody, but I get where you're coming from.
But maybe these.
Okay.
Maybe these.
I'm not going to say you're wrong. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, our DeShaun Pendergast is traveling the country right now, and he'll be back on Monday.
Annual trek.
Yes, and he goes all over the place. He was in Casper, Wyoming earlier this week, and that got me a little nostalgic because I spent part of my career in Casper, Wyoming. I have an email that I wrote to my friends 2 weeks into my time in Casper. I'm going to share that email with you when we live in Casper in 2009. John Lopez and Figgy Fig are with you. Our friend Sean Pendergast has been traveling the country, and he made a stop in Casper, Wyoming. He went to the rodeo out there earlier this week, and it got me thinking, and it got me reminiscing a little bit of my time when I was in Casper, Wyoming. I was the radio broadcaster for the Casper Ghosts, the Pioneer League affiliate of the Colorado Rockies, the last one ever. So I wrote an email to my friends 2 weeks in.
2 weeks into being
2 weeks into living
displaced
there.
from, well, then Indiana, but also.
No, I was living here.
You were living here?
Yeah, I graduated from Indiana in 2008, came back here, and then I went up for the season.
Yeah.
And I left sometime in May. Got there May 14th, May 15th. So this is the email that I wrote. This is dated Thursday, May 28th, 2009, 11:17 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, this is my 14th day in Casper, and I thought I would give you a peek into what the last 2 weeks have been like for me. First of all, Wyoming is the least populated state in the country, which is surprising because it's the 10th biggest. This is some great writing.
You're doing some like geographical stuff.
I'm doing
demographics.
I'm doing it all. I'm teaching all these people. Like the people that I'm sending this email to are from New York, New Jersey, Florida, Houston, Chicago. I think I said that. So they're all over the place.
Yeah.
Wyoming also has the fewest laws of any of the 50 states. This is true.
Is that still true?
I don't know if it's still true, but this is what I was told.
I didn't know that.
Upon living there. Casper itself reminds me a lot of Bloomington, except it is a lot smaller. Downtown is very old, and there are no chains downtown. They actually have 2 one-screen movie theaters within walking distance.
Old school.
Yeah, and actually there were 3.
Yeah.
And I saw The Hangover there. I saw Bridesmaids there. I saw Inception there.
Still remember.
Yeah, I got a pretty good memory.
Yeah.
About 2 miles down the road, they have a mall and that's where all the chains are. Mall wasn't great, to my recollection. I live in an apartment downtown on the busiest street in the entire city. It is also the noisiest street in the city because there is a ton of traffic and there are only 2 lanes. Get a lot of like motorcycles.
Yeah.
But we were like above like a boot store.
Yeah.
So you would you could just walk into. There was the apartment was never locked. And also you could not park on the street. So there was a parking garage that was kind of behind us, but you'd have to pay for the garage. Except there were ways around it to where the guy who would man he would kind of sit in the booth to take the payments. Whenever he would leave, and you would hope it would be around like 12 o'clock, that's when you go get your car out. So that's how you avoided it. And if you couldn't avoid it for whatever reason, it was very easy to just like walk in, get a parking ticket real quick, and then go get your car out of there. And then you're just paying the minimum, which was like $2.
Yeah.
But yeah, whatever. I still have unpaid parking tickets in that city. Let's see. A lot of people have motorcycles that are very loud. That gets very annoying.
That happens also to this day a lot in Wyoming. A lot of motorcycles love going up there.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I took this job in March, I asked my GM when he wanted me in Casper. He said May 1st. I then asked if I could push that back later. He said May 15th at the latest, which I said was fine. On May 14th, I emailed him letting him know that I would be there the next day, and then he replied he wasn't expecting me there that early. Basically, I have been on vacation for the last 2 weeks. I actually have a meeting today, which is the first official thing that I have done as a member of the Casper Ghosts. We play 76 games in 80 days, which means I basically have no off days, so I am getting them out of the way now. And since I don't get paid until the season starts, nobody has a problem with that. Some have even encouraged it. I did help drag out about 150-pound bags of clay and infield dirt last week. It was not fun, especially with the altitude.
Oh, they got you doing everything.
Oh, I hate it. I was not happy that day. I am living rent-free, which was unexpected. I am living with the GM and the director of ticketing. Besides the noise from the street, the only thing I complain about is the awful internet. Also, the apartment, now looking back on it, was disgusting.
Yeah.
It was just really, really gross. And I would not be caught dead in that place now.
Yeah.
The GM's name is Mike. He is 24 years old, which is insanely young for a GM in minor league baseball, especially when the owner is hands-off. Our owner basically was drawing a salary of like $100,000, $80,000 to $100,000, and just not doing anything.
Yeah.
So he's basically just using the team as like his own little piggy bank. The ticketing director's name is Brandon. They call him Pfeffer. I don't remember why, but it allowed me to tell the story about when we were going to leave Pfeffer in Jamaica, which is one of my favorites. This is a college guy we went to school with in our fraternity.
Yeah.
We were on a cruise senior year, and we did one of the excursions.
Yeah.
He puts his wallet in my backpack without telling me. We leave without him.
So
so we had his wallet. We're on the ship. No, not passport, but you have the key to get on the ship.
Yeah.
So I had that in my backpack. Pfeffer was annoying that trip, and we seriously contemplated just leaving him. We thought about it. I was in favor of just leaving him. So that allowed me to tell that story. Brandon is 24 from Louisiana. Really nice guy. Actually, I think he still lives out there. No, he was the ticketing director. And he was actually into the whole cowboy stuff. And so he moved back to Louisiana, and I think he's back in Wyoming now. I think he moved back out there.
Wow, that's home now.
Yeah. Phil is our food and beverage director. He's 23 from Elkhart, Indiana, which is close to South Bend. He went to Ball State. He's a real good guy. And apparently, we have 10 different beers on tap at Mike Lansing Field this season. We only had 2 last year when I was working in Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah.
And Phil actually still does live in Casper. He wound up, getting a job in the school system over there. I think he was.
He just likes to play.
He was coaching basketball.
Yeah.
He was a head basketball coach at one of the high schools. Almost won a state championship there. Really good guy. Really like him. Eddie is our groundskeeper. He's very lazy. Not doing anything.
Yeah.
This is why I was having to drag the bags of clay in the infield, because he wasn't going to do it. He is also annoying. He talks very loud, and what was annoying about Eddie, he would spit when he talks, which when you're at a restaurant with him, not a great experience. Joe is an intern. He does not get paid. He is from Detroit and is 29 years old. He is getting unemployment benefits.
Oh, my gosh.
He is not very smart.
Life in the minor leagues.
He is not very smart. He's kind of weird, and he's also got a bit of a temper, which included him punching through a wall at one point during that season.
Oh, my God.
Chris is our community relations director. He's in his 40s and probably pushing 400 pounds. He's a great guy who worked in the Rays organization as a clubby before. I know this is incredibly long, but I have to mention one more thing. Last Friday night at this bar called The Beacon, I saw a guy on the dance floor wearing a Nike red dry fit that was painted on. He looked like one of our college friends that was included in this email, except he had a goatee. So there you go.
So all those are life in the minor leagues things, life in Casper, Wyoming. There's I'm going to add something to this for our listeners to answer. But before I do that, what was the most minor league thing you ever experienced?
Bus breakdowns.
Bus breakdowns.
So that obviously, and we had that the very first game that we ever had.
Oh man.
I got bed bugs at a hotel towards the end of my time there, and then I popped off on it on Twitter, and I got in trouble.
Oh man.
Never got an apology, by the way, for them putting us in just this awful hotel in Idaho Falls. We're in Great Falls, Montana. We make the trip from Billings to Great Falls, which is like a 4-hour drive.
Yeah.
And we get to this hotel at like 4 o'clock in the morning. There's like one poor guy overwhelmed at the desk.
Yeah.
So we get our keys to the hotel, and like half the keys aren't working. And it's one of these hotels where you like have an indoor balcony.
Yeah.
So you can like see there's no elevator, so you can see everybody like walking up to their rooms. And all of a sudden, these 2 pitchers try to walk into their room, and there's just a scream from inside the room that they walked into. Because they gave
somebody
them
room.
Yes, they gave them an occupied room.
Oh my
God.
God.
This shriek sounded like somebody had stepped on a cat, and everybody just freezes in the hallway after this happens. And it's because they gave them an occupied room.
That's so good.
That actually happened to me one time. We was in New Orleans for my wife's birthday, and we got to this hotel. We had to get a different hotel because the hotel we originally booked, they overbooked. Yeah. So we only had one night there, so we had this mosey-wosey looking hotel.
Yeah.
And they gave us a key. She walked in, I'm getting the stuff out, and then she immediately closed it back. I'm like, what's going on? She's like, it was somebody in there in the bed watching TV. I was just like, oh my goodness.
I think that's my nightmare, is something like that happening.
You always put the latch.
Yeah. There was a hotel that we stayed at also in Great Falls.
Yeah.
They had actual normal keys, not like the cards, like an actual normal key.
Yeah.
And there was one team that refused to stay in this hotel because a murder had taken place there.
That's fair.
They called it the Murder Great Falls in Great Falls, Montana.
All right. So 713-572-4610. What would your email after your first 2 weeks in Houston, whether it's right now or when you got here, sound like? 713-572-4610. And the reason I wanted to ask that, as I just mentioned in the last segment, I mean, you guys know me. I mean, I'm loving this place. I've always loved Houston. It's my home. Couldn't be happier here, except for, this stuff. So I got hired in December of 1989. My first day on the job was January 1st, 1990. I went to the Colorado Notre Dame Orange Bowl game, and I proceeded to be on the road the first 6 months of living here. My wife and then one child couldn't come, so they lived in San Antonio because she was trying to, get a job here, whatever. So I was by myself in an efficiency apartment, and I was on the road out of those first 6 months, probably the equivalent of 4 months. Like they put me on the road, just go. And when I wasn't on the road, I was either by myself in that efficiency apartment or trying to visit my family, in San Antonio before I got here. So I remember thinking, sitting there lonely in that apartment one day after 7 straight days on the road or whatever, thinking, I don't know how long I'm going to be here. I mean, it was raining every day. It was one of the rainiest seasons ever in the winter, and it was just, lonely and all that. And I say all that, and I'm asking what people would say 35 years later couldn't be happier, living in Houston. But when your first impressions of a city, whether it's a smaller place like Casper or Houston, which is intimidating, I mean, you could change like that. So what would your email have said, Figgy?
So my first
2 weeks.
Yeah, I probably would have said, hey guys, I don't know if y'all know, but Houston is a big city down here. Like, I thought it was all dirt roads and horses and cows and stuff. Yeah. But no, it's actually a really good city. A lot of people here, very diverse. And to me, this kind of remind me of a cheaper LA. It kind of got the vibes of a cheaper but more affordable Los Angeles. That was the vibe of it. And if you're not really down with the LA vibe, then you got some suburbs outside of Houston, and you could just live like a normal person. Yeah. So I'm like, this city, I don't know if y'all know about the city of Houston, but it's great down here.
And people always say that here. Oh, people from other cities must think that we're just a bunch of cowboys and then there's cattle and horses roaming the streets. And you really thought that?
Yeah, I thought I was going to see nothing but cowboy hats and all that stuff. I wasn't sure. I never thought. I always looked at Houston as like the Still Tipping video.
Yeah.
Where they just in the hood and in front of the DJ Screw tape store. And I just didn't know what to expect. And when I got down here, I was in the Galleria area, and I'm like, dang, that's a Lamborghini? I see all these $1 million cars and $500,000 cars just drive. I'm like, dang.
Yeah. Next. So I got one other minor league baseball story for you about Tommy Lasorda and the time I met Tommy Lasorda and the time he yelled at someone. That's next on In the Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we'll go around the NFL in a second. It's July 12th. There's not a lot going on in the NFL. That'll be for next week.
There's a new baby among us. We'll get to that.
Yeah. I had to tell this story. So I was with a Rockies affiliate for 10 years, and we were in the same division as a Dodgers affiliate.
Okay.
So we're playing the Dodgers affiliate in the playoffs in 2012, the Ogden Raptors. And I'm at the hotel one day, and I'm coming back from the hotel. I'm coming back to the hotel from getting lunch, and all of a sudden I hear somebody call out my name, and it was the Ogden Raptors groundskeeper, this very nice man named Bob Richardson.
Okay.
And Bob had just gotten to the hotel because he had who was the Dodgers player development director at the time. He's now with the Astros. And Tommy Lasorda from the airport. And Lasorda had been a manager in Ogden before he had gotten to the Dodgers. So he's kind of a bit of a celebrity over there. And so he introduces them to me. And Tommy starts talking to me because we had Steve Garvey's son on our team that year, Ryan Garvey.
Okay.
So he's asking me about Ryan. And then all of a sudden, I hear this bottle shatter. And it was a bottle of Tommy's wine that DeShaun had dropped,
He's
and the
a big
bottle
wine guy.
So this bottle of wine that Tommy had brought with him just shatters, and Tommy starts going off on DeShaun Watson.
Yeah.
DeShaun Watson is a high-ranking official with the Los Angeles Dodgers, and Tommy Lasorda is just ripping him apart for breaking his bottle of wine. So that's my Tommy Lasorda story. So we won that night, so we forced a game 3 in the series.
Yeah.
Tommy's out at BP the next day, giving tips to hitters. And I was told the manager, it was Damon Berryhill at the time, was telling the players, hey, whatever he tells you, just nod and ignore it. So there you go, Tommy Lasorda.
Who was the best player was ever on your team?
Nolan Arenado. Nolan Arenado was on my first team in 2009. He didn't have this amazing season to where you thought that he was going to wind up being in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So he wasn't the most productive, but he turned out to be the best.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of who was the best at that time, it would probably be Corey Dickerson, who made a couple All-Star games in Major League Baseball. He is probably the most talented guy that I was ever around. This guy could just wake up and hit line drives. That's how much ability he had, and he's just had some bad luck with some injuries. He did make an All-Star game with the Rockies in I think it was 2018 or 2019. He was most recently with the Phillies, but he's probably the most talented guy that I had.
Yeah. No, I actually had some run-ins. Lasorda was a little firecracker.
Oh, yeah.
When he was managing the Dodgers, and I was covering the Astros here. But he loved that plate of pasta and a good wine afterward. Now, when I first got out of school and I was working in San Antonio, I was covering the Spurs and covering the NBA and college football. But I did occasionally go out to see the San Antonio Missions. And I remember in '88 was my second year, whatever it was there. Kevin Kennedy was the manager. And so he went on to good stuff. I don't remember any really, really good players. I actually called up the roster of those teams. I'm like, I don't remember any of these guys. But there were some good squads that came through there as well.
Yeah, for sure. We had people, I read the email that I sent in Casper. We had one texter, his email, if he were just coming to Houston, from the 713. My email, if I were new to Houston, hang on. My email would mention how I missed my exit and drove the whole 610 loop to find it again.
I could see that happening.
Yes. Figgy, did you have that type of experience when you first got here?
Yeah, I think
that's a Stephon Diggs thing.
Yeah, to me, it wasn't the part of me missing the exit. It was just the traffic in general, where I'm just like, man, it's just so. It wasn't like a slow drive type of traffic. They were speeding and cutting you off and all that stuff. It was really overwhelming for me.
That is
coming from Cleveland.
Almost unique to Houston.
Yes,
there are other cities, but Houston, if I go to another city, I'm like, come on.
Yeah, the crazy part is, before I moved here, I was in L.A. just on vacation.
Yeah.
And I was talking to somebody, I told them I was moving to Houston. we in L.A.
Yeah.
They were like, man, that traffic is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm like, worse than L.A.?
Yeah.
They said, no, Houston traffic is something different.
Yeah.
Mind you, I didn't know anything about Houston.
Yeah.
All right, let's go around the NFL. Sad news yesterday. Monty Kiffin passed away. The great defensive coordinator for the Bucs, and he was with the Cowboys at one point. Yeah, he was the one who really invented that defense. Probably one of the most significant defensive coordinators that we've ever had in the NFL. Obviously, he was Lane Kiffin's father. Was really sad, but just a really important figure in the NFL.
It was, yes, it's definitely time to recognize, but it also got me thinking about something. Because Monty Kiffin deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, the NFL Hall of Fame. And I've said this a few times here and there, and our listeners will remember if they've been listening for a while. I don't get, and I'm curious on your opinion, why offensive and defensive coordinators especially, because oftentimes the offensive coordinators become a head coach, but then whatever, don't have or don't have success. But a lot of defensive coordinators might be a head coach here and there, but it's generally as a coordinator where they become legendary. Like Monty, they are not in the Hall of Fame. Like, you should be able to put voters, looking at you, John McClain. By the way, hope he gets his power back. He's still without power. Wade Phillips should probably be in the Hall of Fame as a coordinator.
He had a pretty decent run as a head coach, too. Like, he's got a really good win percentage.
Yeah, I'm saying that if you do the whole thing, but even just as a coordinator, Steve Spagnuolo should be. I think you could argue Romeo Crennel. This is one of those where, like, Monty Kiffin needs to be maybe the first one, but as a coordinator, you should be eligible. Well, I know you're eligible. You should be able to be in the Hall of Fame, and voters just don't put it in there.
Yeah, I wish the NFL Hall of Fame was kind of loose a little bit as the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, everybody gets in that one.
Yeah.
Well, it's just basketball.
Yeah. But I wish they kind of be a little more lenient towards, I mean, assistant head coaches and coordinators and stuff like that, because they don't get enough credit to me.
I think it's the thing that I don't really care that much about Hall of Fames anymore, but I do think the football one is the Pro Football Hall of Fame is probably the best now, because they don't let, like, there's a cap in how many guys that get let in, so it's actually really, really difficult to get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But I think that's why you don't see necessarily the same number of contributors. It tends to just be limited to players.
But this isn't even contributors. This is coaches.
Yeah, but that's why it's head coaches.
I think it's fine with the players, because some players that won't ever get in that was good. But I feel like they sleeping on the coordinators a little bit, man.
There should be like one coach that gets in every year.
Yes.
Like one coach, one GM, one extra players, and then have your coaches also. Like, just have that as like its own separate category, because all the contributors and the coaches and the executives, they kind of get lumped in with the players, and so therefore, like,
it's hard.
Yeah. So,
and I like that it's hard, and that's why it means so much to these guys. Like, we saw Andre Johnson crying and all that. I mean, I get that the how elite it is, but these guys deserve to be in.
Yes. Have you seen Monty Kiffin's just like resume, just where he was coaching? Like this.
I mean, I know the nuts and bolts.
This thing goes from 1966 through last year.
Yeah.
Like, he never took time off. He was at Nebraska as a grad assistant for 3 years. He was a defensive coordinator at Nebraska, defensive coordinator at Arkansas, defensive coordinator he was a head coach at NC State for 3 years in the 80s. Green Bay Packers, Buffalo Bills, Minnesota Vikings, New York Jets, Minnesota Vikings again, Saints, Bucks, which is where he probably really became famous for his innovations there. Tennessee Titans, USC. He went with Lane to SC. The Cowboys, Jacksonville, and then he followed Lane to both FAU and to Ole Miss. So just a career that spanned 1966 through 2008. Won a Super Bowl with the Bucks as well. So just a legend in the sport.
Legend. And the texter brings up one that I did not mention, Dick LeBeau, as well. Absolutely.
The ESPYs were last night, and Harrison Butker is going to hear about it for a long time, and he heard about it. It was a monologue from Venus and Serena Williams.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Other sports, because they are sports. Yes.
Except you, Harrison Butker. We don't need you.
At all. Like ever.
Man, he is going to be drugged All year long. By the way,
is he going to be the first kicker to ever get booed just randomly?
He better not miss a kick. No, like his the leash. No, the leash on him is going to be short.
I think in Kansas City they don't care.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm just talking about if he goes somewhere else, like if he's at a away stadium.
Oh yeah, he's going to get destroyed.
Is he going to be the first kicker to ever just get booed?
Absolutely, 100%. By the way, the third voice you heard was Quinta Brunson from
Abbott
Elementary School, Abbott Elementary. But yeah, except Hugh Harrison Butker at all, like ever. No, he's going to get drugged. And I'm not saying like one kick and he's going to, but I'm saying like if he has any struggles, it's going to come down hard on him.
I don't think it will.
I think it will. It will. It's going to come down hard on him anyway.
Maybe it will online, but in stadiums.
Yes, it will.
I would be surprised.
Yeah, it will.
CBS, Cody Benjamin from CBS ranked his head coaches 1 to 32.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think is number 32?
Oh, I didn't look at number 32. I looked at most of the top ones. Who is number 32?
Dennis Allen of the Saints. Which I think that's low.
Surprising, isn't it?
I get he might not be a great head coach, but what he is there to coach the defense really, and that defense is always really good.
Yeah.
So I would have him much higher than 32. I would put Dennis Allen above a rookie head coach. Brian Callahan is 30. Robert Saleh 29. I would put Robert Saleh closer to 32 than I would Dennis Allen at this point. Number 1 on the list, I don't think is a big surprise. It's Andy Reid.
Yeah.
3 Super Bowls now, and now without Bill Belichick, I think he is clearly number 1. Sean McVay, number 2. Kyle Shanahan, number 3.
I'm good with all those.
John Harbaugh, number 4. Matt LaFleur, 5. Might be a little high.
He gets a lot of love, just in general, but yeah, it might be a little bit high.
I like Mike Tomlin, 6. I would not have Matt LaFleur above Mike Tomlin.
I'm with you.
For what they have both accomplished. Jim Harbaugh, 7.
Yeah, he just got that Sean McVay tree.
Yes.
That's what that is.
Yeah. Dan Campbell is 8th. Sean McDermott, 9th. Kevin Stefanski is 10th. Mike McDaniel, 11th. A lot of names that we're calling out. We're still not getting to, I think, the one that we're waiting for. Kevin O'Connell, 12th. D'Amico Ryans, 13th.
Yeah, so a few things jumped out at this.
Now, before I interrupt you, this category is Class A, best in the game.
Yeah.
So D'Amico is still considered to be in the best of the game, but Cody Benjamin has D'Amico as the worst of the best.
Yeah, so what jumped out to me on that is 2 things that I want to ask you about. Number 1, I don't have a huge problem with D'Amico being there. He's just been a head coach for 1 year. But I'm with you, like it's a couple of names. I don't even have a problem. Like Dan Campbell, absolutely. What was he, 8, I believe? Yes. That's fine. That's more than fine. But Kevin O'Connell? I get Stefanski. Okay, I guess you can argue that. But some of these others, I just don't know. So that jumped out at me. He's about right. The other thing I was going to ask you is, where is he going to be a year from now? He's 13th right now. And with what they have, the expectations, I mean, he could be lower. He could be lower. He could be significantly higher, depending on what they do.
So D'Amico is of the 13, the top 13. D'Amico is the only one that only has 1 year of experience as a head coach.
Okay, I was just about to ask: is there anybody ahead of him that had the same amount of head coach experience?
No. So Kevin O'Connell has and Mike
2.
McDaniel have 2 seasons under their belt.
Yeah.
They are directly ahead of D'Amico. So I do think like if the Texans had the type of season that I think we all think they'll have, or that I think they are projected to have, I think D'Amico is clearly he gets into the top 10 and maybe even top 5.
Yeah.
But I think the only reason why they don't have him higher is that he's only coached 1 year.
Yeah. And then there's something else that jumped out at me that you kind of alluded to it a little bit with regard to who was at the bottom, the first year head coaches. Did you see where Dave Canales is with the Panthers?
I did not.
They have him at 24.
Wow.
For what?
He got something out of Baker Mayfield last year.
It's the first year he's ever been a head coach. First year with the Panthers. Has done nothing. I mean, like they have Dave. Is he like the Caleb Williams of coaches? People just, this guy's going to be really good. This guy's going to be really good.
Where they got the Bears head coach? I'm just kind of curious at that. I'm surprised he ain't the love they've been getting.
But the thing about Canales that they put in his why he's 24. Dude's never been a head
never
coach
coached a game
ever. They say, well, he oversaw the revivals from Geno Smith and Baker Mayfield. I mean,
in all honesty, though, that's not horrible reasoning. Like that
it is if you're 24.
That Bucks team I thought was going to be really bad last year, and Baker Mayfield was really bad for a couple of years before he got to Tampa. So I give Canales credit for turning him around. It is high, especially when you consider some of the guys that he's ahead and where they have all the other first-year head coaches.
Yeah.
It is a little aggressive, but I get it at the same time.
I don't know about that. I mean, that's...
Yeah, you can say that about any new head coach.
Any new head coach. He did this.
Yeah.
They all got the job for a reason.
Yeah, you can say that about the coordinator for the Bengals.
I would, if they had Gerard Mayo there, I would almost get it.
But I think the difference, though, like the Brian Callahan,
another one,
but he wasn't calling plays. So like Dave Canales was running that offense because they had a defensive head coach in Tampa Bay. So that was his offense. He's calling all the plays.
Yeah.
So I think that he gets some bonus points for that, whereas Callahan wasn't calling plays in Cincinnati. Gerard Mayo, he's a defensive guy, whatever, and they lost.
No, but I'm saying he's got more credentials.
Sort of.
And he did call.
Did he call the defense though?
I love when Bo just goes.
I mean, he kind of called the defense, but it's still Belichick's defense.
Yeah.
So I get where, again,
longer pedigree for sure.
Yeah, but Canales is high. The comps last year in Tampa Bay and in Seattle before that. I think that he gets some points for that. And then a lot of the experienced head coaches that he's ahead. I mean, they mostly suck. There's a reason why you're.
Well, I will tell you that's a good transition to what Figgy was asking. He's 24. Number 25 is Mike McDonald, first with the Seahawks.
Okay, so he's a first-year head coach too. That's
with
interesting.
The head coach.
Yeah.
26 Figgy is Matt Eberflus from the Bears.
Damn.
He's behind two first-year ever coaches. Jonathan Gannon, I guess the shine is off there. He's 27. 28, Antonio Pierce seems about right.
Yeah. Where's Mike McCarthy? Just curious.
I'll look. Robert Saleh is 29. Yeah. He's 29. Callahan, 30. And then, of course, as you mentioned, Gerard Mayo, 31. And Dennis Allen is 32. So you're asking who
McCarthy.
Now? Oh, wow. That's a great question.
Did he even make the list?
He might not even be on the list. Actually, McCarthy's 17. That's a little higher than I thought.
I mean, he did win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, I think you get credit.
Well, I'm saying,
having,
but here.
Yeah, I think you get credit for that. Real quick, Bill Belichick going to join Inside the NFL as just kind of the Bill Belichick media tour will continue. I think it's going to be great. I think he's going to be entertaining. I think he'll be fun. Obviously, he'll be smart.
Yeah.
And I hope he just stays in TV forever. Like, don't go back to coaching. I know he probably wants that wins record. He wants to.
Mike McCarthy might have something to say about that.
He might surpass. I'm sure he wants to surpass Don Shula's wins record. Stay in TV. I think it'll completely just, for really the rest of his life.
Yeah.
So, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, the internet is going nuts, and there's a great story from Will Ferrell about working with James Caan. That's next on In the Loop.
The count. minutes. Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, Internet's going nuts on Sports Radio 610, and there's a Will Ferrell story in Variety. And he tells this, you saw Elf.
Yeah, oh yeah. Every year.
Biggie, you liked Elf?
I
liked it. Okay.
Every year.
So obviously Will Ferrell was the star of Elf, and he starred alongside the great James Caan. So Will Ferrell did an interview in Variety, and during the filming of Elf, James Caan was not shy about telling Will Ferrell that he was not funny. And so this is a quote. This was from this might have been a podcast.
Yeah.
That Will Ferrell did. I'll look in a second. But this is the quote from Will Ferrell. Quote: "In between setups, Caan would be like, 'I don't get you. You're not funny.' And I'm like, 'I know I'm not Robin Williams.' And he was like, 'People ask me, is he funny?' And I'm like, 'No, he's not funny.' It was with all love, but at the same time, he was like, then this is after the premiere. James Caan goes up to him and says, 'I thought everything you were doing while we were filming was way too over the top. Now that I see it in the movie, it's brilliant.' But that whole time, Will Ferrell was just annoying the hell out of James Caan, and James Caan did not think Will Ferrell was funny.
He said at one point, can this guy just shut the bleep up? But you know what? I can totally get this. Like, the subtlety and the nuance of some of these actors, and his was not nuanced.
Especially that character.
Yeah, like, you don't quite see it until they can pull it off is what's amazing. I remember reading a story from Tom Hanks talking about A League of Their Own. What's her name? Gina
Davis.
Gina Davis. He said there were some scenes where Gina Davis would kind of like slowly say some of the words on the script, and he was like, I don't really, and this is Tom Hanks saying this, like he was saying, I don't really know if she's nailing that, but then he saw some of the clips or the movies or whatever, and he said her facial expressions were like the story was where he goes. So it's really like, I mean, you think acting is easy at that level? It ain't. Also,
wait, real quick, I want to throw something out there because like when you're filming a movie, you're like doing it shot after shot after shot. Like you're not like
it's also
filming
disjointed.
Yeah, so like I think a lot of people when they make movies, they might think it's good and it turns out to be horrible, or you think when you're filming a movie, man, this movie is going to suck, and it turns out to be tremendous.
Yeah.
So I think that's the hard part. And now when you go back and watch Elf, I think you can see just how annoying Buddy the Elf was with James Caan, and like that wasn't acting. Like James Caan was literally just annoyed the whole time.
It's like I don't get it. Okay.
I got the internet going nuts.
We actually have to mention what's got the internet going nuts right now. Houston is getting a bleep ton of rain again, and I told you guys during the break it popped up on my timeline. At least 2 more transformers have gone down. So, like, we don't have power. You know, we're having trouble getting the trucks in the rain to work or even operate in the mud and stuff like that. Transformers are out. One, I mentioned to you during the break, he goes, and Adam goes, wait a minute, that's my neighborhood. So did you get it?
Yeah, we got it. We're still good.
You're still good?
All good.
Yeah.
For the moment.
I got the internet going nuts.
So there's a new commercial involving Florida State quarterback DJ Uyunglele.
Oh my gosh, I love
who's now on this is his third school now. Started at Clemson, then Oregon State. Now he's at Florida State. And this is basically going viral, and it kind of has you. It reminds you of somebody.
Yes.
What's the deal, everybody? DJ Uyunglele here. Got my favorite convenience store, Circle K. You know, out here in Florida, it get real hot. So whenever I'm done golfing or just want to get something to drink, cool down, pop over to Circle K because they got the 79-cent Polar Pop. I'm going to show you guys what it's all about inside.
Oh, yeah.
Check it
Show
out.
us
Check it
how
out.
to use a fountain
Here's my
drink.
favorite spot, Circle K. I'm going to grab that Polar Pop. The reason why I love Circle K is they hook it up. 79 cents, some are exclusive for the Polar Pop. Another reason is my favorite Powerade flavor.
All right.
Mountain Berry Blast, baby.
All right.
Woo! Too far. Hey, come get your Polar Pop, man, baby. Circle K, 79 cents. Check it out.
This is awful,
You
man.
get a microphone?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yes.
Like, dog, y'all couldn't hook him up with a mic?
Just one of those. Circle K paid him a lot of money.
Man.
Oh, Lord.
How much he pay for that?
A lot. I mean, he's starting quarterback.
How do you think he wound up at Florida State?
And
Man,
Circle K.
They must have gave up all the money for the video production, too.
Yes, exactly. It did remind me of somebody we all know.
The box, I have to be ready for anything. A two-seamer, a breaking ball, a changeup. I'm Kyle Tucker, and out here, you can't afford to be caught looking. That's why when it came to preparing for a car breakdown, I called Car Shield. They knock unexpected car repairs out of the park and help you save money on expensive repairs. I know a thing or two about good defense, and there's no better protection than Car Shield. With coverage like this, you'll never get stranded on third. Don't let expensive repair bills strike out your budget. Call Car Shield before your car breaks down. See how much money you can save on car repairs.
The cheesy line.
At least he got a doggone microphone, man.
Yeah, but
That's
like,
a little production
you'll
in that.
never get stranded on third. Let them strike out production. And we were just talking about great acting, like Will Ferrell and Gina Davis. Yeah, that's not it.
No.
I will say this: the Kyle Tucker one should win an Emmy compared to the other one.
Well,
yes.
Car Shield did like dozens of commercials with dozens of players, and so if you were watching like MLB TV, if you were watching a Cardinals game, you would see whoever they had for the Cardinals, or if it was a Mets game, it would be Pete Alonso. And I don't know, is Car Shield still around?
No, yeah, I think so.
Have they survived?
Has anybody asked Kyle Tucker about that?
I don't know. I haven't.
I bet you'd have
You
some fun
should,
with it.
man. Next time you see him, you should.
Well, I mean,
the players are giving him a hard time, or gave him a hard time.
Right now, we've got to make sure his leg is still intact.
Hey, well, he'd be sitting down to be easy to talk to.
You need Car Shield for his leg.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
That's a really good line, Figgy. He needs Car Shield for his leg. Hey, congratulations. Are in at least 12 kids.
I do not.
Figgy, not for you unless you have at least 12 kids.
No.
How about Tyreek Hill? He set a new standard. He had a baby without even going to the hospital. A federal judge in Florida has ruled that Tyreek Hill is the father of another child, a baby girl. So this was yesterday. I guess someone, it was a paternity thing. So he took a test and realized that Hill reportedly now has at least, this isn't the actual story. They're not even sure. Has at least 12 kids, his fifth 5 this year. And in related news, Hill recently announced with his wife that he's expecting a child.
I have a question. How many of the births has Tyreek Hill witnessed? Like you just said, he had a kid without going to the hospital.
Yeah.
How many times has Tyreek Hill witnessed the birth of one of the 12
What do you think,
kids?
Figgy?
I'm going to say maybe 6, half of them.
That sounds pretty good.
I say 2.
Nah, come on.
2.
More than 2, huh?
I want to know how many times did Tyreek Hill hear that he had another kid and say, "Oh, word, a word."
Yeah, like,
did
I did. Which
Who?
one?
Yeah.
Which one? Dude, 13 at least 13 kids by the end of this year. He really needs to someone.
The government need to step in at this point
and just do the forced, vasectomy. Like 13 kids. He's going to be broke. I mean, I hope he's not. But he's already looking for a new contract, and he just got one.
Well, he had said that he was going to retire when this contract expired because he's already 30, and he didn't want to be one of those guys that was playing that long. But now he can't. Like he's going to have to go for another contract
because like child support and any other expenses that he has, it's not like regular people. Maybe $1,000, $1,500 a month, whatever. This is 15, 20, 30,000 in some cases a month because they base it a lot of times on your lifestyle and your income and all that stuff. So he's got 12. He's got 13.
Yeah, he possibly, and I'm just guessing, he possibly looking at at least $2 million a year just off of child support.
Yeah,
and if you want to get that lowered, like when he retired, you still have to get that negotiated, and that has to go through court. So you're paying lawyers for that.
Yeah,
and listen. This might be harsh. I don't know how long this marriage is going to last.
Well, he clearly has. I mean, how long would you be married to someone that had kids with at least 7 or 8 other people?
Well, it depends on what happens with the contract.
Yeah.
So
let's be practical here.
Let's negotiate that second contract, and we'll talk.
Let's be practical. But this is harsh too. But I mean, I think it's just common sense. He's going to end up flat broke, like completely out of money.
He is going to have to figure out away.
That's why I'm kind of thinking. Like, I know he playing football, he got the football money, but is he doing something else that's bringing in a lot of money?
I mean,
because
he'll be able to. Like, there are ways with autographs and things like that.
Yeah,
but
But see, I'm looking at somebody like Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon kind of doing the same thing too, but he got he got all type of outlets of money coming in.
Yeah.
So he might be good, I would say, but I don't know what else Tyreek Hill doing outside of this.
And he's
NFL
also,
money.
Nick Cannon is also in a career that is much longer, much longer.
Exactly.
Than what an NFL.
So he ain't going broke no time soon unless he do something stupid.
And NFL players don't make that much money when you compare them to like guys in other sports, just because the contracts aren't guaranteed.
And on top of his lavish lifestyle.
Yeah. It's a big weekend in Europe. You have the Wimbledon gentleman final, the gentleman's
looking
final.
at my Euros leaderboard.
Are you winning?
In third place, but I have the most possible points. I need Spain to win.
Well, listen, it could be a big day for Spain on Sunday because Spain is in the Euro final. They are playing against England on Sunday. That'll be Sunday, like at 2, I think, is when that match starts. But also, Carlos Alcaraz will be playing the final at Wimbledon in the morning, or at least morning here.
Yeah.
So Carlos Alcaraz made a little bit of a prediction after he won his semifinal match earlier today about what's going to happen at the Euro final. And let's just say the crowd at Wimbledon, right in the heart of England, didn't love it.
Wait a minute, hold on, let me pull it over.
And obviously they are crazed about English soccer, and England has a chance to win a major tournament for the first time, I believe, since 1966. That's the last time England has won a major tournament.
Yeah, it was World Cup.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, I got that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really good day for Spanish people as well, with the Euro Cup. I didn't say Spain is going to win. I'm just saying that it's going to be a really, fun day. But obviously, it's going to be a really difficult match. Lorenzo and Djokovic are playing a great tennis. I'm going to watch the match and let's see against I'm gonna play on Sunday.
I hope he wins.
Well, I hope he wins, and then during the celebration, he just pulls out the Spanish flag and starts waving it, and then Spain probably scores 3 goals and beats the.
I got to say, post-game tennis players, whenever they do this, they are very entertaining.
They get it.
Yeah.
No, they are funny. Yeah. They are very entertaining. I was watching a girl, Jasmine, I forgot last name, but from Italy.
Yeah, she's playing in the final tomorrow.
Yeah, she was very entertaining, and it's fun watching them whenever they win and go up to the mic and start.
Oh yeah, they get it. They know
fun.
how, and they actually answer the questions candidly, and it's good.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we will close out this show and get you headed to the weekend. But we want to look back at how different will we be thinking about the DeShaun Watson trade a year.
The 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
All eyes on Dana Brown. Put the money where the mouth is. All he said all year long. Look, give Dana credit because he has spoken his truth, right? This team's too good. We're not going to sell. We're going to get it right. Well, you know what? All those things have come true. And now it's time to go get the pitching reinforcements before they burn all these guys out.
Radio hits different at night on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Joe with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to fight pain. There's only one single reason for me to start the day by talking about the Pirates, and that reason is their rookie ace, Paul Skenes, a no-hitter through 7 innings yesterday and 11 strikeouts and only 99 pitches. So what happened? Did he finish? They came and got him. I'm Jim Rome.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the most effective duel. Today we're heading to Detroit, where Cy Young favorite Tyreek Skubal is on the mound for the Tigers, who are hosting the LA Dodgers. Now, yes, Skubal has been brilliant this season, and the Dodgers were swept in Philly and have lost 4 straight. But LA is too good not to turn things around, especially when Skubal leaves the game. And the Dodgers have won 7 of their last 9 against the AL Central. So the BetQL 5-star play of the day is to grab a good price and take the Dodgers at plus money in Motown. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get...
Build your custom home on your land with Our Vision Homes. Our Vision... Learn how to get started building your custom home by a
.24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
DeShaun Watson of the Houston Texans is gone. And when I hear this GM or scout, whoever it is, not saying his name, I think he thinks that DeShaun Watson is coming back, and that DeShaun Watson is not coming back. Now, I'm not saying DeShaun Watson can't go win games for Cleveland, because Cleveland has a really good roster and really good pieces around him. But they paid him $230-something million guaranteed for the Houston Texans, DeShaun Watson. That DeShaun Watson is not coming back to football. I think this DeShaun Watson will be a solid quarterback, but I don't think we're going to get the DeShaun Watson that we've seen in Houston. In 3 years, you have 14 touchdown pass. Keep saying, I think that DeShaun Watson from Houston is gone. I don't know what DeShaun Watson is going to look like this year in Cleveland because
that was James Jones on FS1's First Things First talking about DeShaun Watson, and he brings up the money, and the Browns obviously gave DeShaun Watson a whole lot of money after they traded for him, but they traded for him. And in trading for him, not only did they give him a lot of money, but they gave up a ton just to get him.
He said, quote, that DeShaun is gone. And I think a lot of us are kind of thinking probably, and he said, no, he's gone. So it got me to thinking a little bit because we got training camp. You know, next week when we get together on Monday, it's going to be the week of the Texans season officially starting with training camp on Thursday. And, of course, we will be there. The whole Sports Radio 610 crew is going to be covering it. So it got me to thinking. Here we are talking about players like Kenyon Green. He's got to show up. Dameon Pierce. He's got to show that, that 2022 form. Kamari Lassiter, we'll see. What he looks like. And he looks pretty good so far. Cade Stover. Well, you know what all four of those players have in common? They were a product of that DeShaun Watson trade, as were players that we already know about. Players like Will Anderson, which in a roundabout way, I won't get into all the nitty-gritty details, but that pick ended up being Will Anderson. Tank Dell, we know about him. And I think, some others along the line. Lassiter is the other one I was thinking of. So you got Tank Dell, Will Anderson, Kenyon Green, Dameon Pierce, Kamari Lassiter, Cade Stover, all direct products of that DeShaun Watson trade. So let me ask you this, because I've got my opinion on it. I think that if Kenyon Green steps up and becomes just a serviceable, regular starting left guard, Dameon Pierce becomes a good part of a two-man running back rotation. Lassiter is what we think he is. Cade Stover is what we think we saw. And then you got, obviously, we know Will Anderson's going to, get better. We know what Tank Dell is, and he's probably going to get better. This could be, we could be talking about the same neighborhood as the Herschel Walker trade. We absolutely could, especially if DeShaun Watson does what James Jones just said. That DeShaun is gone.
Well, that's the big thing, is that DeShaun has fallen off so much. Like, I don't even know if a team would even want to trade for DeShaun Watson if he were still with the Texans now with the same type of production that he's had the last couple of years. So, yeah, that was the whole point of the trade, is that you get all those picks, and it sets you up for your future without DeShaun Watson, and it helped that the Texans hit on the CJ Stroud pick. Yeah. But you have to do more than just hit on the CJ Stroud pick for that to work. Yeah. And so far it has. And, not all these picks have been perfect. It hasn't gone exactly to plan.
That's why I think this year's so important.
Kenyon Green was kind of like the first of the picks that they got from Cleveland. If Kenyon Green turns out to be something, then that's absolutely
Dameon
huge.
Pierce.
But I think even now, if you tell me, well, it's DeShaun Watson and all you get out of it is Will Anderson Jr., I'll take that. I would absolutely take that. Plus, you add in Tank Dell.
Yeah, but it would still look bad.
I don't think it would.
If these other players didn't even pan out.
I don't think it would, because it's so hard to hit on draft picks anyway. So you had to hit on one. Like, you had to really hit on one of them, and they have. Like,
but
so
six?
It's hard. Drafting's not easy.
No, I don't agree with that. I think, in order for it to be like the absolute boy today.
So I'll put it this way.
Yeah.
I think the trade is a success now. If every
maybe not to the degree
same,
of what I'm talking about.
It's not like a booming success. It's not the greatest heist in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
But it is still a successful trade because you got Will Anderson.
But if Kenyon Green and Dameon Pierce improve, Kamari Lassiter and Cade Stover are legit, and then you already have Tank Dell and Will Anderson, like, that's a fleecing. That's an absolute fleecing.
But see, I kind of look at it like this too. I give a lot of credit to Nick Caserio, because remind you, he got the 3 first-round picks, and then I think he got some later picks too. Yeah. But he took those picks and flipped them and got more picks.
Yeah,
because he could have easily just stood pat and just picked 3 first-round players.
Yeah,
but he traded back, traded up. He did a lot of maneuvering.
Yeah,
and he got way more. I see a lot of people. I do think the Browns somewhat got fleeced. But I do think I don't know if the Browns would have did all that maneuvering to get these players that the Texans got right now. I think that's Nick Caserio because the roster was bad. He traded up, traded back. He got way more picks, and I think that looked good right there. He took advantage of those 3 first-round picks.
You know who takes a big hit with this whole thing is Andrew Berry.
Yes.
Why did he have to give up 3 picks for Deshaun Watson?
Well, no, Nick Caserio wasn't negotiating. That was I guess
no, but I'm saying Deshaun chose his team, and he chose that he wanted to go to Cleveland. If you're the Browns, just offer as little as you can.
But Caserio, now obviously, if no one was going to bite, it wouldn't have happened. But he said we're not talking unless it's 3 first-round picks.
But see, I think honestly, I don't. But see. Honestly, I mean, right now I think that was a fleecing. But back then, I thought the Texans could have got at least a couple players in it too. Mm-hmm. But they didn't. It was just draft picks.
I do think they could have gotten more if there wasn't the no trade clause. Because the big thing was the no trade clause. But because of the no trade clause, if I'm Andrew Berry, I'm saying this is my offer. You can either have him rot on your roster for however long,
and he had already been on for a long time. Yeah.
Or you can just go ahead and get something back for him. That's why I think Andrew Berry comes out of this thing looking bad because he gave up way more than he needed to because he wasn't negotiating with the Texans. He was negotiating with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Now let me ask you both this because I think this is a key element here. Which is more likely to happen? That Deshaun is gone is not like. The DeShaun Watson we saw here in Houston, or Kenyon Green and Dameon Pierce become frontline players?
Frontline or quality?
I think that's the same thing. Like not as all-pro or Pro Bowl even, but
serviceable starters.
Yes. No, I think there is a better chance that Kenyon Green becomes a serviceable NFL player than it is that Deshaun Watson.
Both of them.
Who's the other one?
Dameon Pierce.
I'd say that there's a better chance that they both become serviceable NFL players than Deshaun Watson turns back to what we thought Deshaun Watson was in 2020.
Yeah, I still think Deshaun could be an okay player. I don't think he's just going to be trash. I mean, the contract.
That's what Jones said.
Yeah, the contract is no win-win for that with that contract. But I think he can still be okay. But as far as Kenyon Green and Dameon Pierce, I think it's a better chance of them being good for the Texans than Deshaun.
Isn't that amazing?
Here's a question for you. And Figgy, you as a Browns fan can answer this. Who would you rather have? Baker Mayfield or Deshaun Watson? Because they chose Deshaun Watson over Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, to be honest, I think they did Baker wrong because that last year Baker was there. He was hurt. He was playing with a torn labor.
Yeah.
And they kept trying his ass out there. I just didn't the season was long gone. It was over. And they kept trotting him out there, and he was bad that year. I just think if they would have shut him down and got him healthy, I think they could have came back the next year and been decent. But they went out after Deshaun, and Baker Mayfield, he was out at that point.
And it was one of those things, too, where the fans in Cleveland loved Baker Mayfield.
He was
a fan favorite.
He was the man. He was, honestly, the way he rode, I felt it was perfect for that city.
Yeah.
Deshaun, he's a little more flashy. I don't know if that
issues.
Yeah, he got a couple. Even if he didn't have those issues, I just felt like he was a little bit flashy for that type of city. Baker Mayfield was kind of like a blue collar type of guy.
Well, here's where all of a sudden you have to realize a couple things. If Kenyon Green, and we all agree, by the way, I do agree, that Kenyon Green and Dameon Pierce becoming serviceable frontline NFL players is more likely to happen than seeing that Deshaun again. I do agree with you. So if that happens, and then Kamari Lassiter becomes the starting cornerback, which he already was at minicamp, and Cade Stover is just a good tight end, on top of Will Anderson, obviously blossoming into a star right before our eyes, and Tank Dell, same, blossoming into a star right before our eyes. If that all seems to be more likely than Deshaun becoming the old Deshaun. If that's the case, two things are going to happen. The Texans are probably going to be a really, really, really good threat, big threat in the AFC. And this is going to go down as one of the biggest fleecings in NFL history when it comes to a trade, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And you mentioned the Herschel Walker trade. Yeah. Now, this happened 35 years ago.
Yeah.
So people might not be, totally in tune with what the Cowboys got for Herschel Walker back in 1989. And it rolls off that trade.
Yeah.
It allowed them to draft Emmitt Smith. It allowed them to draft Russell Maryland, Clayton Holmes, Kevin Smith, and Darren Woodson. Like, that's a pretty good haul for a running back, which obviously that's a trade that never, ever, 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 ever gets made if it's done today.
Not in today's NFL. But
So at the time, it was the Cowboys got a linebacker Jesse Solomon, David Howard, cornerback Isaac Holt, defensive end Alex Stewart, the Vikings' first-round pick in 1990, the Vikings' second-round pick in 1990, the sixth-rounder in 1990, a first-rounder in 91, a second-rounder in 91, a first-rounder in 92, a second-rounder in 92, and then a third-round pick in 90, a third-round pick in 92.
Lord.
Now, they didn't wind up getting all these picks because some were conditional based on certain guys being on the roster.
But some of those players they flipped for other picks.
Yes.
So do you feel like that the DeShaun trade is worse than that, or?
I don't think anything will be worse.
Okay,
than that.
I was about to say I don't know if it's worse than that.
I think it's in the neighborhood.
It might be because of the contract also.
Yeah.
The contract just handcuffs you to everything.
And,
guaranteed.
And see, I think we got to wait a couple years down the line too when it really start affecting the Browns, because right now they're still in contention. And I think it's still some time for him to possibly turn around and maybe make an AFC championship.
Yeah.
We don't know yet, but once the money really start mattering, then I think that's when we could be like, man.
But they're paying DeShaun all this money, and they're not getting that sort of production from him. So at some point,
I think once you have to start making some tough decisions, I think we could be like, yep, see.
So let me ask you how we got into this segment. 1 year from now, are we going to be talking about this? Is Kenyon Green going to be serviceable? Damian Pierce serviceable? Kamari Lassiter, a starting cornerback? Cade Stover serviceable? On top of Tank Dell and Will Anderson, are we going to be saying, man, was that a fleecing?
Yes, I think we already are.
Yeah.
I think we already are saying that.
Yeah.
Ron is here. Ron's not happy.
Okay, you didn't hear the whole segment.
No, I heard it. It's a fleecing.
Absolutely. Already?
You got CJ.
Well, in a roundabout way, because you needed CJ.
But you got CJ.
You needed it, but you lucked into that.
Yeah. But it don't matter.
I actually don't matter. I actually agree with you.
The one thing that was going to matter
with
the entire deal with the trading
is what quarterback.
What you got. Yes.
No. Look, I completely agree with you.
And it doesn't matter.
But
Nobody else.
I think that's almost a separate topic, because as a result of that, you got CJ Stroud. What I'm talking about is just this deal. Just the deal. DeShaun Watson, it never becomes what he was here. And just these guys, forget CJ, but just these guys become what I laid out. That's a fleecing, isn't it? Forget CJ. I know CJ's going to be the
but it feels more like a fleecing because if you were if you were 4 wins,
if you drafted Bryce Young instead of CJ,
if you had 4 wins winning a discussion, you'd be worried about your own stuff.
Yeah.
Now, because you got DeShaun, and the one thing was, all right, man, because that was the deal. Even at the end, people were a little nervous. You remember what DeShaun was and what you thought he was going to be. And then you lose him in his prime. God. And I can hear it now. I've heard you, J-Lo.
Yes, you have.
You've listed off all the quarterbacks that you have tried to find, and you finally found one, which was DeShaun. Nobody flinched when they paid him that money.
Yeah.
And then you had to get rid of him in his mid-20s.
Yeah.
Well, it was going to be, what quarterback do you get back?
Yeah.
And you got one, which everybody, I would believe, probably right now, I don't know how true it is, but everybody believes that you have upgraded.
Oh,
with CJ.
Yeah.
You have upgraded in this situation.
Yeah.
And I'll be damned if I'm a Texas fan, we got 3 first-round picks. One of them was CJ.
Yeah.
That was CJ. I got that one in the Browns deal. That was CJ. That's what
I've actually said that too. Just because of that, you got him, and that's all you need to know. But I'm just saying, like even just these players, like even just this with quarterback X that's serviceable as your quarterback, whether it's Bryce Young or anybody, you're absolutely just undressing them.
Yeah, it was a little skittish at first.
Yeah,
but Kenyon Green can stink.
Yeah,
it won't matter because of what they did.
Yeah.
What they did the next year. So I don't know, boy. Yeah, it's a fleecing. I mean, did you think you would feel this good?
No.
About the situation when DeShaun left this fast?
No. Well, you heard me talking about it at the time. Yeah, he had to go. Yeah,
he had to go.
They did him an injustice, even if the other stuff didn't happen. But as much as I said that, I also said, ain't no guarantees. I mean, there ain't no guarantees. We've lived that life.
Yes,
we've lived that life here, you know. Hey, Matt Schaub. Yeah, well, you know, and he was good.
I mean, but you named the best one.
Yeah.
I mean, there are others.
Yeah.
Did Sage Rosenfeld, did he get a run here?
Yeah, little Ryan Mallett action. R.I.P.
I remember the Chiefs played, what's my man's name? Brian Hoyer in a playoff game.
Yeah.
5 picks.
Yeah, first playoff win in 23 years for the Chiefs right there.
Road playoff win, too.
Rosenfeld's turned into a helicopter at one point.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So, I mean, this fast, yeah, man, that thing's a win.
That's really one of the most amazing thing.
It is.
That it happened that fast.
I did not know.
Yeah.
Like someone said, the luck is pointed. The luck, whatever the football gods pointed to him.
So
to the Texans. Good for them.
Ron Hughley about to jump in. Just you and Tyler?
Just me and Tyler today. Yeah, man, we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna run this thing.
You got power?
Hey.
You get power back?
No, I don't.
Have you checked lately? Because at least 2 more Transformers have blown in this storm.
Yeah, I'm looking at this.
Damn the luck.
No, we don't have power. I think Tyler does.
Darn the luck.
Oh. Yeah.
You better check again.
Like I'm sitting here, I see the ball sitting there. Is the ball still in there?
No, he just walked out.
Damn it. I felt like I'm sitting here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm the only joker in here without power.
Yeah, man, that sucks. I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah.
That's rough.
I do feel bad.
I ain't going to lie to you. Tyler sent me that text last night. We got power. I know Figgy did it to me earlier today. I know we're supposed to be happy. My first 3 seconds is jealousy and envy.
Oh, yeah.
And pure hate.
If it's any help,
pure hate.
If it's any consolation, we kind of feel a little guilty for having power.
No, I do.
I do not.
Hey, Biggie said it to me today. In my mind, I said, F you. Like, just for the first 3 seconds. But then I was happy for you. I was like,
the crazy thing is, he asked me.
Yeah,
I didn't go up to you and say, "Hey, I got some power." What about you?
I thought I might find somebody. Security guard downstairs.
Got power.
Yeah, we got it back.
You want to know what I felt real bad about, though, Ron? I get power back last night. For those that don't know, Sean Bijani and me, we live in the same neighborhood.
Oh, he don't have it?
He still doesn't have it, dude.
That's the
Good
worst.
for man. At least I got somebody.
I felt so bad. He said, "Hey, man, can you drive by my house real quick and check it out?" And I was like, "Dude, I hate to tell you." Oh,
you got power? You got power?
I think he got power.
Does he got power? You got
Park.
You got power? Damn it!
Yeah, man.
I'm the only one in this piece that got power.
Well, hopefully you get power today. Figgy, hopefully you keep your power. Same thing with Lopez. Same thing with Ty. Everybody out there, stay safe. Hope everybody out there gets their power back. For Figgy Fig, for John Lopez, I'm Adam Spillane. Thanks for listening. Have a great weekend. You are listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and The Drive is live.
It is live. I bet Clint got power. I bet Linda got power. I mean, one of the real kick in the nuts, Clint's father-in-law has a a well put together generator situation. I mean, he's got the one built in the home.
Yeah.
And he slipped into power. He slipped into power like 2 days ago. That's all right. That's all right, Tyler, man. I'm happy for you.
I appreciate it, man.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not. I will be honest with you. The first time I saw that text, I just said, "Damn."
I get that.
Like this thing is rough. By the way, 713-572-4610. Please text in. Let me know if you don't have power. I just want.
Yeah, let us know where you're at too. What part of the city?
I do, Tyler. I do want you to give us an update. Let's get the latest update. We'll do that at each top of the hour today. The latest update where it is. I know we're well under 1 million people out of power. I think 8 in the 800,000 is the last I saw on that. But earlier this morning. But we'll keep you updated on that situation. There are people letting me know that in my neighborhood, in my area, they have gotten power. So hopefully that does come back. But we are on day 5 with this thing.
It's frustrating, man.
This thing. Like I'm telling you, I'm in a decent spot, right? I had, I got the generator, got a window unit today for about 6 hours to cool the house down. So I'm in a better spot than some out there. But like this thing gets you to get crazy. Like I walked outside, and I'm waiting. I walked outside about 8 last night, and I saw across the street my neighbor had like lights up in the yard, like in ground lights that lead
landscape
up.
Lights, yeah.
I said, oh, that's probably what they call it. Landscape lights. I said, oh, hell. So, and I went and knocked on the door. I said, you got power? He said, nah, man, those are solar. Those are
yeah. Ours are like that too.
Solar.
Yeah.
I said, damn, boy, I thought we had it. I was about ready to switch that generator off, but no, man, it's good. We're still getting through it. Day 5, hopefully they get things cleaned up. Before we get going, Tyler, what's the latest? What's the latest numbers you're hearing right now from Centerpoint and the power outages?
Yeah, looks like there was an update just a few minutes ago, 1:59 p.m. local time. The latest numbers here, customers still without electricity like yourself show 847,300 people still struggling and trying to get that electricity turned on. Centerpoint does report they have restored power now to 1,400,000 people since Hurricane Beryl made landfall.
All right, see people texting in. Tomball, Spring, Cypress still without power. I'm out in Siena. We are some is starting to come back in terms of flipped on. So there you go.
That's our guy Derwin.
There you go, Derwin. There you go. So yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. So those out there, hopefully you get better. We'll keep that at the top of every hour. At the top of the hour, we'll give you updates on where it is. And like you said, we've had 2 storms push through the last 2 days that potentially may cause some issues with getting people on quicker. So we'll keep you updated on that. But last night, the Astros get a sweep. Watched some of it this morning. Was able to see it once I got in to get some internet. They win the game. A couple of things caught my eye. I want to get here before I pin a question that I want to throw out to you and the people. By the way, Clint is out today. Be back, I think Monday. I think I'm talking about. I think all of us. Hopefully, Monday we're all in here together and things feel much more normal. But Astros are 3-0 in the old Jake Bloss, Blair Henley starts.
How about that?
Now, ain't nobody going 4 innings or more than 4 innings.
Fact.
We know Blair struggled, but they have won all 3 of these games. And when you think about the struggles that the Astros have had, the tight races that they're in right now in the wild card, and now 2 back because the Mariners, they've suddenly got hot, won 3 in a row with the Astros, still remain 2 up in that division. Hey, that's big. Those games they have not pitched well. It's not like, hey boy, they pitched well. Like Jake gave you 4 innings coming off injury. Solid, gave you a shot in those 4 innings, 2 runs, but they're 3-0 in this, and I gotta be honest. The other thing that caught my eye is just how awful that entire Miami Marlins outfit is.
Dude, I told my dad that last night. I said, man, this team is bad.
They are. We've watched, and I've watched all of these teams. It's interesting. They have played the Astros. We've watched, I think, the 3 worst teams by record and just by eye test are the White Sox, the Rockies, and then this not Florida, but Miami Marlins team. I think the Astros have won all the games but 1. I think the White Sox got them for 1. They won 2 out of 3 in that. They just swept through the Marlins, and they swept the 4 games against the Rockies. So
7-0 against the Rockies and Marlins.
They've taken care of business, so 9-1 in those 10 against those sorry-ass teams. I mean, they are straight doo-doo. And I've watched them all with the Astros. I've watched the Royals have played all 3 of these teams. I think the Marlins might be the worst. How many did they have? They had like 3 wild pitches.
Yeah, man.
In that 1 inning.
At one point, it was like both teams with that aspect. Like both catchers were just letting these balls get by them over and over and over.
Hey, they had the wild pitches.
Yes.
They just got Joey to third base just by wild pitches and just
milked and then somebody came in just casually. Well, I don't know these. I just know Jazz Chisholm. That's the only Marlin I got right now because Jazz Chisholm, by the way, if Brian McCann, who I'll be honest with you, I know he's an Astro, I can't stand him. But if Brian McCann, former Astro, was catching, he'd have tried to fight Jazz Chisholm. Did you see Jazz Chisholm's home run? His trot and everything he does.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. My man, he takes his time. Bat flip. He goes to third base, does the Euro step at third base, does the
second homer of the series. He was feeling himself.
Brian McCann would have been standing at home plate. You remember when Brian McCann did that to the late Jose Fernandez? The Marlins, he was a great Marlins pitcher. He passed away in that boating accident.
Yes.
He was a pitcher, hit a home run against the Astros. And Brian McCann was so upset that he stood.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember? Oh, my God. Astros
Man,
fans.
it's a pitcher. You can't get mad. Let him have it.
Oh, you shouldn't get mad at nobody. There is nothing that anybody could do. He would have fought Jazz Chisholm. Go back and look at that. I know Astros fans are listening when Brian McCann, you can't even back up Brian McCann. Maybe Clint's Uncle Forrest may do that. But Brian McCann stood right there and wouldn't let him cross home plate. Stood right there.
Those unspoken rules of baseball.
He did it to who was another Astro. He wasn't an Astro at the time. Carlos is it Gomez?
Yeah.
Gomez. He did it to him. Brian McCann.
Yeah,
Brian McCann was the I am the baseball police guy.
Wow.
I'm gonna stand. Yeah, he stood in front of home plate, wouldn't let him cross it. Going off, just barking at him as he was coming around.
Those unspoken rules are funny, man.
He was the lamest. Oh, I could not. I sports hate Brian McCann. And if you're out there living in Houston, Brian McCann, and hopefully you have power, but you can call 713-572-4610. I won't mind hearing from you, Brian. That was absolutely ridiculous. But anyway, they're awful. That guy who casually just dropped that fly ball.
You want to hear that?
You got that?
I got it.
I bet Blum just laughed at it. I mean, it was ridiculous. Just casually, just a routine.
Little league.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I got Trey catches that 9 out of 10 times. He's 10. I know he does. He underhands it, whatever. Let me hear. I didn't even hear them.
John off the end of the bat. Skies one into shallow right center. Coming on Jesus Sanchez. Then he drops the ball. Sanchez had a long run, and then he played it off to the side and just didn't close the glove with that blue glove. That'll be an error on the right fielder.
They are.
It was bad, man.
There was a grounder, that guy who is a big fellow, his name matches him perfectly, Berger, at third base. Altuve hit a grounder to him.
Did not put that together.
He couldn't put that together. I did the whole way. But the worst part of the Marlins all the way, and I do want to get to this question, is you see their home run celebration hat? They look like they found that on the side of the road in Fort Lauderdale. I mean, it's not even. I mean, it's like a Hispanic Cuban just.
Oh right, okay, yes, I'm with you.
But it looks like it's been ran over by a golf cart.
It's been through it.
I'm like, come on, guys.
It's got character.
Like this is the best. This is the best that you have, the home run celebration. Everybody's got to put this stupid thing that somebody just.
I that garage sale.
That thing, yes, it looks like it has dandruff in it. It looks like, that thing. I said that. Ugh. Like that matches how good they are. If you watched that last night, saw the stupid home run,
lice crawling around in there.
Celebration they have. I said, oh my God, look who the hell. Like somebody's got to be out there and say, man, we got to do something else. We got to wear it. Somebody get a chain or a necklace or at least get a new hat.
Some prop. Like, I hate the stupid trident the Mariners have, but that's better than some nasty-ass
at least
hat.
Somebody's thought about it. Literally, they look like they took a bus ride from Miami to Tampa to conserve the flight. They took a drive, and somebody pulled over to get gas in Fort Lauderdale and was like, ooh, look at that hat. Hey, let's wear this.
Hey, I'm going inside. Y'all need me snacks? Oh, and I found this hat.
Yeah, Jazz, because he's the only Marlin I got. Go clean it real good. Burger, go clean it. Go clean that thing real good. So ridiculous. All right, this is the question I have. All right, we are 3 games away from the All-Star break, and the Astros have made a hell of a run to get to this point. 5 games over 500. There is no way teams could have seen this, a month and a half ago, what they have done to get here. 2 games back in the West with 3 to play against the Mariners after this All-Star break concludes. This is my question. And 713-572-4610, jump in on this, Tyler. You can jump in as well. What's the grade you have for Captain Joe Espada right now? What's the grade right now? First half, first year, it's been up and down.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
We have seen probably the worst play from the Astros in the last decade, and we've seen a hell of a comeback to get to the point that they're in right now. What would you grade Joe Espada, the manager, after his first half? Listen, I would say it's very impressive, and I'm not going to not give him any credit. He deserves credit. He's the man leading them. When they were somewhere 7-19, he was leading us, and I was crushing him because it was well-deserved. All right, they had the best record in June, and they have continued to roll. Their 5 games over 500, 2 games out. He gets credit for that. So he is his last month plus. His team has responded in some way, and I got to give him credit to that. I would still, Tyler, even with the last month, I would say I got Joe at a C+. I got Joe at a C+.
Hey, C's get degrees, right? That's what they say. Passing. He's passing.
I mean, C's get degrees.
My mom would be pissed, though, if I brought home a C.
Especially if you with a team that has World Series aspirations before.
And 7 straight ALCS trips.
Yeah, a C is not great. But a C+, right. I think because I'm going to tell you, a month and a half ago, he was sitting pretty with an F. All right, that's too much. He was sitting pretty with a good D. Because you got to give the injuries, something. Now and listen, and I don't poo-poo this at all. The Astros have taken advantage of this week's schedule, but the way they were playing, Tyler, it didn't look like they were going to take advantage of any kind of schedule. It didn't matter who they were. They were losing to bad teams. They were losing to good teams. Now I think it'll be interesting to see what they do once they start playing better teams like the Mariners coming out to shoot. That'll be one to watch. But I got to give them credit, man. You don't run like this. I threw in the towel. And listen, I'm gonna stand by it. All right, but I won't just go down with the sinking ship.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
I will acknowledge what I'm seeing. But it looked like it could have been over.
That first month and a half, man, that was more than rough.
It was. He looked like a bench coach. Now, I still don't believe that Joe, to me, even this last month, Tyler, it hasn't been anything that has spun me around to say, all right, Joe, I'm going to stop referring to him like Joe was really there.
Yeah,
he's
but
learning on the job.
Yeah.
But I'm still not in a space of
he's managing his ass off.
Like, hey, here it comes. No, he still to me looks like a number 2.
It's not ideal.
He looks like Austin Powers? He looks like number 2.
Think you're number 2.
Yeah, he looks like number 2. Still to me. We'll see. But I got to give him credit for responding. From the text line, Ron, he gets a fat ass, and that's PHAT fat. AZZ's D. This no bunting in certain situations is going to bite him in the ass from the text line.
That's like league wide though. I can't hold that aspect. I get what the texter's saying, but the game really, the league the last couple of years, you just don't see as much small ball like that.
Yeah, they don't want to give away
because of the numbers.
Outs. Don't want to give away outs and want to have big innings. Someone texted in a B- because of the start of the season and how they came back. That person goes with a B-. All right, that's fine. B-. I'm in the C+ range. We're in the same range. Where are you at, Tyler? What do you give Captain Joe Espada? I want to hear from the people on this. 713-572-4610. We'll open up phone lines. Let's hear some people. We'll hear from the people. Where do you grade Joe Espada? 3 games out before the All-Star break comes in. They are 2 games back as they sit going into this 3-game series against the Rangers. Where do you grade him?
Yeah, the way you just laid that out, I'm right in line with you, Ron, on a lot of that. I'm pleased. I think we all are with the way the Astros been playing on this heater they've been on. A part of that. To what degree? I don't think a ton. Like I said a second ago, it's not like
you just don't think a ton. Huh?
Yeah, I don't think I've watched any game and at the end been like, damn, like Joe Espada just managed his ass off that game. Like he just that was big time. But he has improved. He has vastly improved comparatively to what we saw to begin the year. So I'm in that C plus range.
You're in a deal of has his guys started to play and they improve, or is it him who's improved? I mean, I get that.
It's a great question.
But, I mean, he's had a lot of his guys out, right? Like, you didn't think Trey Cabbage was going to be having to get at bats like this, and Jake Bloss and bullpen games. So I gotta give him a little bit more. Right. I don't know how much it is him, but it's got to be. Coming up, let's hear from you. The phone lines are open. We hear from the people, 713-572-4610. What do you grade Captain Joe Espada as we're nearing the first half end? What do you grade him up to this point? We'll continue as we are running and riding live right here on The Drive.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
How do you grade the Astros' first half of the season?
The injuries are
podcast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as the Astros yesterday finished off that sweep against that horrific Miami Marlins team. They made the playoffs last year. That Miami Marlins,
you put it that way?
They just, Skip Schumacher, manager of the year last year. I don't know why I know who the manager of the Marlins is.
You do have a lot of knowledge like that, just random stuff.
I don't know why I remember him winning the manager of the year. But they just, I don't know that I guess there's not just 1, 2, 3 Cancun, because that was 1, 2, 3 Arlington, or like I guess one somebody is. By the way, can we end that archaic rule? Like that every player, every team has to have a representative? No, I don't think
it does seem silly.
No other sport does that anymore. No one was screaming and saying the Charlotte Hornets have to have a representative at the NBA All-Star. Nobody's doing that.
Yeah.
Who do we need to see from this Marlins team? Who do we need? And it's always a reliever taking somebody's spot. So, whatever, I digress. All right, I want to hear from you, 713-572-4610. Phone lines are open. You can text into simply this if you're just coming in late. AC, I'll get to you. Jeremy will get to you as we're on the drive. Clint's out today. He'll be back Monday. Hopefully the whole gang is back and everybody has power in the whole city. We'll keep giving you updates at the top of each hour on that. But this is the question. As we are 3 games away, 1 series against the Rangers before the first half ends, what grade would you give, as we call him here, Captain Joe Espada, the manager? What would you give him in the first half? A lot of ups, a lot of downs and ups, I guess you should say it that way, with this team this year. What grade do you give? I don't know. Someone on the text, I said, Tyler, what grade did you give? You gave a soliloquy. I missed it.
No, I said I'm with you on a C+.
You're a C+.
Yeah,
right, so
I couldn't get quite to a B, but a C+.
We're a C+. Someone text in, Gus and Katie, our guy, goes C-. Someone text in, he was given a sack of potatoes at first. Was he? Altuve, Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, Verlander, Rambert.
It sucks.
Abreu, Presley, Hader. I don't have to say sack of potatoes.
Big scam.
You saw a sack of Idaho potatoes on that field yesterday. That's a sack of potatoes. He was at least giving some potato au gratin, like homemade.
What is that?
Oh, potato au gratin?
I've never heard of that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I've had it and didn't know, but I didn't recognize that.
It's like the little sliced potatoes, and you kind of put them in the oven.
I love that. I've just never heard it called that. Yeah. I call them just, when I make them at home, I call them just roasted potatoes. Yeah, put some rosemary on there.
Yeah. He was giving something, but he said, the texter goes on to say, pitching staff with first and second year starters, no Verlander and Tuck. He says he gives them B+. All right. Entitled to your things. C+. I think you got to give him credit. As we gave him fair blame at the beginning, you got to give him credit for where it is right here. Jeremy, jump in. Now listen, callers, I want you to be a part of the show. And we discuss this a lot. Sometimes it puts a dent in the show. Let's go. Bring it now. Come on, Jeremy, AC, anybody else who's calling in. Let's go. We need you. We need you today. Jeremy, what is your grade? What's your grade for Joe Espada in the first half?
I'll give that man a solid B. You got to think he was shoved Jose Abreu down his throat to start the season. That's like starting with nothing at first. Then with all the starting pitching, we're 0-500. That man, you get that man his credit.
He gets his credit. Solid B. And I think what you said off the top, Jeremy, appreciate the call, is kind of something what you talked about, Tyler, like, was he shoved Abreu down his throat, or was he also a part of wanting to believe in Abreu? Because, yes, I think, and I'm with you, Jeremy, I think there are decisions that, he don't, at the very least, Tyler, get to make on his own.
Right. You knew your first baseman was going to be all offseason, all spring training. Like, if he was being shoved down his throat, then, I mean, he had all that time to be pushing back on the powers that be and say, hey, man, I need a first baseman.
And I could even hear him say, all right, man, well, we're making the lineup together, and people want to see him in the lineup, so I got to keep putting him in the lineup. But if he shoved down your throat, you ain't got to go to the podium and just say lies.
Yeah, great point. He defended him over and over again.
Like, yeah, if I were the manager and he was, I would keep saying, hey, man, I believe in him. I'd find different ways to say things without taking him out. But I ain't going to put myself out there and just say, hey, man.
Like what I'm seeing from him.
Love of the swing is getting quicker.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
He's really coming around.
Swung and whiff on 88.
He's down in Florida. We're loving what we see.
Yeah. So somebody said a Z minus. I think that's a little strong.
A Z?
Yeah.
Like the last letter of the alphabet? That's not a grade, man. Come on.
I mean, I think they're really putting emphasis on AC. Jump in. What's your thoughts? What's your grade for Joe Espada?
Yeah, man, y'all are being too harsh on him, man. You got to go through growing pains as your first year as a head coach, right? So that's exactly what he was doing, going through, growing pains with the pitching. Pitching's been sus. Abreu, now we got him out of there. We're winning. We're kind of up and down throughout the beginning of the season. We're starting to win more games now. I just think it was growing pains with Estrada. He's kind of figuring his team out now, and then with considering all the injuries too. Come on now. So we considering the injuries, and I say growing pains for a first-time coach, I give him a B. You still got to make your adjustment throughout the second half of the season for sure. Hopefully we get Verlander and some pitching back, and then we'll go from there. It's not how you finish, guys. It's not how you start, guys. It's how you finish. It's not how you start. It's how you finish.
I said C+. You said B. We ain't that far apart.
Hey, but y'all, come on, man. Y'all are giving more negative than positive. Y'all got to consider he's a new coach. Come on now. Brand new coach.
I appreciate the call, AC. See right there. That's my proof. AC, you heard the negative. Is it me? Is it me? You heard the negative. I came out. I said I gave you both.
I mean, give him an F.
I gave you both. I came out and said, hey, you gotta give him credit. All right, they've had injuries. What they've done in the first half, they've responded him, and so I said it.
Yes, and those ideas.
I haven't even been specific on his negatives.
Those two concepts, though, don't have to be mute. We can understand this is a first-year manager for the Houston Astros, but we can also understand there have been moments where Joe Espada has not been good, and maybe that's okay because he is a first-year manager, but it's still not good.
Like I would just say this. I think, Tyler, a C+ is really good for a guy who came in and took over a team that has made it to 7 straight ALCSs, who has World Series aspirations. And yes, there have been injuries. This team has had them before. And yes, there have been issues, poor play, poor starts. This team has had it before. But I think a C+ for a manager who I would say more times than CJ Stroud threw interceptions last year, looked like he was completely in over his head.
Yes.
Like he looked lost.
100%.
He looked lost multiple times. In over his head on multiple occasions. I think a C+ is pretty good.
Yes, dude, I was just about to say, man, my sophomore year at Texas A&M, I was begging for a C+ in any of my classes. I would have loved a C+. I bet Joe's good with a C+.
Yeah, I think it's good. Now, we'll see. Now, if you're saying I'm being too harsh, AC, because I said I still think my man is a number 2, I'm sorry, I do. I do. I think he's a number 2. I do. I
think you're number 2.
We'll see until he proves me wrong. Now, if you know me and you've listened to me the last 4 years or even beyond, which some of you have, if I get new evidence, I will come to fold like I did with Jake Myers.
He's fine.
He's a fine player. He is.
He's fine.
By the way, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. That was fun, man. I love to hear it. I love the grades. I see them. Like, yeah. Stop coming off on these Z's, guys. That's different.
God, that's silly.
And we can't have somebody text in a Z and then somebody else text in sack of potatoes. Like, we got to stop with sack of potatoes now. Like, listen, as you've heard me say, I have seen a sack of potatoes. Okay, I've seen guys shower in their full uniform for good luck. That sack of potatoes. That's how bad they have been. The Astros weren't dealing with sack of potatoes when Joe took over. All right, coming up. This is my, I'd say my ultimate test. And Tyler doesn't even know the answer to this. I didn't even allow him to know it. But this is my ultimate test for the Houston Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Sleep better, live better. I firmly believe in it. If you need a new mattress, you're nuts if you don't check out Verlo Mattress. Comfort to comfort, dollar to dollar, Verlo wins every time. Verlo's custom.
or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Clint Stoerner's out today. The Drive, you got your boy Ron and Tyler Milner in the building. We appreciate the good conversation we've had. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, good to see you. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I ain't even seen the people on YouTube and Twitch. I've just been trying not to chance my internet, to be frank with you. But I see you on there. As we're having a good time. Tim Warmack gave him a C-. Love to see that. You can get with us and see us and respond there on YouTube and Twitch. Those of you on the text line, 713-572-4610. Potatoes au gratin are thinly sliced and baked with butter, cheese, and garlic. What I said.
Okay.
Yeah, good. I like when they got a little burnt.
Oh, yeah, a little crisp.
A little crisp. I was just looking up here on the TV here in the studio, and LeBron was at the ESPYs and gave and presented the award to Robin Roberts for the Arthur Ashe Award, I believe, for courage.
Yeah.
God, his hair looked so good.
Did it?
It looks so good. Like when he's got a chance to get that thing shampooed and
take his time
and I mean, really have the barber put in work and add all of that black ice. 'Cause, I mean, it's got to be a lot of it. Like it's got to be the same level of black ice left on the pillow that James Brown, the host of not the singer but the host of NFL on CBS. There's nobody who uses black ice the way that. And if you're many of us African Americans who get their hair cut and don't want to just live with what it is that they really have. They want to try to fill it in. Close, but this is here. This is a fill in your line. And then when you got areas of that line that kick back, they want to and it's thin. You fill that in with a little bit of black ice. Now it should be subtle, just to know it's just gonna get you through a day. It's just gonna be a day. Like if you're gonna be married,
so it's like duct tape.
Little wedding. Like yes, like if I could have it back, I had a little spot on the left side of my head.
Like Clint?
No, the left side of my line. I had a little spot there that I wish that I had my barber on the day of my wedding put a little black ice in there to fill that area in, and then you go, because when you go to sleep, you're gonna rub it all off. It's gonna rub off. And yeah, LeBron's hair, it looked he had it at a good height. It was low. You could see, like, I mean, his line was straight across. His line's not been straight across for years. Like LeBron, like if you go watch LeBron at the beginning of a game, he is ready. Like it's good.
So
he starts in there. You let LeBron get a couple of runs up and down the court, it's gone.
So the black ice thing you're talking about.
Yeah, you were familiar. Good questions. Ask questions.
Well, do the white folks out there that struggle with this problem? Is there like any kind of comparative, comparable thing?
I think uses it. And it uses a kind of like a black ice where he sprays it in to fill in that hole.
Okay.
This is more across your line.
Gotcha.
This is more like the lineup is it makes the cut. And and sometimes the barber's just like, I can't get to that part because you ain't got no hair right there.
Damn.
So let me fill it in. Let me fill it in with a little black ice, and then bam. Yeah, Carlos Boozer. Go look up Carlos Boozer in black ice. Not just the Nerf ball head that he had, but he went.
That might be the worst.
He went and tried to do it. Like you can just see it.
With those Bulls days, man, there were some nights where I was like,
white
damn,
ice.
man.
There you go, white ice. Yeah, but it's a rough one. But nah, man, he looked good. If he could stay there, boy, I know if he had a white pillowcase that night, boy, that thing was absolutely just. I mean, looked like a Sharpie was run across it.
Like it came down the chimney.
Yes, charcoal. He must have pulled something off the pit with that pillowcase.
Did you have this on your exhaust, sir?
There you go. All right. This is my ultimate test for the Texans, Tyler. And I'm going to say this right now, and I mean this. Now, many of you for 4 years have given me hell, and that's fine, because you're not from Houston. You're not Houston. Go back to where you came from. You're not really Houston. You don't know. Now, damn, I'm not taking that anymore. Not after this week. Not after this week. You can kiss my ass. I've hurricaned. I've popped my hurricane cherry. I am still sitting here without power. All right, I've lived it. I've got a generator. I've helped people like Judy. I have been helped by neighbors. I don't know. Hurricane without power, storm like this, sitting there watching your trees, praying to God it doesn't lean that far over so it don't knock over your fence. That's Houston, damn it. So I will not accept it. I have been here 4 years. Don't you do it. All right?
Yeah, if you weren't already, you are officially a Houstonian
now. Don't give me that.
Living through this.
Now, just because I don't full on root and they're not my teams. First off, I'm not alone on that. Tyler's dad doesn't root for the Texans.
True.
He roots for the Titans. And I know many of you all that text in and tell me I'm not Houston are probably Cowboys fans.
Ugh.
I'm just saying, they live here.
Weak ass Cowboys.
There are a lot of people that live in Houston, that are from Houston, that are Houston, that don't cheer for all the teams. All right? So, damn it, I don't want to hear that.
100%.
Someone text in, Ron, you are Houston. Don't let these haters say this BS. You ain't lying. Much money as I'm giving to this damn city. Shoot. Get it out of here. With that, I don't want to hear that again. Now, with that being said, Tyler, you know who I'm a fan of. You know who that I live and die with. All of you do. It's the Kansas City Chiefs. And
I'm
right
jealous.
now, they are, I would say, the gold standard of the NFL right now. They are the team that's on top that people are chasing. And I do this all the time. And I tell myself, all right, I look around the league and I say, who scares me? I'm sure Texans fans do that, but like Astro fans, you have been on the top, so you know how this feels. Not A&M, but other fan bases around here have had great success that knows what it feels like to be at the top. Like you do this yourself. All right, who scares you? And I've been asking myself the question, Tyler, do the Houston Texans scare me? As a Chiefs fan, as a team at the top that's trying to do something that no team has ever done before, win 3 straight Super Bowls, do the Houston Texans scare me?
The arrow's pointed up.
I will tell you this, Tyler. The team at the very top that scares me on a scale of 1 to 10 to a 10 is the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow scares the hell out of me.
Oh, yeah. I think that is very fair. Very fair fear.
Their team, there's no fear from that team towards the Chiefs. They scare me.
Burrowhead.
The Buffalo Bills, 4. Josh Allen can sometimes win games on his own, but for some reason, when a game matters, they just can't beat the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
6, 7, 6, probably 6. Somebody's going to mess up. But I've been asking myself, the Texans, do they scare me? If the Bengals are a 10 and the Bills are a 4, Tyler, where do you think the Texans are? For me as a Chiefs fan, at the top, where do you think?
The Bengals are a 4. What was the other one?
The Bengals are a 10. The Bengals at the very top, they scare the hell out of me.
Who'd you have as a 4?
I think the Bills are a 4. Yeah. I've got the Ravens at like a 6. The Niners, 9. The Niners, 9. The Niners, with all of their talent, scare me.
Texans. In your mind?
In my mind. Do you think the Texans scare me?
I think they might, but not. I think you probably got them at about a 7.
Yeah. That's really good.
Yeah?
That's really close.
Hell yeah.
That's really close.
I'll take that.
We'll have to see. It's a bit incomplete. CJ Stroud scares me. I think. I say I think because the Jalen Hurts thing.
Are we going to get your flowers?
Jalen Hurts coming into last year scares the hell out of me. And then Jalen Hurts. Then we saw him after the Super Bowl. I said, this dude here, man. After the Super Bowl that they played the Chiefs in, I was like, ooh, this Jalen Hurts dude. Like, he got in the game, the biggest game, and I don't think he outplayed Mahomes, but he played right there with him. His stats were better. It scared me. Then he came back the next year after everybody got tape and film on him, and then he didn't look the same. So CJ scares me because CJ Stroud straight up has that. He's got.
God bless, brother.
And when I say Mahomes, I'm not saying the talent, but to the late, great Therese Paylor, what he would say is CJ Stroud has the over my dead body game.
Ooh, I love that.
Where against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, over my dead body, you're going to win this game.
One of my favorite games of last season.
Cincinnati Bengals, over my dead body, you're going to win this game.
You're getting me hyped,
He's got, so I'm just saying, he's got some of that to where I would say if there was a game that mattered and it was the fourth quarter and it was close, I would not be feeling comfortable against C.J. Stroud.
Let's start the season right now, bro. I'm getting hyped in here.
D'Amico scares me. D'Amico and his mind, teams that have given the Chiefs trouble are not really teams that have great players defensively, but really have great game plans.
H-Town
because Mahomes and Andy can kind of sniff through players and find ways to. But guys like Lou Anarumo, I'm sure I'm blowing that last name, but he is the Bengals defensive coordinator. He has given them a lot of problems. And I think D'Amico has the chance to look at and put together a game plan the way he did in that first half against the Ravens, where he shut their offense down. Now, it got away from him in the second half because they just quite ran the football and they just had too many dudes. But he's got some dudes now. D'Amico and CJ concern me. Like D'Amico and CJ, I could see in it. So I would say 6-7. I'd say 6-7. I don't want to disrespect the Ravens because I know at any moment if Lamar Jackson decides, hey, I'm going to just be Lamar Jackson, like there's a potential to be in trouble.
100%.
But no, I just C.J. Stroud looks like he is the game in the fourth quarter. You got that's an uneasy feeling. I don't feel that way with Josh. Like I don't feel that way with Jared Goff. I don't feel that way with other teams. But no, the Texans are there. The Texans there is some fear. There are teams that I think people believe can make a run. I have no fear. Like I have no fear of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hell no, nobody should.
Like I have no fear of the Detroit Lions.
That one's a little more interesting.
They're a good football team. I'm just saying I just don't envision Dan Campbell and Jared Goff beating Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Yeah, Goff's a problem for me.
Like I just don't envision those two. Like I don't. Can I see the scenario where D'Amico and his defense beat C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick, who has been on this thing? I could see a fourth quarter getting tight and C.J. having the ball last, and there's a problem.
By the kneecap off.
They're there. They've made it. They're a concern. I'd still go with the Chiefs, but they're a concern. All right, coming up, we'll give you the power outages. Tyler has power. I do not, and my wife has been home, so still don't have power. We'll look at the game last night. Jake Bloss, how'd he do? We'll discuss that. And that week one game, the Colts are talking again. The Colts linebackers are talking again. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
Don't mess with the Houston Astros.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The only
Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
All right, Figgy just came in and said, "You really scared of the Bengals?" Hell yeah. Joe, man,
I'm with you on that.
Joe might look like Macaulay Culkin, but for some reason, that cat, I don't know what the hell happens to him when he plays that team in red. But and not just that team in red, everybody. I mean, it don't matter where he plays. He plays on the road, home. Yes, Joe is something else with that crew. And Chase and Higgins, yeah, they're a scary group. All right, at the top of each hour, we want to give you an update. We're starting to see a lot more people with power, as evident here around the office. Many people are without or with power. I'm seeing people who kind of have been, I think, staying at the station, packing up because I think they've gotten power. I know, Tyler, you got power yesterday. Talked to our security guy downstairs. He got power yesterday. What's the latest? By the way, I don't have any. Those scoring at home. Man. But what's the latest in terms of power?
Yeah, about 8 minutes ago, we got an update here from the folks over at CenterPoint Energy. Customers now without power. We're seeing that number. Customers without power right now in the greater Houston area is right under 870,000, 869,500 people. And CenterPoint reports they have now restored power and gotten electricity to 1,395,000 of their customers.
Yeah, so it's moving. It's moving, and hopefully this weather doesn't slow down the process of people getting back on and getting power again. I know the Rockets have done an event to try to help people out around the city.
Astros as well.
And I know all this past week, I don't think that continues with this series against the Rangers because, hey, it's the Rangers. Maybe able to get you $5 tickets against that sorry-ass Marlins team.
Not the defending World Series champions.
Not them, because we ain't giving them Dallas people a chance to pay $5 to get up in here. You know, ain't nobody coming from Miami. I can't wait till I meet my first Miami Marlins fan. But the Astros have been doing things. The Rockets have done things. So that is the latest. As I said, we'll keep you updated on that at the top of each hour.
1-1 pitch is sent to center field. Back goes Nick Gordon, still going back. He'll watch this one off the top of the wall. Loperfido heading to third. He'll be waved around. Here comes the relay throw. Not in time. 4-2 Astros. Great. Ball game over. Hader picks up another save for the Astros. The Astros win it 6-3. They have won 16 out of 20. They are 5 games over for the first time all year. Plummer, that's a nice sweep to start this homestand. 9 straight home wins for the Astros.
Yeah, I don't think teams get enough credit to do this, especially teams that are veteran teams that have been there, done that, like the Astros have for the most part. They've got young guys still there, but the core of guys that are there are still guys who have been through these races, beating teams you're supposed to beat. and taking advantage of that. I know Tyler gets into this. We're watching the Yankees. I've watched the Yankees. They're struggling the last month plus. They've struggled against a lot of teams
to watch
that are below them in the standings, teams that they should take care of. And we said it. It was very easy to say. I'll be honest. I didn't think they would do it like this, right? As he said, 5 games over 500, 49 and 44, and that 6-3 win, getting a sweep over this terrible Marlins team. But Tyler, I know we said it. We said, hey, they got this stretch in June where they only play one or two teams. It was June, it was the Orioles, and then it was the Twins. They had 6 games. Outside of those 6 games, they were playing all teams that were below 500, and many well below 500.
We talked that out a lot. Absolutely.
Check me if I'm wrong. I think the White Sox might be 40 games under. Shell? I think 31 or 32 games out of first place. It's July 12th. They may be 40 games under 500.
Well, you're wrong.
Okay.
They are 41 games.
They're 41
under 500.
How does that happen?
They are 27 and 68. Holy hell.
How do you play them?
Now I'm mad that one of those 27 is the Astros.
How do you play the rest of that out? How do you play?
Who was that NBA player who, retired or quit, mid-game?
Oh, it was a linebacker, Vontae Davis.
Oh, it was NFL.
NFL, yeah. He
I think that
shut it down.
I think that might happen.
Yeah. Hey, that's a tough. Could you imagine?
Maldonado.
You got to get to through September, early October.
It's a long baseball season.
You don't have a chance to finish 4th. In the division.
That's when 162 starts feeling a little more like 300.
I'm telling you right now. But I mean, listen, it's a big deal. They had that stretch. And we're like, they got to put a dent in this thing. Dana Brown himself said, "Hey, we got to cut this in half by the end of July." Hell, in half. They're 2 games out now. Hell, they could be in first if the Mariners didn't just start pulling it together against the Padres. They've won 3 in a row. They're 2 games back behind the Mariners, but when you think about beating teams you're supposed to, it sounds right, it sounds easy, and baseball is the most finicky of all the sports. They play the Rockies 4 times, they sweep all 4 of those. They play this Marlins team 3 times, they win all 3 of them. 3 times, they win 2 of them. They go 9-1 in that stretch of games. That's a big, big part. Not just go beat the teams you're supposed to beat. They dominated 9-1 in those 10, right? And that's a big, big, big deal to take advantage of those bad teams at the level they took advantage of them. So that's a big deal. Also, shout out to Jake Bloss. I think I probably would have pushed the button right off the bat if you told me Jake Bloss is going to give me 4 innings and 2 runs.
Oh, I would 100%.
When I know the All-Star break is coming and maybe, hey, we got to stretch this bullpen out, we might have to do it. I would have pressed it. He gave him a chance to win, and we'll see how long he is in the rotation. He's a guy that they really, really like. If you heard us yesterday with Adam Spillane, he's somebody they really, really believe in. They skipped him, skipped AAA to go right to the big leagues to get a start. I'd imagine right now, with everything, he'll probably get another start in the rotation.
It seems that way.
And hey, man, just give him a chance. Just don't go Blair Henley. Just don't go 5 runs in the first inning. Those are hard to recover. Even though the Astros did recover in that game, oddly enough, that's hard to recover. Again, we said this earlier. They've had 3 starts against. Hold on to your hats. We're just pulling somebody from the minors. 3 starts. 2 with Jake Bloss, 1 with Blair Henley, and they're 3-0. No starts. And
speaking to that, Ron, the thing that I want to make sure some Astros fans realize in this, guys like Spencer Arrighetti, he wasn't supposed to be in this position he's in right now.
Definitely not this early.
Yes, he is way, way, way. Arrighetti is way ahead of schedule. So that's a beautiful thing. I mean, it's not ideal because of what it meant for that to happen. But Spencer Arrighetti and some of these young dudes, they're ahead of schedule, and that's ultimately going to be a good thing down the road.
Yeah, no, absolutely, it has. Hunter Brown has improved. He knew he couldn't go anywhere. He knew that there were nowhere he could go. He wasn't getting sit down, so he could be comfortable. Spencer as well. Cabbage, the young guys. Also, a little note here to pass from Chandler Rome. Yordan Alvarez, who did not appear in last night's game with what the Astros are describing as hip tightness, is on the field at Minute Maid Park right now doing some lower half drills with the training staff, and Captain Joe Espada is out to observe.
Pelvic thrusts, or what are we doing? Hula hoops?
I mean, hip tightness, boy, there could be a lot there. I'm sure some karaoke's. I almost broke my ankle. You know what? I think I may have actually broke my ankle doing karaoke's in St. Joseph, Missouri. Didn't have health insurance at the time, so couldn't go get it checked out.
Damn.
Had a buddy had some Vicodin, so I took that. It helped.
Good God.
But
that escalated quickly.
I could show you right now. I just have a huge ball that stays in my ankle.
Damn. I don't think I ever broke mine, but back when I ankle probably no less than 50 times in my life as a teenager and into my young 20s. That does not feel good, man. I can't imagine what an actual break feels like.
Well, I'm telling you, those out there, I couldn't walk.
Oh.
Those out there, man, who's lived out there that Super Mario Brothers with no life, just one. So I live without that health insurance. Couldn't get big. Just that one life left. Can't go get it checked out. That's what that was at that point. But shout out to the Astros. Hopefully Yordan is in the lineup tonight. We'll let you know that as soon as that comes our way.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, week 1 is going to be fun. It's going to be exciting for the Houston Texans, not just because this is the most anticipated season, I would say, in Texans history, based off people I've talked to, people who've covered them all the way. Week 1, the Colts, they've already been talking back and forth. In particular, the linebackers and CJ Stroud. It is heated up. EJ Speed, one of those linebackers that CJ has had a war of words with. He said this in week 1 against the Colts. Week 1, the Colts against the Texans will be a heavy rivalry game. He said it was everything, man, Speed said, as he talked to KPRC. They made some moves in the offseason that I respect, but, I mean, coming back last year, we had AR, first game, came out, played well, and we won the game. They won the game when it mattered. It's 1-1 with our quarterbacks. We both got quarterbacks in the same year, and it will be a good tiebreaker. It'll be interesting. I can't wait for this game, and they can't wait for this game. And I'm going to tell you what, Tyler, I know we've talked to – I remember that week that they played the Colts, week 2, we talked to a guy who covers the Colts. This is not the first time. EJ Speed has said this. The Zaire Franklin, the other linebacker, that he's gotten into it with a lot. Hey, man, they believe in, for some reason, Tyler, they believe in Anthony Richardson as much as Texans fans believe in CJ Stroud. And I'm not kidding you. I remember posing the question, Tyler. I remember posing the question to the Colts guy who covered him.
I think I remember what you're about to say.
Off. And I said, hey, if you had it over again and you had the number 2 pick and everything was sitting there, and he cut me off. He goes, it would be Anthony again. They'd pick Anthony even if they had a chance to get Stroud. Now, I wonder what he would say. I wonder what he would say now after the entire season.
Well, it feels like he'd still say the same thing.
They keep saying it. They kept saying, Zaire Franklin kept saying, oh, y'all beat us the second time, but we didn't have AR. They really believe in Anthony Richardson. Now, listen, I can't sit here as a straight face and have watched all of the games that CJ Stroud has ever played. CJ Stroud.
Are you having a stroke?
I'm trying to go to.
I'm worried right now. You never went to correct yourself and said the same thing that many times.
CJ Stroud. I'm trying to go to Sprout.
Bro, you need some electricity, man.
I need something,
You
man.
need some power at the house.
I got to get something.
Get Sienna some electricity, people, please.
CJ Stroud. And a name I've said 1,000 times. But I'm not going to sit here with a straight face and say, oh, yeah, I believe in Anthony Richardson over C.J. Stroud. No, C.J. Stroud had arguably the best rookie season we've ever seen from the quarterback position. But I mean, I understand the physical traits that Anthony Richardson has, and I understand the first 2 weeks why they would be impressed. I mean, he was playing his ass off before, of course, he got injured in almost every game he played in. But in particular, the one here in Houston, he was playing his ass off. So I get the physical traits, but boy, it is surprising. They are sitting there saying, "Oh, don't worry, we got the quarterback." And I know Texans are like, "Okay, all right, let's put it together." But that's going to be fun because their belief in Anthony Richardson is equal as your belief in CJ Stroud. At least the players on the team and the guys covering them. That's an interesting deal. I can't wait for this stuff. Can't wait for it. CJ Stroud.
He ain't laying down for nobody.
I know.
Big 3 at 3.
Sprout.
Number 3.
Man, how many times did I get that? Was that at 2? At least 3.
At least 3.
At least 3. Could not pull that. All right. We talked about this guy yesterday, Paul Skenes, who got, I believe, just got caught when was taken out throwing a no-hitter, 7 innings, 11 strikeouts, 1 walk. His last inning, he got out of it in 6 pitches. So that was odd. But, Tyler, they have already made the decision, and I love this. This is smart for baseball, trying to sell stars and young stars in your game. And now I'm even more upset with and disappointed. Maybe upset's not the word, but disappointed in Jose Altuve. Because Pirates rookie ace Paul Skenes is already being announced as the NL starter.
He's a rook, though, man.
He has become like the darling. I want to see him against Altuve. I would love.
Oh, okay.
Like if Altuve was playing in this game, I think he'd lead off, and I think there's a chance. Let's see if he's sitting red and he pulls it and he takes his ass deep. That'd be a fun matchup.
That would be fun.
I'd like to see it.
I thought you were saying something different at first.
No,
I was like, man, it's a rookie. Altuve's a very veteran player.
But he is a young star in the game, and I think it's a smart move. There could be some deal of seniority, but the Arizona Diamondbacks managers like, nah, man, let's throw him out there. Let's throw him out there. And he is, man. These numbers, boy. Tyler, he's 11 starts, 6-0, ERA 1.90 in those 11 starts. He becomes the 5th rookie to start the All-Star game. Tyler, can you name 2 of them? Can you name two of the 4 other rookies? Actually, let me do that to you. Can you name one? One.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Can you name one of the rookies? There have been 4. He is the 5th.
How about the Rocket, Roger Clemens?
No.
Hideki
Nomo.
Okay.
The Dodgers.
Yeah.
Fernando Venezuela. I was thinking that may be the one you get, but I forget you.
I should have had that one.
Really young. And the Bird, Mark Fidry. Some guy.
I would never have had that one.
You don't know the Bird?
Go
look up the Bird.
Okay.
He was a character, boy. Go look up the Bird.
Man, rookie. When's the last time we even saw any rookie in baseball with this kind of start to a career from the mound?
I'm sure the text line is about to
let us know. I don't know. That's a genuine question.
Think a little bit. Nomo comes.
Yeah.
He had that stance.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. All right. Let's. I gotta. And I feel bad doing this when Clint's not here, but we gotta have an intervention. I wish there's some intervention music. We gotta have an intervention for a Houston athlete. And again, Clint's going to really be upset that he's not here to defend this, but we got to have this conversation. That's next.
Are you thinking about building your dream home? If so, you need to call Our Vision Homes. We're talking
free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Seeing on Twitter, or X, whatever it's called, shout out to Big Sarge Media, as I see Cheryl Swoops is out there, as the Rockets are out there helping folks out at a hurricane relief event today. The Rockets are doing their thing. Cheryl Swoops out there, many people out there just trying to get help, as all of us are dealing with this, some in a better position than others, but everybody has been affected since Monday, since the hurricane. As we said, each and every top of the hour, we will give you the latest in terms of outages, people around. As I see people texting in, hey, sounds like they're open in your neighborhood, Ron. Some of them. Not my side, though. Not my side. Dadgummit. We'll get there, though. We'll get there as we keep rolling through. But I feel bad, Tyler, having this conversation without Clint here. I think we got to stop. I think he just has to be Chaz McCormick now. No, see, all right. Well, just let it out. We'll just let you get it out.
You come at me about white boy Chaz?
I don't think he gets that nickname or this music anymore. I don't think he gets the music and the nickname anymore. This is Chaz. Is his real name Chaz? I mean, is it Chester? I mean,
I'm not sure now. I gotta look it up.
It is. It is Chaz Kane. Yeah. What the hell has happened to Chaz McCormick?
I don't know, but it's not good.
I
mean, fell off a cliff with the production.
Tyler, I thought Chaz was going to get a contract.
I did too.
I thought Chaz was going to get a contract. It is. I do not know. 713-572-4610. Listen, I have an opinion. I like to really have strong ones. If you've listened to this show over the years, I need help. No, I'm serious. I think there's what in the hell has happened to Chaz this bad? He is hitting 204. This is a slash line. 204, and I believe he's had a fight to get above the Mendoza line. He's hit 204, on base percentage of 263, slugging 309, OPS 572, 3 homers, 19 RBIs.
It sucks.
Tyler, he's got, I believe.
What has happened to him?
I believe. Like, I looked at his stats, and I just threw my phone down. Like, I just.
In disgust.
It was hot. It was too hot. I said, I need to have that off my screen.
I mean, did Dusty tell Joe Espada about that?
I don't know. Yes, maybe he needs to get his banana. When is the last time he's got banana pudding? You ain't lying.
Must not have been recently. Yes.
Not Bill Cosby, but somebody else get him some pudding.
Oh, my.
Tyler, he's got 31 hits.
Dude.
And he's got, I believe, 8, maybe 9 extra base hits. The rest of them suckers are singles. I honestly, God, seriously, Tyler, Hunted, what was his slash line last year? Because I'm serious. I thought he was going to get, I know he was above, if not at 70 or 70 plus RBIs, 20 or 20 plus homers. He hitting a 2.8. I mean, he was. They voted him a top 10 outfielder. MLB did their top 10 center fielders. He was in it. What in the world has happened to Chaz McCormick? Like, when you said it, this ain't even a cliff. It was like he got both of his ACLs torn and then pushed off the cliff. Like, he can't even land.
Damn Chaz.
What is, like, seriously, I want to run through. All right, let's go one by one. He is hitting now 204. What did he hit last year?
273.
All right, his on base percentage this year is 263.
353 last season.
353. What would that place him on the team this year? 353. I mean, I know I saw Pat someone around here. Pat's losing his mind over Jake. 353.
Dude, I've known McCormick's had a bad year. This is bad.
All right, that's
this
his
real
on base.
bad.
That is a hellacious drop. And now his slugging percentage is 309.
Last year, 489.
489. How many homers he have? 20?
22.
22 home runs. I mean,
got 3 this year.
He would have to turn into Barry Bonds on Balco to get to that. At this
hat
point,
size would have to grow 4.
His OPS this year is 572. What was it last year?
842. Dude, this, oh my gosh, the contrast is like killing my soul.
I mean, it is in words that Clint Stoerner made, you have to try to be this bad.
Get that man some damn banana pudding.
Like right now, like this person, White Boy Chaz. I'm serious. I think I'm officially. He has to earn that name back. He's lost that name. He's Chaz Kane. He doesn't even get Chazzy Faye.
You'll come at me about White Boy Chaz?
He doesn't get Chazmania and Devil. He is Chaz Kane right now.
Chazzy
This
Fizz.
person said he needs a slump buster. No, we're past slump buster.
We really are, dude.
Like we're itching to selling, like getting a real estate's license. Like,
you're gonna start seeing McCormick real estate signs around the city.
I've been it, man. I've had a bad week of shows where I've thought about maybe I need to get in another profession. All right, go ahead, text line. Let us have it. But I just like I will like someone sent in this would, and I said I have an opinion. This is the only place that I can get to right now. Someone said he can't develop any consistency being in and out of the lineup. I do think Chaz is a guy that has to be that has to get every day at bats. I think he is a guy that also mentally is someone who is looking over his shoulder. I think he's paranoid, and I think he is thinking, oh, if I have a bad night, God, if I go 0 for 4 tonight, I may not see this bad boy for 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
God, they love Cabbage. Jake has done nothing to earn this spot coming into this season, but he has now gotten this spot, over me. Hell, I won a world championship, and I can't get in center field the next year. I think he is the mental part of the game kind of gets to him, and I do think he is an overtime guy. He is somebody who needs to play every day for you to get his best, like we got to see last year. And he isn't getting that. But I'm sorry, hey man, we could talk about Joe Espada here and there, but I mean when I'm reading them numbers, Tyler, you can't put him in the lineup every day. Not when you're chasing. They've been chasing all year. I mean, I want to try it. Is he in the lineup today? God, he's batting 9th. He's in the lineup today.
Yeah, lineup just came out.
Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez back in the lineup. Good news, Diaz, Pena batting 5th. Myers in center field. Singleton at first base. Dubon is back in the lineup and left. McCormick and Hunter Brown is pitches. I've said, guys, you got to stop texting in White Boy Chaz. He's lost WBC. He's got to earn that back.
Sorry, Clint.
No, I'm sorry. And we'll have to say it with Clint too. He's got to earn that back.
You'll come at me about White Boy Chaz?
He is Chaz.
Yeah, I mean,
He's Chaz.
I have to agree with you, dude. I mean, this is a rough 2024 for an outfielder who had a special place in this show's heart last year.
You know what I'm scared to do? You know what exactly? I'm scared. I am scared to death to do this because I don't want to do this to him. But I am itching to pull up the Jose Abreu / line to see how close it is.
The guy who was DFA'd.
The guy who played in a league that I had never heard of until he was sent into it.
God.
Like, this is Florida Complex League. This is Jose Abreu Complex League numbers. Like, how close do you think he is to Abreu? I am scared to death, but I think they are in the ballpark. Chaz, as you went to, 22 homers, 70 RBIs last year, 273 on pace percentage of 353 last year. The hell happened?
He's played in 54 games. Good God Almighty. Good God Almighty. Whew, come on, Chaz. We praying for you out here, buddy.
Get some damn pudding, bro.
Good Lord. And not from Bill.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about advanced hair. Something you may be disappointed in is if you've got a receding hairline, you're thinning up top of your body, you look in the mirror. Here's the deal.
consumer cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. Clint is out today. Hopefully everybody is with us Monday, and will the show, not just all of us, but all of you listeners, and we are in a much normal spot city-wise, and things are closer to normal after this hurricane situation. Hopefully by Monday everybody has power. As we've said, we will continue at the top of each hour to give you updates on where things are right now. Many people, well over 1 million people have had power restored, still in the 800,000 range, 800,000 plus range without power. The latest, we'll give you the latest coming up at 4 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. Someone texted in, Ron, you lose the Fearless Leader title. You said you would start announcing the lineups with excitement that you used to. Astros over 500. Now I have.
You did it once, and that's never been an every game thing.
Never. Hell no.
No.
I mean,
it's special.
Playoffs. If they get on a run, that's something that we have done, and it takes a lot out of me.
I'll see you in October.
That's a 2 Red Bull performance right there. That's when you got to really get after it.
It's true.
Or at least a Coke.
You do go 100% every time.
And right, probably you're sitting there thinking, I should have more stamina, be more prepared with that. And, but I can't, man. Just give it all I've got, everything I have.
If you need more stamina, you can always go see the fine folks at Low T.
I did it as soon as we came back. No, I did it. I waited a day because they had a weird lineup. And Altuve wasn't in it, so that was weird. So I didn't feel right. So, but we've done it 2 or 3 times since they've reached over 500. By the way, again, if you missed it, just to update you, the lineup is out and Alvarez is back in it. He missed yesterday with hip tightness. He is back in that thing tonight, and he'll be there against.
It's good.
The Texas Rangers. Yes, they. You felt good yesterday when late in the show there were reports that he intends on participating in the All-Star game, and when you hear that, you damn sure think he's all right. If he's got problems, he ain't participating in no damn All-Star game. So good to hear that from him. All right, I know everybody has this. Where you're potentially delusional. We'll get to one of Tyler's potential delusions, A&M football.
Can't argue with you on that.
Listen, I've got it. I've got several of them. LeBron, Bronny. Like I've in my mind made Bronny a pretty good on the ball defender in the NBA for the next 10 years. And in a spot, I feel like he's like a brother. But yeah. So I like we've got delusions, right? Many of you have them. Do you have a delusional player for the Texans? 713-572-4610. Is there somebody for the Texans that you are aware? Because sometimes Tyler, like you did it, you're aware of your delusions for A&M football. Again, we will approach that in a bit. Are you like sometimes you're in your delusions, you're not aware of it? Like if you're like, hey, CJ Stroud's about to go off this year, that's not delusion. But if there is a player, like if you are somebody who walks through and is like, hey, man, just you all wait with John Mechie, there's a tinge of delusion. Right?
That name especially.
There's a tinge, right? Like there's a tinge of it. If you're sitting there like, guys, look out for Tim Settle. I'm telling you, I think he is going to be the key. There's a tinge of delusion. Do you got one? Who is it? I got one. I know I do.
Tell me.
I know I do, Tyler. I can't get off. I don't know why I can't get off this kid. But, like, I have delusions Jaylen Petrie. Like I just
the old Baylor Bear. Huh?
I want to believe in that kid so bad. There's just something. There is just something I look at him, and this is where the delusion comes. I think that guy's he's got Pro Bowl in him.
That road campaign was so strong.
And I watch him, and I like everything he's about, and how he carries himself, and what he does, and his intensity. He's always there, and you could tell he's the guy that loves practice and loves being out there and loves the game. And I love his instincts. Have when he was at Baylor, have the first year. Last year, I didn't know who the hell that was out there sometimes. I mean, last year, my man was getting subbed out for I don't know who it was out there. He was getting subbed for guys with hyphen names and just sitting down on the bench.
Houston Carson?
Yeah, one of them.
Or Carson Houston.
They didn't have safeties. They had 3 or 4 safeties on IR. He was getting subbed.
I feel like he started getting in his own head at a certain point last year too. Like you could tell it was weighing on him.
Absolutely.
You could tell.
But I look at him, man, and I think there is something there. Someone texted in, their delusion player is Dameon Pierce. That's a good one. And I'll be honest with you, he's probably on my list too. He's probably on my list too. Someone texted in Kenyon Green. That's a good one. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like I do. I just look at this cat, and I think there is something with Jaylen Petrie. Yeah. I just think like anytime I hear people talking about that they need to grab safeties. No, hold on, chill a little bit.
We don't like that.
Let's get Jaylen Petrie in the right spot. Let's do that. And I'm excited to see. And I remember when they in that and not in the game, but in that joint practice, and he ended it with that pick.
Yeah,
he came and cut right in front of Jalen Waddle and took it back. I was like, whoa, there he is. He about to go off. You couldn't. I mean, there are times you couldn't trust him on the field.
Didn't happen on a Sunday, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, somebody said you believe in him like John McClain. Yeah, I know John McClain believes in him, big time.
John's got that Baylor Bear delusion.
Do you got one? Because yours was Davis Mills for a minute.
Well, again, Davis Mills, I was trying to will into being a good quarterback. I never once claimed that he, I liked what I saw or that he was,
that right
good.
There is a delusional statement. I was trying to will him into being a great quarterback. That is right there. That is right. You've answered it. You just said out loud, Friday, 3:48 on July the 12th, that I was trying to will him into being a good quarterback. Buying jerseys,
General Mills,
everything. So do you? I mean,
General Mills Army.
Yes, you developed an army. You were going to do this. Do you have one? Mine is Petrie. I'm seeing Tank Dell because he's a top 15 receiver.
That's the name I was about to say because we talked a little about this yesterday, and I 100% am in on that. I think a lot of people are.
But there's got to be
putting
a level,
the cart before the horse a little bit.
Okay, there's got to be a level to be delusional with Tank.
Yes.
If you think Tank's a really good receiver, that's not delusion.
Right.
If you even think there's a top 20 receiver in this league down the line, yes. If you got him top 15.
Like Spo
had him top 15 for about an hour and a half.
Then he backpedaled.
He was Dion. I mean, he backpedaled.
No, but mine is Tank because – man, just how shifty, athletic, how we've heard the opposition. We've heard multiple players from other teams that play defense already talking about Tank Dell and their matchup with him and how crazy surprised they were at the speed, the shiftiness, the cutting of Tank Dell. And when I hear stuff like that, I got to guard myself to not buy in too much. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I get hyped.
There's a level to it.
Yes.
Right? There is a level to it. Cade Stover, somebody jumped in. Yeah, that fits. You guys got it. Cade Stover. If you got it, that is a fit. Hey, I want to do something real quick. 713-572-4610. I need your participation as well. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, give me a little something. Give me a little TV music real quick. Give me a little TV music, Tyler. We getting closer to this. Ooh, I got 7 of these on my DVR of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I want to know what y'all watching. 713-572-4610 and CJ Stroud. Let me know what you're watching. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Whenever I do get power back, Tyler just threw it in my face that he was already watching. I got internet too. Guess what? Now I don't have power or internet.
I was streaming, baby.
It's streaming already. What you watching? I planned to watch season 3 of The Bear. It came out. It's out.
I didn't know that was out.
Yes,
I gotta catch up.
I planned to watch that when I came back. Obviously, Beryl stopped me in my tracks. But what are y'all watching? 713-572-4610. The Bear is I can't wait for that to get to get back to that. Have you seen this on Apple? Presumed Innocence.
Okay, so I had multiple friends just last night tell me you got to watch it, so I think I might start that like tonight.
That sucker is nice. Someone texted in the Mr. Robot. I had friends that told me a long time ago that movie was so good. The guy who played Freddie Mercury.
Yes, I haven't watched it, but I've heard of this.
I've heard Mr. Robot. That's something I want to get into. That's clipped about Donald Sterling. Oh, that is really good.
I have some episodes of that to watch still.
Clipped is that dude is like, if you can get past the horrific cast, like, and just take it for what it is. They are doing a great job.
Yeah, you hear this theme. You know, this is Game of Thrones. I don't think you've watched that.
I can't do it, man.
There's a new spin-off out there.
House of Dragon. Or
yeah.
Courtney,
I haven't watched it yet, but I need to get on that.
Courtney is in it. I'm not gonna believe this from the text line. The Bear season 3 is very disappointing. F you. I won't believe that. Nope. That House of Dragon is that. I can't do it, man.
I've been told to get started on it, dude. I loved Game of Thrones.
You love Game of Thrones. Well, that's something that you would love. Mary Kingston, Clint has been talking about that a lot.
I watched that.
Is it good?
I binged it in like 3 nights a few weeks ago.
It was good.
It's really, really good. Yes, you need to watch that. You would like that. I mean, you like a lot of the same stuff, I feel like. Because you recommend a lot of shows to me, and I end up loving them.
Your Honor on Netflix. It was on Showtime. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it when it came out. That's good. Someone has Suits has come in a lot. I've seen that come across. That's an older show, too. I've seen that come across Netflix a lot, too.
I've heard a lot of mixed things. A lot of people really got into it whenever Netflix put it out, but people close to me that I trust have told me, it's not all that some make it out to be. House of Dragon, man, I got to get all over that.
They've got, I know they have a Pete Rose documentary coming out, HBO.
You know what I started last night?
What?
Receiver.
Oh, I haven't. Is that good?
Dude.
Who it's
Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson.
2 49ers, Kittle and Debo.
Yes.
And St. Brown. Dude, it's good.
Is Devontae Adams in there?
And Devontae Adams. It might be better than quarterback.
I want to get. Oh, I bet it was. You know, they tried to get Kelsey to do that. I think he was the first person.
Say no.
Yeah, hell no. Yeah, you got to show the home life. It wasn't about that.
No, it's. I'm only 2 in,
so
but it's
receiver's good.
Yes.
Receiver's good. Whenever I get power back, I'm gonna jump into that. All right, Mary Kingston. I've seen that. I've seen a lot of people wrote The Boys on Netflix. People are saying it'll be next when I start. Then I'm feeling that. I hear you on that one. Coming up, Dirty's Daily. We'll hook it up, and there we'll give you the latest on power outages there as well. The latest right off the bat here at 4:00. We'll let you know that, and I'm gonna be a good friend to Tyler. You got to step up, man. We gotta be smart about this because you're just setting yourself up for failure. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, selling a home is full of catch-22s, y'all. Questions like, do you pay for upgrades like new flooring?
will be beyond repair. See, we didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you.
Paid for by NHTSA.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, Dirty is out today. Be back Monday. But
Ron and Tyler's Daily. No, it doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't, especially the way you said it. Ron and Tyler's Daily.
I'm feeling spicy.
In
It's
your head,
Friday.
if you were on YouTube and Twitch, you saw an interesting decision.
I don't know what that was.
I don't either.
Let's just act like it didn't happen. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's hard. It's dialogue right there. We heard it, and now we can see it. I'm gonna run it back right here I'm on YouTube and Twitch right now. I'm gonna run it back. We heard it. We saw it. Really excited about that "What You Watching" segment. I guess just really got.
I love my shows.
Got into it. Jumped into there. All right. Before we jump in fully into Dirty's Daily, let's, in terms of outages, this has been a very different week, but we want to keep you guys updated on everything that's going on in the city in terms of outages and everything.
That is correct. So the latest numbers here from CenterPoint Energy since Hurricane Beryl made landfall. Not a whole lot of change in the numbers from last hour. But 4 minutes ago, CenterPoint reported they now have 838,000 customers that still do not have electricity, and they have now restored power to 1,426,000 folks around the greater Houston area.
All right. There you go. Many of you are aware of that. Many of you have gotten power here the last day or two. And hopefully, as we say, we'll all be together Monday. Hopefully, everybody is in a good spot with that. As I said in here today, our boss, Parker, he said he has power. John Lopez has had power for like days. Adam Spillane, he threw it in my face yesterday and said, yeah, man, I got the air conditioning set on 80 right now.
He actually did throw it in our faces.
On 80. And then I come home. He's got power. You have power. So we're getting there. We're getting there. I do not have power, those of you scoring at home. But we are getting there. All right. Listen, I want to step up and be a good friend. And we talked a little bit about delusions in the last second, and Tyler acknowledged one of his sports delusions, which is Texas A&M football. All right, Weird got himself, I'm sure, primed in a very delusional space, and I just listen. And I don't
baby.
I don't want to take it from you, but I also don't want you to set yourself up for, much more disappointment than there should be. And
in terms of Aggie football,
yes, man. I like.
Well, the bad news is, Ron, I do it to myself every year.
I know it, and and when we were at Barber's Hill, I threw a little lob just to see where you were then, and I said, I don't know if you remember, I said, hey, Mike Elko's first year, lost some recruits, done some things, got some good players. This is now. And, Texas, Oklahoma is now starting in the SEC. This is a stronger deal. I said, would it be acceptable if in year one, building things, they went 7-5? And it wasn't not just a no. It wasn't that you didn't think about it. It was an emphatic hell no.
Oh, no.
No.
Hell no.
And Tyler, Just lower your expectations a bit.
I get what you're saying, but I can't do that.
Yes, you can.
Because the expectations have never been matched whenever they were high, and they should be high.
But get there when they should be high.
Listen, I'm not saying Elko and Aggies need to make the playoff. It would be awesome. I'm not saying they need to make the playoff.
Why would you even mention that word? Yes,
because I'm trying to put it in context.
It's in the back of your head. Look at you. You even said it. You can find a way. You can realistically, in your mind, find a way to get there.
I mean,
can't
the
you?
schedule.
Stop.
I'm just kidding.
No,
that was a joke.
No, Clint's doing it to you. That son of a bitch. He's doing it to you.
Hell no.
Sorry. But he is doing it to you. No, he is. He's gassing you up. Clint's been doing it. Look at that schedule. There ain't nothing but 2 teams on there that's better than you.
He has
that
said
is a crock of garbage, and you know it right now.
But listen, dude. Like I've said a million times, you've heard me say it. The listeners have heard me say it. Texas A&M, for the better part of their existence, not just really the last decade where it's been most prominent, they don't meet what they should be, and I'm tired of it, so I'm ready for a year where they actually meet something that is expected.
Okay, give me what is expected, because to me, 7-5 in year one, when you have preseason number 5 that you're playing, you have preseason number 7 that you're playing, you have preseason number 12 that you're playing, you have preseason number 4 that you're playing. 7-5 on a team building is a good first step.
I know, man, but I just watched this program lose to App State. Like, I can't deal with this anymore.
I know it.
I need them to answer the bell and maybe go beyond that.
Okay, let them grow, though. I like that what you said. Get yourself surprised. Hey, go low. Don't treat them like they're the Astros. Don't do it. How glorious was that last year for you to go on that?
Oh, that felt really good. Yeah, that felt like like a beautiful summer night with a breeze and
listen, I love
drinking
it.
some wine.
I'm with you. A&M has the funds. A&M is I'll take it from you. Would you say God's country? A beautiful place to play.
Really
You're
is.
in the SEC. There have been success. You've had great players like Johnny Manziel and Mike Evans. You've had them.
Von Miller.
Booster
money out the butt.
Hall.
They literally, and I'm not like every time we lay this out, we have a texter or two that texts in, A&M's not perfect.
Parker.
No, listen, A&M's not perfect, but the Texas A&M Athletics has every given tool you need to be successful.
Yes,
everything.
But let them build into it, because if you're gonna be upset about
my whole life.
I know it, but let Mike get his first crack at it. Mike went 7-5 at Duke last year,
which is why he better get more than 7 at Texas A&M.
Come on, he was in the ACC at Duke last year.
Exactly.
He's in the SEC with 4 top 12 teams on his schedule.
He didn't take Coach K's job at Duke. He was coaching football and got 7 wins. I need him to coach football in College Station, Texas, and do what needs to be done, what should be done, given the tools Texas A&M has.
You're not going to do it. I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
And I
Tyler,
appreciate you trying.
You're setting yourself up for. If you're going to be angry, someone texted, "Damn, an Aggie is admitting to being deluded." Listen,
it's not the first time
you're
I've done this.
You're just setting yourself up. Just to put yourself in a bad place, and
it is bad for my mental health.
I'm just saying, like Mike Elko. Like, let him build. 9-4 year one at Duke. Then he dropped in year 2 to 7-5. He's moving to the toughest conference in America with a team that has to learn what he wants, who has to learn his way of playing ball. And he has to do that while right out of the gate hosting the number 5 team in America. Like, let him build into it.
But let me add this to it as well, though. Whenever I'm saying this,
I'm gonna get my son Nicholas to get on his knees behind you and push you over if you can't accept 8-4 and be happy with that.
Don't do that to me, Nick.
If you could, you got bad knees. If you seriously, if you at 8-4 is not good enough for you for Mike Elko's first year, like I just like that's pitiful.
8-4.
8-4. That should be good enough.
Here's this caveat, though. I love Elko. I love Elko. I will tell you right now, I promise to you and everyone in Aggie land and Aggie fans, whatever. I like Mike Elko a lot, and I like what he's already doing with this program. So even if they don't win, if they don't match the win total that I want the Texas A&M Aggies to have this football season, I'm not going to kill Elko.
Which is what?
Minimum 8. Minimum 8. I'm not, but if they don't reach that, I'm not going to come in here, get on this microphone, and be calling for like Elko's, going off on Mike Elko. It's not lost on me that this is his first go at it as a head coach at Texas A&M. But it's time, man. It is overdue.
Text line, tired of 7-5 and 8-4 at A&M. I understand that.
Yes.
But you've hired the guy to get you out of that consistently. Yes, I agree. A&M should be a 10-win consistent team.
100% say it.
But you got to allow the guy to get there. He's coming off of 5-7 2 years ago. Like, not him, but the team. They're coming off their program 5-7, didn't make a bowl game 2 years ago, 7-5 last year, 4-4 in the SEC. He's moving there. Like, you got to let him build to get to that.
And place. I get that. Another part that goes into this,
minimum.
I have,
but 9 is really what the expectation is. 9. Good God, man.
No, in all seriousness, so do Connor Wegman. I have him as a Heisman candidate, and I'm not alone. I know I'm an Aggie. It's not maroon shaded glasses. I can find college football analysts that I've seen have him on their list. Where on that list we can talk about. But Connor Wegman's a damn good quarterback. He's had experience now at Texas A&M, so I have big expectations for him. That's part of it, too. It's the most important position, obviously, on the field. Let's go, Wegman.
This is Clint. Clint has done the Connor Wegman thing, too. I believe maybe he could be the best quarterback in the conference, or the second best quarterback in the conference.
I don't let Dirty Red get in my brain, though. I watch this thing closer than that fool does.
I know it, but you can't help it. You can't help it when it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
When I was working for Mattress Mac, I was covering this freaking underachieving maroon program.
Houston, America, I tried. But Tyler's going to come in.
You're a good friend.
For an 8-4 season. And gonna say it didn't meet expectations. And I'm sorry, Mike. I am sorry, Mike Elko. I just want you.
Mike knows.
7-5 should be minimum. That should be the minimum.
And I'm not saying I'd burn my house down if they won 7 games, but man, it's been.
But you'd burn a tree down. You'd burn a tree outside of that thing down. All right, before we get out of here on Dirty's Daily.
Daily's Dirt.
On Daily's Dirt. That's what you said. On Dirty's Daily. I just want to say, I'm officially out and done with the Dylan Brooks experiment. I'm out. I saw some people on Rocket's Twitter going at it, having conversations about it, and it's cool. And listen, Tyler, I understood the reasoning why Udoka and the Rockets said they wanted to bring a guy like that in. And I think he has actually served a purpose. There is a level of toughness that he brings to the table. There is experience that he brings to the table. It's all right to have, one of those kind of crazy villain kind of guys that will do the dirty work and set a tone. But his silliness, his antics, he doesn't make up for it with other things. Like, his game isn't good enough for him to do the weird. Like, his stuff's not like
George Kittle.
No, or like what he's trying to be, Draymond or Rodman, doing really weird stuff like Rodman would pinch Karl Malone on the ass, sometimes to mess with him. But on the other hand, he's going to actually get under his skin, and then he's going to get 27 rebounds and make passes to get people open and set thunderous picks and stuff like that. His weirdness does not meet. It's just lame. Like, it's just becoming like this thing here where he's walked through. Like, if Ant Edwards just hauled off and just stole on his ass right in the jaw, I wouldn't have said nothing about it. Nobody should have. Just walked through his interview as he's talking. He did it to Booker. Just childish stuff. And he's not bringing it up. He can't shoot worth a damn.
Let's go, Rocket.
He gets beat so much. He was out there talking to LeBron on Team Canada and then just got back cut for a dunk while his ass is still standing at the three-point line.
Yeah, he looked like a real jackass
his
there.
His stuff just doesn't match. Like Draymond, I mean,
Draymond
is a hell of a playmaker.
Yes.
And a great defender, even at this age, even though he's lost a step. Like, he's very, very intelligent and smart. Like, his game he's not bringing enough to the table to do the weird stuff he does.
Yeah, Draymond's got a plethora of real turdish behavior over his career. But, man, that dude could hoop. That dude can and could hoop.
But there was a point in Memphis where, and even early this year with the Rockets, there was a point in Memphis where he shot the ball well enough. He wasn't irritant enough defensively to get stuff. But, I mean, my man gets worked over now. Okay, I mean, he's like Patrick Beverly. Like, Patrick Beverly's the same thing.
Another great comparison.
His antics have not matched
that stupid stuff in the playoffs where he threw the ball at the lady and it went off her head in the crowd.
Like
I
right
mean,
now,
what are you doing?
Like Dylan Brooks, if you lock Dylan in a room in the gym by himself, and he's got 100 balls and he can shoot them in from whatever distance. I mean, I think he misses 70.
Broke ass shot, Dylan.
No, I mean, I just like he doesn't do enough for that. Because I know his teammates look at him like, man, what are you doing, man? Because all you do is piss off people, and now we got to deal with it because you can't stop him. I used to, when I worked, I'm gonna tell a story, Tyler. When I worked with at-risk youth, we used to have this chaplain, Tom. He'd go in. Like, just do stuff, say stuff to kids, and piss them off. And now we'd have what we call a staff assist where a kid's lost his mind, and we've got to try to, calm him down and get him calmed down. He would do this and then just leave. He would just set kids off and then leave. And now we got a pissed off kid. That's what Dylan Brooks does.
Set the world on fire, then step back.
He sets off LeBron, and then LeBron kicks the Grizzlies' ass. He set off somebody during that Canada. They were going fine.
That's some real weak.
And that stupid thing where he just stares, where he just stands and stares, like you're not doing anything. I'm out on the Dylan Brooks thing.
Yeah, I think I lean more towards your line of thinking on all that. I'm not sure I'm on the passion that you have, but yeah, Dylan, be better, man.
I know you can't. They gave him $80 million, and I'm sure he's going to be back. But if I could find a way to trade Dylan Brooks, I would do it. He's absolutely ridiculous. Continuing on the drive, I need you to have your grade pencil out. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, it's always truck season in Texas, and dang it, it's always truck season at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. And
tonight. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive. Clint is out today. My man's here on the YouTube and Twitch. They ought to be throwing a parade if they go 8-4. I don't have to go that far with it, parade, but I mean you should feel good about that year one, coming off of the 2 years you've had. I'm not saying you throw a parade. Be fair to this thing. All right, coming up here soon we've comments from the manager, Joe Espada. Comments about Luis Garcia. Hold on to your hats. And Justin Verlander, Yordan Alvarez, who is back in the lineup today. We will have words from the manager, from his voice. You will hear right here live on Sports Radio 610 on The Drive. So stay tuned for that. Speaking of Joe, Joe was on my mind a little bit as they come off this sweep of the Marlins, doing what they're supposed to do. And I don't just say that lightly. Man, you play the Marlins, you play the White Sox, you play the Rockies, some of the worst teams in baseball. You play 10 ball games against those awful teams. Not everybody goes 7-3 in that. Definitely not 9-1. And they go 9-1, sweep through the Rockies and the Marlins, only drop the first game of a series. And oddly enough, that seemed to be when this thing really turned, when they lost to the White Sox, game one, and then they kind of had gone on this run that they've been on. But you look at this and you start to kind of get to the finish line of the first half. 3 more games starting tonight against the Rangers. And you look at this and you say, we've had a lot to say about Joe Espada, or as we call him here on The Drive, Captain. Oh, Captain.
We my ass.
Yes, we are. Stop. The show, it is we. So we call him Captain Joe. And how would you grade what Joe has done so far? Because there's a lot, and I think you got to be fair. You got to take everything into it. You got to take the good. You got to take the great. If there's been great, the good, the bad, the ugly, and the doo-doo. You got to take it all. You got to take it all in here and take it into account with the grade, because there's been a lot. Started off rough, kind of was rough, then less rough, and then they went on that tear. But how would you grade what he has done thus far? And I'll kick it off. 713-572-4610. You can jump in on this. I would give him a C+. All right? You got to give him credit for what has happened the last month plus. All right? I thought at times he looked lost. I thought at times he seemed to be way in over his head. We mentioned comparisons like David Culley, which were fair at the time. We mentioned comparisons that were not guys that you would think would be managers and running the ship of a team that you expected to be competing for a world championship. We watched and saw this team just not appear to be responding to him at all. Hell, several low points where it looked like Joe didn't even know how to get ejected. That was the early part of the year. But coming off of that, his team has responded to him. His team has responded to this situation. They have flipped some sort of a switch. Alex Bregman, who he stayed with, he finally found a spot for him. And I got to be honest, he's done this with Kyle Tucker, who has, I don't know if we've been lied to or what, I don't know. But this injury from June 3rd, he has been out, and he won't return till after the All-Star break. He's done it without him, and he was an MVP candidate Like, just let that sink in just a taste. Kyle Tucker has not played since June 3rd, July 12th. He still made the All-Star team. That's how good he was playing to start. Verlander has hit the IL, is currently on it twice. He lost Christian Javier to Tommy John. Urquidy never even got started. Lance is having setbacks again. Again, be waiting for Luis Garcia's update. He's had injuries throughout. Bregman, slow start, and they've been able to make this run to get to within 2 games of the Mariners. Hell, it ain't their fault that the rest of the division sucks, but they have stayed the course, and they've gotten here. So I've got to say a C+. I cannot ignore all of the early stuff. I cannot. It didn't feel like he understood the level of urgency they should have had. I can't get off of that. So I give him a C+. I see somebody texting in. He gets a D. Okay. Maybe you're weighing in more. See someone texting in. I don't know how much he's really had to do with this surge in the second half of the first half of the season. Listen, I guess that's fair to question. I mean, I don't know. Yes, Bregman started to turn it on, and you saw him get better. We've seen Jordan start to put it together more. We've seen that get better. But he's got to get some credit for that. He's got to get some credit for what has happened in the second half. Because I'm going to tell you what, I threw in the towel, and I'm standing by that. But it's one thing for me to throw in the towel. We've seen starts like this. I've seen seasons like this, teams like this. You've seen them in other sports, i.e. the Texans or the Rockets, or older Astros teams before this golden age, where it's like, oh, man, the team throws in the towel. But they didn't. They rolled with him. So I go C+ here. Someone said a D. To me, I think that's a bit low. Someone texted in B-. Okay. Someone texted in here. Tyler, the Cully comparison is still fair. Espada gets an F. He has the energy of a J. I hate it, Dusty, but I'd rather have Dusty than Cully than a Cully knockoff. And I would say to you, whatever this energy is, you could say the energy of a rock. Someone may say, hey, he's even keel. He doesn't get too high. He doesn't get too low. I mean, listen, I don't, as I said, he seems to lack urgency, so I don't love the way that he comes in and attacks things. But whatever has happened in the month of June, it's worked. And then even to the start of July, it has worked. All right? Now, some things helped. Abreu in that situation getting figured out and then moving off of that. And him not having to put in lineups that didn't give his team the best chance to win because he's in it. Someone texted in, Tyler, you've certainly decided to give credit to Joe Espada quicker than you gave to Nick Caserio. Well, I mean, Nick Caserio won 7 games his first 2 years. He hired a coach 3 different times his first 3 years. It's a tad different. It's a tad different here. All right? So, yeah, I mean, I give them credit. Yeah, they've turned it around. They're 5 games over 500. They were 7-19. He made a quick turnaround. He's the manager of this team that made a quick turnaround. So I'm going to give him his credit. Yes. 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 Now, I do think it's fair. As I'm seeing, I do think it's fair to wonder how much he had to do with the players starting to get right. And that's fair. Hunter Brown, he really didn't have a choice. I mean, we're going to send Hunter down. They didn't have options. Spencer Aggetti, he had to pitch. I think that's fair, but I don't think he ain't just done nothing. I think you got to give him credit. I go C+. Someone said top 5 turnaround ever, A+. That's aggressive. That's in that Tank Dell top 15 receiver territory right there. But an F, I think that's too harsh. And I'm seeing a couple of Fs roll through. I think that's too much. I really do. All right, coming up as we continue here,
we'll let you hear from the manager himself. Joe Espada gives you updates on Luis Garcia. You don't want to miss Justin Verlander and Yordan Alvarez, who is going to be in the game, as well as I don't even know if I want to hear anything on Kyle Tucker, but I'm sure he's probably said something about Kyle Tucker. You'll hear from the manager coming up, and why many of you will love what I have to say about the Texans. That's coming up next.
Tall boy, wolf killer, silver bullet.
AmericanEagle.com, another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Stoerner and Hughley.
The next update you will get coming up at 5 o'clock. Those of you who are wondering, and that's the time I know a lot of people jump in their cars and flip us on. If you are coming back from work, going home, we will have your next update on outages and where we are moving forward here at 5 o'clock. That'll be the next time you get updated. Speaking of that, Tyler, I got this. I don't know if you have like a neighborhood page. I got like a neighborhood page that I've got myself. Like,
oh, yeah.
Courtney's really big on it.
It'd be really entertaining.
I slid on it. Yeah, it does. I slid on it, but it's been really helpful to kind of know what situation people are. Kind of people are showing, ooh, we've got power on this side, we've got power over here, or we're doing this, or like it's been really good for me where I've been trying to find these gas stations, these late night gas rides. People be like, hey, hey, Shell over on such and such is got gas, very little line. I'd be like, all right, bet. This was 8 hours ago. Right in the midst of it. Hey guys, I know it's tough timing, but I'm just looking for maybe a pet sitter in the neighborhood who would babysit my dog in there, one who has power. Are you kidding me?
Clint Stoerner would be pissed.
Well, I just listen. Where I am is, hey, ma'am, we're kind of dealing with something right now.
Yeah, that.
I just like, hey, you knew it from the jump when you said it's maybe bad timing. You're damn right, it's bad timing.
Maybe the worst timing ever. Yeah, that's a bold request.
Like, hey, boy, we're heading out of town.
Favor.
We're heading out of town here with all this power in a good spot. Just wondering, anybody out there got a dog? Any dog sitters? This horrible timing.
That's wild.
My goodness alive.
That's a bold favor request for a stranger.
I just checked the comments. She found a suitor too. I guess so it worked.
Yeah, me and the wife probably would have taken her up.
Preferably with power. You would have done that? Like that's something you guys would discuss to take another dog in?
Yeah.
Man, I knew your dog loving stuff was a big thing. I thought it was just your own. Like, no, man, not a chance. And you got a dog that don't like other dogs.
Yeah, we'd have to keep them separate. But if they were desperate for a home for their pupper, we'd probably think about it. I'm not saying it's a for sure yes, we do it, but
y'all would you'd entertain it. But yeah. I didn't even entertain that. Wow, good for her. Glad she found one. All right, let's hear from Joe Espada, who's got some updates here. The manager looked to finish off the first half, finish it off right against the Rangers. He talked before the series starts. And listen, Adam Spolane, who was on with us yesterday, he you could tell that something didn't smell right to him about this Luis Garcia thing. They tried to the day before to just say, oh, hey, he just didn't pitch his bullpen session because he's just going to make his next rehab start. Okay, not a big deal. That didn't make sense. That didn't sit well with Adam Spolane. He thought something was up. Here is Joe Espada with the latest on Luis Garcia.
So Luis did not throw his side today. He's going to continue to play catch, and once we get him feeling like we could build him up to throw another side, then we'll get him going again for another start. And
does he have a setback at all?
No, not setback. He just did not bounce back the way we wanted to. But we're just going to give him another day or two of play catch, and then we'll get him on the mound and get him ready for another minor league rehab.
Joe, that's a damn setback.
That's a setback.
That's a setback, and the most nerving thing for me is.
I'm dying, dude. No, not a setback.
Tyler, he didn't specify the type of catch they were playing.
Stop it.
I'm just saying, Tyler, if you listen to it, he just said catch. There was no conviction catch on that.
How much conviction, Joe?
That not because we clearly in this week we have found out that there are levels of playing catch. I'm telling you, man, if I hear it ain't Joe's fault on this one. If I hear Joe say I'm gonna snap. Like the conviction catch that he's not playing, he's just playing catch. That man said, is it a setback? And Joe said, no, it's not a setback. His arm just didn't bounce back.
Bro. Listen to yourself, Joe. Dude, I gave him a C plus earlier. I think that
no, you can't do that.
That has an immediate impact on me.
That does not have immediate impact.
Get out of your own way, Joe.
No, that's not. No, you can't. I'm not going to allow you to do that. No,
bro,
I'm not going to allow you to do that.
This man looked at the media and said, "Oh no, not a setback.
See,
his arm just didn't do what we thought it would."
Where's my pencil?
Oh my God.
Where's my pencil? Because I got to take my pencil because I had penciled in Luis Garcia. As someone who's going to help. So I am going to erase. I'm going to erase Luis Garcia.
But Ron, it wasn't a setback.
Off the help list. Now I don't know when the hell he's going to pitch.
Like, just listen to your own word.
He's not only now playing catch, he's not playing conviction catch.
That kills.
I'm just saying, it killed you. There was the high level because we've heard Kyle Tucker's playing catch. Verlander's playing catch every other day. Now it moved to each day. Now Lance isn't playing catch.
So there's definitely no conviction there.
And the only person that we heard playing conviction catch was Justin Verlander. So I'm not.
Oh my gosh!
And stop. No, you all stop. Stop putting in new grades. Stop. Stop. Don't do that.
It has an impact on mine. It does.
Listen, we know that he is not Ronald Reagan, who was nicknamed the Great Communicator. We understand that. Like, that's not Joe.
Bro.
Not Joe.
He's a C now for me. He just dropped a little bit. It's not the biggest deal, but dude.
No, you did. No, it is a big. He's a C plus. You had him at a C plus to start. Stop it. So all right,
setback. His arm's just not doing what we want.
Give me Jordan. I need better than that. Give me Jordan. I gotta believe this is good news since he's in the lineup today. Here is Joe Espada on Jordan, who I believe is playing catch.
You know, he came out, he ran. He said that he felt good. He swung the bat, so we're going to monitor how he moves around and stuff like that. But he felt strong enough, good enough to start the game.
You think he just DHs this weekend?
I think he's going to DH today, and then we'll go from there.
Competitive.
That's good. He's in the lineup. From the text line, that clip right there is why Espada gets an F. No.
I'm not to do that, but man, just listen to yourself, Joe. Just go home tonight and start listening to your own pressers.
That'd be bad.
And learn from your mistakes.
Joe be better off maybe just hitting sign language.
Interpreter starts going out with Joe.
just hitting sign language on it so we don't have to hear it. All right, Justin Verlander. I cannot tell you that I'm on a date on Justin Verlander.
Yeah, so that's 3 days in a row, and you know, I feel good at what I see. We could, you know, he mentioned maybe start considering getting on the mound and start throwing aside. So anytime, you know, JV starts talking like that, that means that he's coming around and he's feeling pretty good.
Ron's rubbing his eyes, folks.
I can't listen to Joe anymore. I don't want another Joe. I know that Tyler. I know you've worked very hard, and I know there are 6 Joe Espada updates, and I promise you, I will get them to you all. I know that you want to hear them.
Catch 3 days in a row, man.
There's an update on Kyle Tucker. There's an update on McCullers. I need a 10-minute break. I need a 10-minute break from Joe.
When you start rubbing your eyes, I know you're thoroughly, like, either irritated or just frustrated.
Is it up to the trainers, or is it up to just who is it up to? What are we talking?
Yeah, Justin said, I don't know. Ask the training staff.
Well, he just said, Justin said, when I see Justin looking good now, I'm telling you, that's when I know. 3 days in a row he's thrown.
Believe you me.
Still a C+ for me, though. for Joe.
I'm
still
now.
in there. I can't.
No
Someone said Ron, he went from a fat ass D to an F-. Just stop changing his grade on the fly because he had not a mishap. He just said the words incorrectly.
He says words that make no sense. Yeah. Like they contradict each other.
Fair. Like 5 o'clock fire. I'll let you hear the ones on McCullers and Kyle Tucker.
But you need a break.
I can't. Can you play the Luis Garcia one more time? I feel like we just have to dissect this. Let me hear the Luis Garcia one more time. I mean, it's just easy. You don't even have to use the
real quick before we hear it again. In your mind, is this of all this news we're getting today, is with the updates on injuries and such, is this the worst news that we've heard? I think it might be.
It's not good news because anytime I hear something from the Astros that is, what do you say, not a bounce back, when it's not a bounce back, like I always believe it's 5 to 10 times worse than it is. Like we have a crook in the neck that has kept out Justin Verlander for like a month. We have a bone bruise that apparently, according to Adam Spolane, that the guy's not walking straight, and we're over a month.
So he looked hobbled yesterday.
A bone bruise that was covered. All right, let me hear him on Garcia one more time.
So Luis did not throw his side today. He's going to continue to play catch, and once we get him feeling like we could build him up to throw another side, then we'll get him going again for another start. And
does he have a setback at all?
No, not setback. He just did not bounce back the way we wanted to. But we're just going to give him another day or two of play catch, and then we'll get him on the mound and get him ready for another minor league rehab.
Do you think
you look dazed?
Do you think he realized he said like?
That's a good question.
Do you think he heard setback? No, not going to give him that. But
just defaulted.
But then he defaulted to it. Just didn't bounce back like we wanted to. Like what it? Like honest to God, I have another follow up. Like what? So if it's not a setback, but you did say it just didn't bounce back the way you hoped it would, which has led you to stop him from throwing and pitching. Like, what would you call it?
Yeah, like, does the guy's arm have to fall off for it to be a setback?
What would you call it? What did he call? Because he didn't say setback with Lance. What did he call it? Did he say pull back? He said something.
He said we're pulling back. Yeah.
Pulling back.
Yeah, he didn't say shut down. He didn't say setback, but he said we're pulling back, like he's pulling back on them reins like on a horse or something.
All right, coming up, we'll give you the latest updates on the power outages. That will be another small break ahead of Joe. There's more Joe. There's updates from Joe on Kyle Tucker. There's updates from Joe on Justin Verlander. There's updates from Joe on Lance McCullers. So get ready, get your drink, whatever it is that you need. Take your shot. Get ready for this because you don't want to miss it, but who knows what Joe's going to give us. That's coming up next.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Clint Stoerner here for Sagamore Rye Whiskey. Look, what bourbon is to Kentucky, rye is to Maryland.
Open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sexiest show in Houston right there, baby.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, well, Dirty is not here today. Clint Stoerner is out today, but the Big Dilf. Is in the building, as well as Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Money Bags. How did last night go? That was a tough one to bet upon, because I'm not touching Jake to bet. Pause.
It was rough, bro. It was one of my worst betting nights in months.
I would have stayed away from the Astros. I mean, there wasn't much in that lineup to want to.
I know, but
what did you try to mess with?
Few things. The Astros. I'm trying to find the Astros specific one. I lost my ass on some other baseball bets. I bet on McCormick to get a hit. He didn't even get an at bat.
Good, poor Chaz.
Bregman total bases, I went heavy. He did not get that. Jeremy Pena total bases over 1.5. I went semi-heavy on. Did not get that. Joey Loperfido to get at least one hit. Didn't get it. I bet on the Astros to score first in last night's game. Didn't get it.
I mean, you went for it all. I mean, you were feeling yourself. You thought you had a that was. That's
man.
All right. Let's
quite a dent in the winnings.
Like, you wasn't gonna get it all. You wasn't gonna get power back and just win on these bets.
That's a good.
You got power, internet, and you thought you was gonna get the Astros scoring first.
Blessings on blessings on blessings.
Why did you make that bet with Jake on the mound?
I don't know, man.
Well, you are feeling yourself.
I may have got a little carried away on my slate of bets yesterday, and I paid for it, literally.
You paid for it, but if I know you, you're going for it all. All right.
Get it back tonight.
Big 5 o'clock Friday for your little 5 o'clock fire. Remember, brought to you by Kirk Holmes, but a big 5 o'clock for you on this Friday as we'll get you these updates, the latest on the power outages, where we are. This will be the last update you get. Remember, 5 o'clock. It's Friday in the show. A little best of the week, so this should be a great Friday, 5 o'clock to kick and finish this thing off. So stay tuned right here with us on the drive. Sports Radio 610. What's the latest here as we get rolling? Have we budged under 800,000 yet, Tyler?
Getting close, but no. So the latest update here, just once again a few minutes ago, 4:59 local time. We got an update from Center Point. The number of people in the greater Houston area now without electricity still, that number is at 812,200 customers of Center Point. So not quite under that 800,000 threshold, but getting there. And they have now restored power in total to 1,452,000 friends and family around the greater Houston area.
Yeah. All right, so getting there, as we said, hopefully through the weekend. I've heard numbers, or I've heard thoughts of this thing could maybe Sunday is when they are able to get almost everybody back in. Hopefully that is the case, but we wanted to make sure we kept you updated at the top of each hour. Still in the 800,000 range, hopefully. And the weather has stopped, which I think was probably something that didn't help the situation. The weather we've had the last 2 days, that has stopped. So hopefully they're able to get more people on, and we lower that number throughout the rest of the day. All right, Tyler, before we get to tonight's game, and this is a big series, right? All of these you are in great range right now. If I told back 5 games above 500 at the break, you'd press the button. But continue to win series. Continue to try to win series. That's the deal. The Texas Rangers have not been playing well. You got to take advantage of that. We'll get to that. But first, you want to get some updates here on what's going on with the Houston Astros and Joe Espada. I gave you all enough time. I stalled. I gave you 5 minutes into this, and I gave you an additional 5 at the break. So we've got 10-plus minutes to get charged up. Here is Joe Espada, the captain, with the latest on Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker, the latest on Kyle Tucker and his injury.
You know what? He was supposed to come out here today. I was in the cage with Jordan, so I kind of lost track of Tucker. But as of right now, when I saw him earlier, he was feeling good.
Okay, all right. Didn't know if I want to stagger those so the manager could get his eyes on both Jordan and Kyle Tucker. But I mean, hey, what happens? All right. Didn't get a chance to see his eyes on it. Yeah, could have done without that, Joe. All right, that's Kyle Tucker. Lance McCullers. Let's hear what Lance McCullers, that update. Last we heard Lance, not setback, because I don't want to put words in Joe's mouth.
Pulling up.
But a pullback. A bounce back, pull back, leap back, shimmy back.
I'm dying
whatever, back, bro. Whatever. But this is a pullback on Lance McCullers and stopped his throwing. Here's the latest from Joe.
Still no throw. We're going to sit down with him in the next day or two and figure out what we're going to do next. But he's still no throw. We're going to have the doctors just revisit with him again and just make sure that we get him on a path where we could get him on the field. You know, so we still holding on that.
Still holding on. So it looks like next week will be big as they'll meet to see what happens with Lance McCullers with a shot. It seems like they're saying they still want to get him on the mound. So get him on the mound. That is the latest. And Justin Verlander news, we don't have to go and play that, Tyler, but just to pass across, he's thrown for the 3rd day in a row, played catch. When I say, let me check that, he's thrown. He's played catch for the 3rd day in a row. No word if this was a conviction catch or not. It was not mentioned. It was just catch that he has played. So 3 days.
Or if there was conviction, what level?
We don't know. But this time conviction was not used, phrasing. So it was just catch. But 3 days in a row he's played catch with the neck issue. So that's the latest there. But the big one today, if you missed it, buckle up and be ready. If you missed it, here it is. This is the latest on Luis Garcia, who we thought was the most promising one to come back. Had made a rehab start, had another one scheduled. This was the latest from the manager, Captain Joe Espada.
So Luis did not throw his side today. He's going to continue to play catch, and once we get him feeling like we could build him up to throw another side, then we'll get him going again for another start. And
does he have a setback at all?
No, not setback. He just did not bounce back the way he will him another 2 a play catch, and then we'll get him on the mound and get him ready for another minor league rehab.
Yeah, that's Joe. It just doesn't get any better.
No, dude, I cannot get over it.
It doesn't ease.
Within seconds.
Like people have texted in this earlier, and we were talking about the grade for Joe Espada, in which your grade does not get to change due to his most recent press conferences. Just saying that. We got the Culley comparison. That does sound like a Culley soundbite. Like all jokes, that sounds like the explanation when Culley punted on third down. It sounds like a Culley.
We have to go 3 and out and punt the ball. We're good.
Explanation. No, he flat punted it on third down against the Browns.
That's different.
In his explanation for it, like you remember, and I give it to Dave. Dave would come back like the next day. Yeah, I was wrong. I messed that one up. That just doesn't get any better. So Luis Garcia, in all seriousness, with that one, when you look at the Astros history and when you look at the history of arms and pitchers right now, that is beyond concerning. That is beyond concerning. He was on the track to let's roll, and now it's
Knicks is all nervous.
He's got to move from a rehab assignment, which was going to be a second rehab assignment, which the thought is he may come back and join the big team after that. Maybe there's another. Now we've moved to he's playing catch. So that is something that we've got to keep our eye on. Hopefully it is nothing. I wonder what the bounce back, the lack of bounce back was with him. Hopefully it is not a big deal, but that is something to really keep our eye on. Monday, I'm really intrigued to hear what the latest is we hear about Luis Garcia, if he's going to make that second rehab start, or is this going to be a shutdown deal or a pullback deal like Lance?
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros, as I said, man, they've got one where you want to take care of business. You want to take 2 of 3 at the very least against the team that's right behind you, and really not right behind you, but they're 4 or 5 games under 500 themselves. The Rangers. You want to take advantage of this. The lineup tonight: Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez. That's important. He is back in the lineup after sitting out yesterday with what the Astros called hip tightness. Catching tonight is Yainer Diaz and batting fourth. Pena's at short. Jake Myers in center. Singleton gets another start at first base with Dubon in left. McCormick is batting ninth and playing right field with Hunter Brown, who is going to try to kind of wash off that last poor start he had there. But this is one you want to stay on it. I think it would be very disappointing to go into the break losing this series. All right, especially if the Mariners are able to stay. Like honestly, you see this. The Mariners, the way they have played, be tied or held the lead in the AL West going into the break.
Facts.
And then you play them. Like this, you play them for 3. At the very least, Tyler, you need to be, to me, 2 games out. At the very least, going into that to where you could sweep them and take it, or take 2 of 3 and get even closer getting out of there. So you've got to continue to make that a series that matters right there. And hopefully, guys, we'll be watching tonight as Alvarez, see if there's any issues with that hip or anything like that. But this is a big series. It's not time to take the deep breath yet. You gotta handle this. At least take 2 or 3 from the Rangers.
Yes, agree 100%. And it's always sweeter when you beat Arlington, in my opinion. But to the Jordan thing you were just talking about, he's back in the lineup from this whatever this hip issue was. Somebody over there, please, and tell me if you agree or disagree, Ron. Somebody with the Astros sit him down, that big ass dude down today, and tell him, hey, look, maybe when you get on base today, we want you to play hard every game, but maybe don't push it on the base pass. Did you see in the game he got hurt how aggressive he was on the base pass? He had a stolen base. He stretched one, I think, first to third. That was pretty close.
He could stop with the first and thirds.
On
singles. He could stop with the first and thirds on singles.
I love it, and I love the effort, but if you're coming off any of these injuries, bro, just do your best. But just maybe be cautious. Maybe just keep that in the back your mind a double to a triple or, a play at the plate.
And doing that. I wish he would, man. And now we got Joe out here who won't commit to him just DHing the rest of the weekend.
We'll see how tonight goes.
If he plays in left field, he plays in left field. I'm serious. I'm going to be so high. If he plays in left field in this series, he's smoking up.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, to the NBA news coming out. This is from a bit of a Woj bomb, not as much of a bomb of the player moving, but according to Woj from ESPN, in a largely unprecedented financial concession to give roster flexibility to the New York Knicks, their star player, Jaylen Brunson, Tyler, has agreed to a 4-year, $156.5 million extension. Now, that's a lot, right? Here why this is a concession, Tyler, is, and why I think there should be some people around the league. This is according to his agent of CAA, Sam Rose. Hey, Sam, I'd like to talk to you. Maybe you can help me out. Maybe we can meet, see what we can get done. But this is, Tyler, he is accepting this, and this is $113 million less guaranteed that he would be eligible to receive next season. So all he would have to do is to sit, and he is leaving potentially $113 million on the table to sign now to give him flexibility. This is like the Tom Brady type of
great comp.
Be able to help the team. I'm telling you, other athletes don't like that.
Oh, I bet.
Has been so mad at Travis Kelce for years.
I didn't know this.
I don't he don't hate him or nothing.
Sure.
But it's been disappointed. Like, Travis Kelce has kept everybody else's money at the tight end market down because he's been doing this for the team.
I did know that. Yeah, I've heard that, those conversations about how Kelce really hasn't racked up like it could.
And like it would raise everybody's level at this point. And has dropped, like Dalton Schultz probably thinking, I probably could squeeze another $2 million out of this thing if this thing was raised up. But $113 million? $113 million on the table?
It's a good chunk of change.
I know 156 is good. I'm sure Jaylen probably gonna get it, I think. But, man.
Is he married?
I don't know.
I got to think.
I think he is.
I got to think. A wifey would be like, hey, honey, let's just think about this for a second.
I don't know how they approach. Man, he loves the Knicks, and all I know is. But this the thing is, like now I need to see y'all do something with this flexibility. Like I need
you better.
They better have a plan or whatever. Now I need to see something with this flexibility. Like
he's going to be their biggest critic now with any moves.
Now you in a good spot, right? Where it's a disappointment to take 156.
You ain't lying, bro.
Like, it's a disappointment. Like, yeah, I left $113 on the table, but
Jesus,
come on, man.
That's a good chunk.
5 o'clock fire.
I need to see KD. I need to see what is the move. It's going to take this 113 that I left on the table. All right, I love this decision from the Arizona Diamondbacks manager, and I'm not going to lie. This was going to pull me in anyway. There is nothing going on the sports calendar generally during the All-Star game, and I love baseball, so I'm into it anyway. There's something about all those guys in those different uniforms out there playing together, and one of my favorite things thus far now is Fox. They'll get David Ortiz and Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter together, and it is a fun dynamic to watch those three.
That's the closest thing to the TNT NBA guys, God. I feel like.
Ortiz you can tell he's like he is like the little brother to Derek Jeter, and he just drives him nuts, but he loves him. And then there's that fake mannequin up there in Alex Rodriguez who can morph and change into anything you want him to be.
Changeling.
He's going to be whatever you want him to be. But I think this is going to draw me more to the game. The Pirates rookie, the Arizona manager decided that he is going to start Paul Skenes, who's been one of the stars of Major League Baseball, 6-0 in 11 starts, ERA 1.90. He has been dominant. His last start, he went 7 innings, no hit ball, no hits, 11 strikeouts, 1 walk. And the talk was he'd been taken out early. So I'm excited to see Paul Skenes. I wish he was leading off. He was playing playing the leadoff hitter of Jose Altuve in the game. I wish that was happening to start, but Jose Altuve is really nursing this hand injury, so he's going to miss the All-Star game on Tuesday. Fourth in a row.
Did we hear yesterday? I can't remember 100%.
Fourth in a row.
Did we hear that Jordan is going to be participating in the All-Star?
He plans on it. He plans on participating in the All-Star game. He plans on participating in the All-Star game.
I'd really rather Altuve and Jordan's roles be reversed here.
Badass. Hey, Jordan, no, you the DH. To me, he's just going to get in that bat. Let's roll. Maybe two.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Play in the field now. Hopefully he doesn't feel a little froggy and start to try and turn a double that ain't there, or push it. You could see Jordan hit a ball in the gap in Arlington. I'm gonna get 3. They're gonna remember me. Calm down, Chief, as Clint would say. All right, as we continue here, coming up. Remember, big time 5 o'clock hour. I can't wait, baby. All right, I can't wait. We're about 20 minutes away from the best of the week. Somebody texted earlier, this is going to be a great best of the week. So much material, some positive, uplifting, funny. It should be a lot, so don't miss that. A lot happening at 5 o'clock, baby.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
All eyes on Dana Brown with the
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line rolling through. Jaylen Brunson is a real one. More athletes should follow his lead. Yeah. Jaylen Brunson is putting a lot of faith in James Dolan and the New York Knicks, who have had a history of not getting it right. No, Dot. Hey, I love Cal and Hannah. I really do. If I'm CJ Stroud, I got to hold on to that. I got to get what I need to get, baby. I can't leave 113 on the table. No. No, not James Dolan. No. Hey, man, I'm going to give you some flexibility, James Dolan. You've been leading this thing. James Dolan, you hold it down. You got it. That's that same guy that brought Carmelo over and didn't do a damn thing with him.
That is a sin.
I like some of the things the Knicks have done. I'm not putting $113 million led by James Dolan to make decisions. Not a chance in hell. Can't do it. Can't do it at all. So good for him, though. Good for him. By the way, I told you, we talked about it when this happened. Like, one of the greatest things in sports is when, what's his name, Edwin Diaz, when he comes out in the ninth of the match.
Yeah.
And that Tommy Trumpet. That man Kevin Garnett just recently got introduced to that. I mean, KG's podcast is great anyway. But you got to go catch him. He's lost his mind. He said it's the hardest thing in sports. Like, he gets himself so juiced. He's showing it to Paul Pierce for the first time. Look at this dude. KG is like, wait till that fluke. Wait till they start hitting that thing. Wait till they start hitting that thing. He about to come out there and smoke you. Well, you know, he's saying some words I can't use. Yeah, there it is. I'm in it. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can see it.
Please go to YouTube or Twitch right now.
Yeah.
Search Sports Radio 610 YouTube, Twitch. This is good.
Yeah, Edwin, get that thing in there. Yeah.
Friday.
Come on, Edwin. Yeah, get that thing in there. When he come in with that horn. When he come in with them horns, go ahead, get that thing. Power's out. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Hey. What's the name?
Let them know.
Yeah.
On the show.
I'll tell you, boy, it's clean. Sorry, that got away.
No, it's good, dude. It is really, really good. And that was great.
It's organic. That's great. That got away. Apologize to y'all on YouTube and Twitch. That was not a setback. That was just a bounce back. Bounce back for me right there. Whew, sorry, I didn't know that was coming. You just didn't. I didn't know that was.
You never know when you're going to have to bust
really
a move, man.
Pause. I know there was a pause somewhere in there.
Bust. Pause.
A move. Yeah, pause. Boy, that is some great action. KG about lost his mind with it. I'm telling you, boy, go check that out if you missed it. That thing, boy, that is spectacular. I haven't really been able to see how Fireman's going over with Josh Hader.
Dude, so I think he changed it, and I didn't realize this till last night. Unless I'm wrong. Because I sent out a tweet with Lil Wayne going into the ninth. You know, I was like, cue the music, let's go. But I swear I saw somewhere a video of him coming out last night, Josh Hader, and I don't believe it was Fireman. It would be news to me.
That pisses me off.
I might be wrong. I don't know.
I don't want to hear that. I see this again. I'm looking up on Twitter. I see my man. Somehow this happened. See, I think I don't know if they can read what I'm saying. You know how Clint believes is convinced that social media can grab. They can read whatever. Yeah. I'm looking at it.
Clint, not the best with technology.
I'm looking at it and I just see a Jalen Petrie pick off DeShaun Watson in the back of the end zone.
Mm-hmm. You miss that, Jalen, don't you?
He is somebody for me that I got a blind spot for. I got a blind spot for
Jalen Petrie. I know the words Pro Bowl and Jalen Petrie does not deserve to be talked about together, but I really believe in that kid. Like, I really believe. Like, you said this earlier about Davis Mills. I'm trying to will him to be the guy that I think he could be. It's like I see flashes and I'm like, damn, that's it. He is somebody that is a clear blind spot to me that I feel like I might go down. I might ride. I'm gonna ride this thing all the way till the end till I got to jump off. No, I'm not.
It was women and children only for the lifeboats.
I'm not gonna go down. I will jump off. But I was like, there's something about Jalen Petrie, Tyler, that I just that dude that played last year. That ain't him.
He has great ball in him, but we didn't see it last year.
I think, and I'm telling you, when I say blind spot, I am probably making concessions for him that I wouldn't do for others and excuses. He wasn't playing in the right positions that he should be, which I think there's something to that, but it still probably shouldn't look that bad.
It's like what a lot of Astros fans, I think, do with Jose Altuve. He's the GOAT, but he can act like a jackass running the bases.
Kind of.
In a way, yeah. It's a little.
Yeah, he's a little bit better than Jalen, but
yeah.
But I mean, I can tell myself he should be playing closer to the line of scrimmage. He shouldn't be playing center field safety. He shouldn't be. There's something about Jalen Petrie where I'm like,
kid is a freaking baller.
That's what I am, and I can't like Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce holds a little special place for me too.
Me too. Me as well. Yes.
Like, in my mind, I don't want someone to pose to me the question, do you think Dameon Pierce could get 800 yards rushing? I don't want to have to say the answer of how I really feel about that.
Damn, Dameon. Yeah, last year hurt, man, watching Dameon run into that line over and over.
But those two cats right there, I believe in. Like, I have a healthy level, whatever you want to call it.
Those got to be the top two for the most part if you're a Texans fan. It feels like those are the two.
No, I don't know. There's some people who've got some delusions. I think there are some Kenyon Green delusions.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
But why? I hope the kid comes back, obviously, and dominates on that line, but why?
If you think, like in your mind, if you think, let's put him in, we could put him in, he's going to be a starter for all 17, I think that's delusion. That's a hope. That's a big-time hope. I think there are some John Mechie delusions.
See, that one as well I don't get, because we've seen nothing
I think
that should even give you a hint to start having delusions.
Very fair, but I think there are some people who have those delusions. I do. I think there are some delusions there. Like there are some other spots. Like I don't think Christian Harris is a delusion.
No.
Like we had Indy Kalu. He filled in with Lopez on In the Loop once and said he thinks he could be an All-Pro.
I heard that.
That is aggressive. But I can see him playing at that level.
What was it we heard from D'Amico? Or someone said that D'Amico said that Christian Harris is like the most freakish linebacker he has ever encountered. That's high praise from D'Amico Ryans.
Like when people texted, like what about Khalil Davis? That's delusion.
Mm-hmm.
That's Brevin Jordan, a delusion case.
Okay, that one's interesting to me.
It's not interesting.
I might have some delusion with a Brevin Jordan.
Like the guys that think, just give Brevin a chance. Just get him a few starts. If he got to play more, Brevin would do like they hang on that Cleveland Browns play, which was an amazing play.
It was a great play.
Like just let him play, and you'll see more of that.
Like Chaz McCormick or White Boy Chaz. Sorry.
No, it's not. It's just Chaz McCormick. Like, you know what? We got to get to that. Before we get out of here, we got to discuss Chaz McCormick because there are numbers there, and you know I'm not a numbers person. I'm an eye test. But there are numbers there with Chaz. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, I'm sure there are. I've never seen anything. Like you said, jumping off a cliff. Like I said, man, it's like he tore both his meniscus
an Achilles and an ACL, and he just, like, not even pushed, fell. He just
fell over.
Just dipped over to it. Like, it's the Chaz thing is tough. Coming up, we'll get it. We'll have to have a conversation about that before we get out of here, and as well, maybe one of the most anticipated best of the weeks. That's coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
You'll come at me about White Boy Chaz. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter, y'all. Look, I'm talking about having.
Restrictions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it's been a fun day on The Drive. Clint should be back on Monday. We should all be back together on Monday and hopefully back where everybody has power. Everybody has power. When I say everybody, I mean Harris County, Montgomery County, Chambers County, Fort Bend,
Brazos County,
Brazos County, whatever county. Every one of them.
Did you get Chambers in there?
I got Chambers in there.
Good.
All of them. Every last one of them. Every single county. All of you. No one left behind. Everybody. In fact, everybody in the world that has lost power by Monday, that should cover it all. Everyone in the world who has lost power. I hope you have.
That's all encompassing right there.
Yep. Can't get me on that one. If you all listening are wondering what's he talking about, early in this week when I just phrased it as Houston, meaning all of Houston, someone did not like the fact that we had left out other counties.
What did he say? You keep saying Harris County. What about everybody else?
Never said Harris County. I just said Houston. Someone said, just Houston, F the outlier.
I just saw that.
I think that guy from Montgomery County, does he count as an outlier? So all of you, hopefully everybody has power when we get back here on Monday. I'll just rip the Band-Aid off, guys. Tyler doesn't have a best of the week.
You really did just rip the Band-Aid.
Yeah, I'm going to rip it off. Yep.
I think of all times this has happened, I have a good excuse, though.
I just want to let you all know, Tyler did get power last night and internet. So it's a pretty good night outside of his betting. But Tyler, to get it together, and many of you were really anticipating it. We got.
You're not even lying this time.
No, we had tweets. I'd never lie, cheat or steal. But if you must lie in the arms of the one you love. If you must cheat death. If you must steal those hours. Anyway, but that's a toast for you guys out there, folks.
Yes.
Steal that one. Shout out to Hitch. But no, I many people text in. This is going to be a great best of the weekend, and Tyler doesn't have it this week. So
can I have it though? Because you're right that it would have been. This week has been amazing. Like we had some really good stuff, a lot of laughs. So I don't want to miss out on possibly the greatest best of the week ever. So can I have it for you on Monday when Clint returns? Because I think it will be really, really good. And I do feel bad, but it's been a hell of a week, man, and I ran out of time. I just ran out of time.
Okay.
Normally I could have probably gotten it together as we started the show today, back here in my producer booth, but me and you rolling together, which has been a hell of a lot of fun. Wasn't really possible.
Listen, all right, man. Hey, bad things happen. It's been a tough week. It's been a tough week.
I feel bad.
Hey, don't tell me. Hey, listen.
I know you like it.
It's fine. You didn't. You disappointed the listeners. But listen.
I can tell I disappointed you, and that hurts too. I'm sorry, everyone. It's been a crazy week, man.
Next line says, Ron, tell T. Mill to just play Captain Joe quotes for the best of the week.
That and Cully. Can I bring it Monday? Yeah. Can we have a quick reflection on the previous week Monday?
Yeah. Listen, man, go ahead, man.
You're good with that?
It should be that good. So I am disappointed in that, but yeah, it should be that good. So Monday,
cut me deep.
Sure, let's do it. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, don't give me the freaking Jake Myers.
By the way, I can't. It's Jake. I can't wait to see this when we get done. Apparently, the greatest receiver in all time has lost his mind. Jerry Rice is head up and about to fight somebody at a golf course. I just came across. Jerry Rice lost it on two reporters on a golf course at the American Century Championship in Lake Tahoe yesterday. The reporters asked whether the Chiefs receiving corps was good enough to win the Super Bowl. 61-year-old Rice got into the man's face and said, "I will F you up."
Oh, my.
A man with Jerry Rice then intervened. Jerry then tells, "If you want some, come get some." He goes The Rock. I'm not making this up. I see the video. I just retweeted it. TMZ is got it, so you know it's real. Again, I want to go. He went Dwayne The Rock Johnson, mid-90s or mid to late 90s. "If you want some, come get some," before walking away. We talked to Jerry. He says the guys had smirks on their faces and were trolling him. Bottom line, Jerry not apologizing. I'm going to defend the San Francisco 49ers.
Damn, that love runs deep. Damn, Jerry. He was ready to be on them like white on rice.
I will F you up. He is face to face with this fella. I got you. Face to face. I'll roll through it.
Dude.
If you, seriously, what? Hey, Jerry Rice. Jerry, I'm a little disappointed.
You say 61?
Yes, but like, hey man, that's your I'm serious line, Tyler. If you want some, come get some. Like that's your
that trash talk needs some work, brother.
You want some? Come get some. Like I get the I will F you up. Cool.
Sure.
But I'm telling you, I told you about the guy Greg Johnson who wouldn't lie to my mom and got my ass kicked that one time, left his bike. One time we played basketball. I was doing my Dylan Brooks thing to him. Just annoying the hell out of him.
Hand checking him and stuff.
Oh yeah, fouling him hard and then calling him soft when he called fouls that were clear fouls. Just like you just can't slap a guy in the arm in the middle of a jump shot. But I would. Oh, you soft. Oh, just get to him. And I remember he got so mad that he took his foot and drew a line and told me to step up to the plate.
Oh no.
Hey,
that's the same ballpark what Jerry just did for sure.
We all fell out laughing at him, and we were playing.
Step up to the plate, big boy.
He drew it. He drew the line. Step up to the plate.
This is lame.
This is the soccer tetherball side of him that came out, but he was hot, man. Greg was hot. He took his ball. We all fell out laughing on the ground.
Hell yeah.
He took his ball and went in and told us we couldn't play out. It was on his. He was the only one at the basketball goal. That's
lame.
But like you got to get to a point, man, where you're pissed off. It is like, hey, man, hey, come on, put up your dukes, do whatever it is. Yeah. Jerry's is, if you want some, come get some.
Come and get some.
What?
Gosh,
that is, hey, that. Like that, hey, that is like what is your? Because you don't know what it is. You don't know what your fight line is. Like you don't know what it is that you say because you got
until it happens. Yeah,
until it happens. God, I hope I'm not a. If you want some, come get some. I hope I'm not a step up to the plate.
Yeah, because that's just starting you off in the wrong direction. You're about to have a conflict, and you are just starting off in a horrendous place.
Is he a big? Like when it comes, I feel like Jerry is an avid wrestling watcher, and I'm wondering if I will, because I am too. I wonder if I will just throw out catchphrases.
About to open up a can of whoop ass.
Like yeah, when I say that, hey, I will F you up. Hey, anybody around here, if you want me to whoop this guy's ass, give me a hell yeah. Like it's like. I don't know a dude say, hey,
give me a hell yeah.
I'll tell you this right now. I'm the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. Like you don't know what it is. He apparently turns rock.
What?
Yeah, would you I don't know, do I come out I say
what?
You can't see me. If I do that, you can't I turn into Cena? What? Like
what
is your
if you smell what?
Like,
Ron.
If he did this, if he did the rock thing where he tells you to come get some, God, I'm afraid Patrick Creighton, who's coming up behind us, by the way, Texans All Access behind us, Patrick Creighton, Area 45 behind us. I'm afraid Patrick Creighton, when he gets good and mad, his is what you gonna do? What you gonna do when these 24-inch pythons come running? Like he gets really good and pissed.
What if they didn't say anything and he did the Undertaker thumb?
He said rest. Somebody said real guys don't say ish. They just hit you. I hope so. But sometimes, like I think Jerry's real. But something got Jerry to just say, if you want some. Like a lot of people talk. If you want some, come get some. Something got Jerry.
And if you ain't down with that, man.
We got 2 words. If he said that, if somebody got good piss, we got 2 words. I can't believe that. Jerry Rice had told that man, if you want some, come get some. I'm the game, damn it. Woo! Oh, my God. See, somebody has watched it. They said it came out like 3 separate times, not just one. He kept repeating it. If you want some, come get some.
So he was just froze up. He was just.
So that is clearly his default is The Rock.
His synapses were just firing at a rate to where that's all he had.
I'm scared, man. I'm scared what my default is.
You're right, though. You don't know until you get to that moment.
You don't know until you get good and pissed off. Wow. Ooh, yeah.